Hotep, Great Saba Tehuti, Amun Hotep Ra. Health and prosperity unto you. May your monument be established forever on the foundations of Maat. May your posterity give you praise and offerings. May your goddesses personify devotion to you like the great goddesses Aset and Netet. To Asaba Tehuti, Amen, Hotep Ra.
And I'm going to tell you this. Once I was able to imbue myself in this frequency, I didn't want anything else. Nothing else was satisfying to me. Nothing else was nourishing to me. Nothing is more nourishing to me, to my consciousness, than the truth. Once you are actually imbued with it, once you learn what the truth is, it's nothing more satisfying. So, Hotep Henu to you, Great Saba, for this NEPA class. Your discipline, your example, I've seen it demonstrated consistently week after week. Man, like he was on another platform, Tehuti, like I was telling you. He was on another platform. He was invited as a guest, and he was answering questions like he does now. It was like an interview. I don't even know what the name of the platform is, but I definitely encourage you to go watch it, because that was a NEFA class as well. Whenever Saba is on any other platform, he definitely represents. But he was on this brother's platform, and he had one of his vipers, venomous vipers, with him, and he was teaching, answering a question, and the snake bit him on his hand, and he continued to teach. He didn't even stop teaching. He continued to teach. That's discipline. That is consistency. So it happened so quick, right? That I didn't even realize that he got bit. I didn't realize that it was anything wrong. I actually had to go back and rewatch it, because he continued to answer the question. His discipline was that of such. He continued to answer the question, right? So that's the That's a fact. Hector Caparot, what you think about that answer? You the one that asked the question, good brother.
Bruh, my mind is blown. That's a phenomenal, what, 2 minutes to 10 minutes? A breakdown. I can't even write down fast enough what he's saying. I'm gonna have to come back and watch it. And I've seen the movie. I've seen the movie numerous times, and none of that was explained, and I never would have come to that conclusion of what Saba just brought out. And oh my goodness,
what's beautiful.
Hotep Henu Saba Tehuti, I wanted to say Tua for your 3rd year anniversary of the teachings of Maat and your Tehuti pod class. I wanted to say heck gratitude to you and your Hemti Makit, your Side Rise, your Side Tees, to your supporters. Thank you for your dedication, for your discipline, your consistency, and echoing Maat and teaching us to do the same thing. For keeping the Sakim Eve and teaching us the Kemet, Kua'i, and Pekka M. Ku. It's a great honor, and I just want to give you my gratitude, man. It's been a great journey. I appreciate your guidance and helping me become a Ba Ankh, a great netter, and taking care of my Oud. And to us, Yoraud and everybody, all your Marie ones, I really appreciate you. I appreciate the panel, your consistency, your dedication, your time, your energy. Man, teaching us how to eat, how to work out, how to build. And you know, when there's nothing to stand on, we stand on my yacht and be men my yacht. That's a great honor though. So for your books, Stepping Out the Matrix, I still go back and read that often too though. It's like when you learn so much and then you go back and reread something, it's like, wow, you don't notice how deep it is until you recollect it. So man, I just wanted to give you my honor, my gratitude. To head gratitude. Sorry about my beard sweating. I just gotta finish a little workout. But yes. To head gratitude, much Marie, to Kim, Aunt Uja Saneb, Memaya, to Ur Saba, a tough Nefer Nesser, Tehuti, Henu, Hotep.
Henu, Hotep, Saba. Just wanted to say hi and also wanted to give you your due praises. Since coming across your podcast, I've not only learned to discipline myself a little better and become more accountable for the things that I do and put forth in my life, it's just been a great experience overall. The knowledge you're spreading is pure truth. And you send it to us with a pure eve, and we thank you for that. Ever since this podcast, it's been life-changing. My life's been so much better. If you've been depressed or if you've been feeling low or feeling down, feel like life is just not worth living or anything like that, I promise you, come to this class, come get this knowledge from Saba Tehuti Amun Hotep Ra, and it will definitely change your life. When things wouldn't go my way in life, say I was hitting some type of financial burden, some type of issue with family, I would get depressed. And since learning from Saba Tehuti's class, I no longer go through that anymore. I'm more calm. I'm able to step back, take a breath, analyze the issues I have set forth in front of me, and try to solve them. I do still have days where I might cry or I might feel sad. I still feel emotions, but I don't feel like I want to end my life. I don't want to discontinue my life or discontinue living for that matter anymore. I used to feel that way whenever I would get into a deep depression. I would just want to go to sleep and never wake up. And now I can't wait to wake up. I want to see what Saba has left to say. I want to see what more information I can learn. It's motivational. It gives you something to look forward to. And not only that, but it helps with self-improvement. This is better than any self-help book you can find at the library, honestly. But that's my testimony. And so, Henu, to you, Saba, Nini Uk, for all of the things that you do for us and continue to do. And thank you for being such a great model to follow after. Bringing this knowledge of the Neteru to us. I'm forever grateful. Thank you.
The deepest parts of me that yearned for something I felt I was missing in my life has finally found what it was searching for. I now continue to find the answers to the deep, unanswered questions in my life because of my teacher, Tehuti. Who am I? What is my purpose on this earth? What happens after death? What is the truth, and how do I know this is the truth? Why have I been lied to so much in today's society? If I were to convey what Tehuti is giving me, it would take infinity to explain to you. Yet one word may encapsulate it all. Tehuti is giving me life, and I hope that one day you will walk through this door with me too. To see and feel the experiences of what life is, to receive a new love that you have never experienced before.
I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many. I just want to say Hotep, Henu to Saba. You definitely changed my life in so many ways, and I'm thankful. Since our first 101, my whole circle, I just did a whole circle of my whole life. I just feel so different now. The jet been hurting me. So right now I'm doing good. I'm doing better. So I just want to say with the hyperhidrosis thing, all I got to say is no sweat. You know what I mean? And a lot of people saying that, this is a scam and it's definitely not a scam. I could say Saba scammed me in the good way. You know what I mean? So I've been taking, my remedies, my rosemary, my sage, and it's definitely working for me. So I just want to say peace and love and Henu to Saba, and I'm forever in your debt. Forever in your debt. Thank you so much. Tua. So peace and love.
Yeah, we'll have to go through the details. Yeah, man, I'm just amazed. Man. You're incredible, bro. You stand before us. Yo, the Tehuti, the real Tehuti. I truly believe that. Word.
But look, I just want to say, listen, yo, Tehuti is a close brother of mine, excellent scholar. Y'all better watch out because he's gonna be straight chopping some heads off.
Man, you got props from a Hebrew, bro.
The oldest known spiritual book to speak on the afterlife.
Get that Palo Santos burning. Start burning that Palo Santos and that sage together. You can mix them together in the bowl.
They gonna need
some frankincense oil in there. Oh my goodness. What's going on? What the blood seed, Lord?
brought out the holy tablet.
Oh man. It's on.
The Per M Haru.
Coming to you live. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates. You've heard many teachers out there before in the so-called conscious community, but none with the demeanor, calmness, and detail as Tehuti Amun-hotep Ra on such topics as breaking out of the matrix, truth on religious origins, underground conspiracies, secret societies, mental, physical, and spiritual health, the Anunnaki, the Neteru, Kemet and the origins of Maat, meanings and symbolisms of Meduneter, the only one who will stand in front of question of this wide range of subject matters, answer, question, and debate. Some have podcasts, but Tehuti is the teacher, so he has a pod class. Subscribe to the channel for updates, classes, and much more. Join the chat, call in, participate live. Get your notepads ready. Welcome to the Tehuti Podcast. Open your mind. He has been teaching for over 20 years. A 9-0 record in official public recorded debates.
Correction.
All right, man. You already know what it is. That's the anthem for the debate music. Y'all already know. We got our brother Tehuti in the building, and he is going up against a heavy hitter, who have been featured on this platform for a while now, Vocab Malone. I don't think Vocab, I hope Vocab put in his homework. I hope he knows a little bit about Tehuti and
I appreciate everybody.
Press 1 for Tehuti. Press 2 for JJ, y'all.
Yes, I appreciate always being here. It's fun, it's educational. It's good to hear all these crazy views and just hear where people are coming from. Peace and love, everybody. Check me out every Friday, 7 p.m. Pacific on the Tehuti podcast on YouTube.
That's your words?
Brother,
Stand on
that's
it.
not the topic of the debate, JJ. That was not the topic.
I'm talking about the whole word. I'm talking about the whole misinformation. I don't give a damn about the topic of the debate.
No, if you look at the community wall, I mean, damn, Tehuti is like dusting you on that shit. He killing you, Jay. And this is why you upset.
I'm gonna say what's up to JJ. Stepped on the screen for a moment. JJ, how you doing, good brother? You doing well?
Hey, how you doing, Hotep? Hotep, brother. This is JJ 7000 from the Mandinka Hage clan from Mali. You know what I'm saying? Tehuti, I did my roots. Yeah, I found out my people from Mali. Yeah, from the Mandinka tribe. Hey, check it out.
Nice.
Hey, there's a Hage clan. You know, I found out that they took my family from Mali to Charleston, South Carolina, and they was on the Hayes plantation. Yeah, I went deep, man. But I want to join the House of Atom, man. So I'm just here to learn. Peace.
The correlation of her not being a literal person with having the sun on her head. I'm trying to link in why you're bringing up the sun is on her head.
I'd love to know how you think that a literal person could exist with the sun on their head.
So because this image has the sun on her head, therefore this cannot be a literal person. Is that your stance?
That's exactly what I'm saying. And I also want you to recognize that I'm saying the same about a rule and the same about a star.
Okay, great. Can I screen share, please?
Yes, sir.
So it's the brother Jabari.
Remove Jabari.
Sorry.
The Jabari stance is that because this image has a woman with her son on her head, her stance is that makes this woman not real. When I asked him if that was his stance, he said yes. I'm going to screen share, please. That is the premise that we are using. I want to know is was Anksenamun a real woman, Jabari? Yes or no? Anksenamun, was that a name?
Are you referring to Anksenamun, the wife of Tutankhamun?
Yes. Was that a mythological netter, or was that a real person?
She was a real person.
Everybody see my screen?
Yes.
Everybody see Anksenamun with the same sun on her head and the same two horns on her head that the statue of Upset has? Everybody, can you see that sun, Eder?
Yes, we see it.
Okay, this woman is Anksenamun. She has the sun on her head, the exact same sun on her head, and she has the horns on her head that Offset had on her head. And I made sure I asked Jabari clearly, what is the purpose of bringing up the sun? Is it because this woman has the sun on her head? Does that make this woman a myth or untrue? And he said that is his stance. Well, here we have a real person that the brother Jabari just acknowledged as a real person with the exact same symbol on her head and nobody's going to ask what's the temperature of the sun. So we need to erase.
So wait. Let me see.
I got to finish though. I got to finish.
Go ahead.
We need to remove, Jabbar. You need to remove the statement that you made, the premise that because you said because, and you agreed that because this woman has a sun on her head, then that makes her unreal. When Ankh-Senamun is a real woman, and can everybody see the sun on her head? That's a real woman. So yes, real women are depicted with images of symbolic suns on their head.
Can I ask you a question, dear brother?
But as soon as you acknowledge, my good brother, as soon as you acknowledge that having a sun on your head does not make you unreal. And you answered and you agreed with your stance.
I think you're not my question. You are not answering my question. You are not, and I know you are. That's because you have a smirk on your face, because you know you're not answering the question. And this is a simple question. In fact, you asked me when we started to go back to the question. I don't know to watch the videotape of being beaten, but let me show you the videotape again. Because we could have started someplace else. But you asked the question. And I started by asking you how hot was the sun.
All right.
And
let me say something.
Let me finish on that. I wanted you to say to me whether it is possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head. And you are not answering that as yes or no. I'm not sure.
That's your question. Is it possible?
I've asked it like 7 times, brother.
It's not possible, and that's why that is symbolism. Ankh-Senamun and Aset.
Answer the question. You're not answering the question. Let me ask you again.
It's not possible, but you set your premise on it.
This is 8. I'm going to ask it to you one more time, and hopefully you'll give me a clear answer. Is it possible for a literal person to have the sun on their head?
No.
Oh, good. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Let me quick.
Yeah, sure.
Now, Jabari, you know I love you, brother. You did get hit with a straight right on this one right here. If the brother asks you, Jabari, hold on. In all fairness, the brother asks you Now, I agree. But because of the answer to you when he asked you the question, you definitely said the woman have a sun on her head. She can't be real. Brother then showed you a sun on the head of another who you did say was real. That's all it is. Hey, Jabari, Floyd Mayweather, the best of them gets hit with a jab, brother. That don't mean nothing. Come back and show the brothers and sisters out there why you are the Floyd Mayweather of the House of Consciousness. That's it, brother. It ain't nothing.
This is the reason why you have to.
All right. Hey, peace and Black Power family. Welcome to another Son of the TV House of Consciousness, but y'all already know what it is. The brother making his way back to the House of Consciousness. He is now official House of Consciousness member. Welcome to the party, brother Tehuti. He made his official step through the door a few days ago, taking on the Floyd Mayweather of consciousness, brother Jabari. Most people in the got brother Tehuti winning. Now, hey, majority rule. I can't be biased. I got to go with the majority, okay? Because I'm not the referee. So, don't get mad at me, brother Jabari. Oh, man. Well, I just got to keep it real. I'm going to keep it real, man. I can't be biased when it comes to this, you know. I got to show love to everybody because I'm bringing on the people on the platform. I got to keep it real. Check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti. Now, I know a lot of y'all might get mad, but I'm going with the majority rules. It's the people who is making the call. Don't get mad at me, Jabari. You know I love you. You know I love you, Dr. Anika. But I got the W to Brother Tehuti. Now, you got the majority, and there's a lot of people that I read the comments, they say, yo, I love you, Jabari. You know I fuck with you, Jabari, but I got to give it to Tehuti. I'm reading these comments. I'm like, God damn. You know me, I was going with my man Floyd Mayweather all the way. But I got to be fair, and I got to keep it a buck. So as it stands right now, Brother Jabari has, hey, and you know the best lose sometime, man, you know? The best lose. Sugar Ray. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. See, when you look at Floyd Mayweather, in order to beat him, you got to knock him out. In Tehuti, you gave Jabari a little knockout hit. You know what I'm saying? Because you caught him. I'm going to be real. You caught Jabari in that opening argument when you asked him about the sun. I got to give you that. And then you caught him again later on when you asked him about something else. I'm giving you that. How could I be biased? Everybody know I fuck with Jabari. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
And on the people, on the platform, I got to keep it check, right or wrong. So as it stands now, I'll have to go ahead and give the win to Brother Tehuti.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
We got Zion the Lion, and of course, we got Tehuti making his debut, coming in the ring with Brother Jabari. It wasn't, I'm not going to say a TKO. I'll just say a little jabby jab. He won by a couple of jabs, you know. He took some jabs, you know. And now, well, we got the rematch coming with Brother Tehuti and Brother Jabari coming back this Wednesday, 9:30 p.m. And I know Jabari is not going to take him lightly on this one. I know everybody is looking at Zion, Tehuti.
To be very clear, I have never had an official beat with anyone. And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Damn. We have Tehuti and Brother Jabari is coming back. Brother Jabari will be back for a rematch coming Wednesday night. I think Jabari was a little unprepared, got caught sleeping with the brother.
shout out to HOK. I definitely think it was an upset. I said Jabari did a good job. I just don't think that he won. I said Brother Jabari did a good job, but I just simply don't think that he won. As I told the brother earlier this afternoon, the brother Tehuti, I told him that I believe that he could have secured that W over Jabari a little better.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now. So I just got to go with that. I just got to go with the win. We're going to be giving out some powerful trophies coming up soon. So now Zion Lex is coming out. Tehuti is making his way. He's jumping out, going straight to the top right now. Brother Shaka gave me a call the other day. Yesterday, matter of fact, Sunday. Brother Shaka Utmost gave me a call on Sunday. And said straight up, Sonetta, yo, Saw, I think Jabari jumped out the window and he wasn't prepared for the brother's questions. Now, this is Shaka Utmost.
And there is not, on Sonetter's platform, Sonetter announces the winner?
Yeah, we got Zion Lex. We got Zion Lex tonight going up against Tehuti. Could this be 2 for 2 for Tehuti? That remains to be seen.
I've beaten people. The winner was announced by Sonetter. The winner was announced by the judges. I have the certificate, the proof. I have Sonetter saying I beat Jabari. I have all the judges saying I beat Kemet.
You have me saying you beat Jabari.
Yeah. Yes.
You got me saying you beat Jabari. If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people.
I must have been half asleep or some shit. I don't know.
Go ahead, show it, bro.
If I said you beat Jabari, he can't be Floyd Mayweather, bro.
That is exactly the point. So shall I screen share again? I mean, I have to keep doing this to people. And I took out the Floyd Mayweather, so I guess I'm the House of Consciousness champion. I just came here for an interview. That's my
you can't be the House of Consciousness champion yet. You got to go through some. You can't be the champion from one battle. You got to go through some scholars, brother. And now you face right now with Zion. So
I'm sorry. When you beat Floyd, you don't get his title. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, brother. I just gave Floyd Mayweather his first loss to this brother.
Let me ask you something. Where did you hear me make this claim? What event took place where you heard me making this claim? Have you ever seen me before on here?
Yes,
was it any kind of debate that happened where I was making the claim, or you just saw me on Senator TV?
I think you was going at it with Jabari. Is that one? Yes.
That's how you know. That's the reason why you know that I came in for my first interview and you immediately called it were the Natiru real, and then Jabari came in and it was the first and last and only debate on that topic in all of the Kemetic since Dr. Ben till now. That's never been debated. Me and Jabari. So thank you for hosting, making history. That was the very first debate ever took place on that topic, right here on Sign-Editor TV. Okay, well, in the intro of my pod class, I have sections of me and Jabari's debate, and you announcing me as the winner, and then you and Shaka Akmo saying that he wasn't prepared for me.
Right.
I caught him sleeping, and he wasn't prepared, so therefore we should have a rematch.
Right.
I've never heard you say that about Jabari before in any kind of debate.
Well, sometimes we got to be honest. That don't mean Jabari is not the champ. You can lose one bout
and still be the champ. You can. What sport is that?
No, you can lose one and still be the champ. Like your record is now like 75-1.
Let me be very clear. I have never had an official date with anyone.
Maybe I think so. So you do acknowledge. Me and Jabari did have a debate, and I won the first one.
Yeah, I'll give you that because I already done came out and said you won that, so I can't go back on that now. I give it to you.
Here's the problem though with that debate. I cannot say Jabari won that debate because his wife was there helping him, Reggie was there helping him, Sai was blocking for him, even though Sai was a bit more objective. He was giving props to Tehuti when Tehuti was smashing.
Hey, Mary Segment, while I'm getting this ready for you because I'm trying to fix something here. Were you once an Israelite? Is that why your name was Israel?
Yes, that's correct. For many years.
How long did you come out of it before you came across me?
Just recently. It's not even been a month, sir, since I've had a full understanding thanks to you. So dua.
Oh, so you coming out of the Israelite is a part of you attending the podcast. Oh wow. Were you in it over 5 years?
Yes, a few decades since I was a young adult.
Wow. Give her a round of applause, please, Annie. That's oh, you're on mute, by the way. We didn't hear anything. Say it again.
I'm grateful. I am really grateful.
Wow, thank you for that. That's a great decades in Hebrew Israelite. Comes and watches and let me ask you this one other thing. How did you come across the pod class? How did you even know about this? Come across it?
It was the debate with Jabari. I was following Jabari, and there was debate that I found out about you, and it was going through old pod classes that the matrix was broken as far as Hebrew Israelite in the Bible.
You were a Hebrew Israelite also following Jabari?
Yes, I was still a Hebrew Israelite when I was listening to Jabari. Yes.
Oh, that's awesome. That's wonderful. You're a Hebrew Israelite while you were listening to Jabari come to the podcast, and boom, now you're married segment. Wonderful. That's great to hear. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. Everybody, go out there, do your job, hit the people, break the matrix, bring them here to the pod class, save people's lives. Imagine dedicating yourself for decades to something, and then it's like, oh my gosh, wait a minute, this isn't true? Mic check. Peace and love, everyone. Press 9 if you can hear me first before we begin. Press 9 if you can hear me. We do a sound check. 9 if you can hear me. Press the 9 and peace and love, everyone. It's about to be one of those. About to be one of those again. Again and again. Press 9 if you can hear me. Doing the mic check right now. Let's see what this able. Okay. Peace and greetings to everyone in the audience. Those who are watching, peace and peace. Peace. Greetings to all of you. I got the 9 from Nomad, Dadem Son, for 3-2 for 2, Kemba, Drip Skylark, Amonette, God, Seonk, Angela, straight out the gates. We got Manny Set Mer with the 9. And we have it, every time I see a new name, I always give a salute and a peace. And the new name is 22 divided by 7. Oh, you're going to love this class. Shout out to 22 divided by 7. This is about to be your class today. Question sent in, deal directly with those things, or one of those things. I would give a applause to any new person coming in. Peace and greetings to 22 divided by 7. Who pressed the 9, who has Metanetter in the name. It looks like the wave of the N and the seed, the placenta, which is Nach. Spoke about the Nach 4 classes ago. Nach, the Nakat set. But at any rate, peace and love to all the new people in the room, and greetings to you. All those bringing positive energy. Peace and love. All right. I love messages like this. I'm a Christian, but I love coming here. I found a more interactive podcast. Nomad the Dim Sun. I think you tried to send me a message. I couldn't seem to get to it. But I did see, are you the one that sent me a message saying that you're Nomad from the pod class and your friend requested me? If it did, I did see that one, and I accepted the friend request. Anyone who wants to make a friend request from the pod class, anyone seeing me, the friend requests I receive and accept are those who tell me who they are. There's a lot of bots and trolls trying to find out information about me and trying to troll me, and I don't know, trying to find out who's on my friends list, information and such. They're coming with a malevolent intent. When I see their friend requests, I ignore them. I don't look at them. If I see a friend request with a message, peace to Tehuti, I love the pod class. I've been coming for a little while. I enjoyed the teachings. Peace to Tehuti, I saw you on Killer Priest. I enjoyed the wisdom. Let me know about you. If you want to be my friend, if you want to start a friendship, because I'm from before the age of AI friendship. Computer friendship is just a click of a button. A friend is someone you start developing a relationship with and you can trust and depend on. That was the definition of a friend for the last 4,000 years, for the last 5,000 years until social media was invented, and now the word friend has nothing to do with having any connection to anybody. I don't submit to that type of friendship. If you want to be my friend on Facebook, definitely let me know who you are, like Nomad did, and boom, you get accepted as a friend, and then you get all the notifications. Peace and love to everyone. What's this? Something came off the screen. Peace and love to everyone in the podcast. We're going to start off with a positive frequency. Any other new people in the room? We have Priscilla. Priscilla's actually not new. This is the same Priscilla. Peace and High with the monkey. Oh, this is the same Priscilla and Philip Priest. Peace and High. Tony is new. Tony Simmons, 2424, says, peace, peace, peace. Tuesday is so funny to watch debates. You just can't deal with his nonchalant attitude. Peace and love to you, Tony Simmons, and that's the new name. So all the new names. A lot of applause and salutes and greetings to you. Today we're going to get right started, by the way. There's not going to be a big break today before I start. I'm going to invite people on the panel, talk to them for a moment, and we're going to get right into the answer. So peace and love to you. Am I saying it right? Tony Simmons, 2428. Peace and love to you, Tony Simmons, 2428. Greetings to everyone. Get your notepads and notebooks ready. 90th Mer States. Get your notepads and notebooks ready. I think so, yeah. All right, so peace and love to everybody. Any other new people in the room? Peace and love to Big Blunt. Big Blunt. Peace and love to Big Blunt. Hey, Tony Simmons, if you could for me, just type in the room, where did you first hear or see me? I like hearing that from new people so that I can give credit to the avenue or the platform that people found me on. You can do the same divided by 2. Where did you first see me? Just type in the name. Was it a platform? Did you see me in person? Was it the podcast? Was it scrolling through Facebook? Was it on the Killer Priest show? Just state where you saw me. Peace and love to you. Another new person in the room. Barrington Edwards, who says, fake boy, my name, you will see me wearing a royal white headdress and turban and face covering. The Messiah is on earth. The gathering is chosen few. We are for you. We are for your world. Oh, fake book. Oh, I thought it was fake boy. Fake book. Oh, so instead of Facebook, it's Facebook. So shout out to this new person here. If I haven't seen his name. Fake book. My name. You will see me wearing a royal white headdress and turban and face covering. The Messiah is on earth. Gathering his chosen few. We are praying for your world. All right. Shout out to Barrington Edward. I haven't heard the name Barrington since the Jamaica days. That's like a real Jamaican name. Barrington. Edmund. Barrington. Okay, we give all new people a clap. Bingham Barrington. All these Jamaican names. They're actually straight from England, but Jamaican nonetheless. Now, shout out to more Dib 40. Where have I seen this name? I think it's on Killer Priest. All the new people that are watching right now, just simply type in the room. I first saw you on Killer Priest, Tehuti. I first saw you on Sonetta. I first saw you on a Lion's Den. On the Lion's Den. I first saw you on the podcast. I was scrolling through Facebook and I got an notification through a friend who got a request, and I saw your name. Wherever it is that you may have seen me, just type in the room, and I'll definitely give that person our platform a shout out. So Nomad says, Nomad the Dim Sum says, Killer Priest recently. My question is, Tehuti the Rebel. It may have been longer if that's the case, but on this podcast, it was through Killer Priest. This Killer Priest recently. My question is, Tehuti the Rebel, you? Okay, I don't know that part, but okay. Killer Priest. 22 divided by 7, Killer Priest. Always Killer Priest. It's always Killer Priest. Muad'Dib /40 Killer Priest. The two Killer Priest. Killer Priest. We had another new name here. Piece of the new names. And I love the imagery. I love the imagery there. It looks like Ramis Hypo-style temple. The image is a little small, but it looks like Ramis Hypo-style temple. The new name is Rooted in C Media. Rooted Inc. Media. Shout out to Rooted Inc. Media. Shout out to Rooted Inc. Media, and we always give the new people a clap. This is the kind of energy we have here. Rooted Inc. Media. If that's the business, everybody go and type that into the internet. Rooted Inc. Media. We always give shout out to all the new people. Rooted Inc. Media says 999. Cool Star says Kille. I guess it's Killer Priest. But I'm not new to you, but have much respect for you. As you know, Cool Star. I remember this name from years back. Cool Star has been popping up off and on for years. Cool Star right here. Yes. Okay. Yes. Killer Priest, but I'm not new to you, but I have much respect for you, as you know. Shout out to Cool Star. Yes, I remember that name. And then Rooted Inc. Media says, thank you, King. Okay, wonderful. Oh, and Muad'Dib. Let me see, because it sounds like an Arabic name. And when I used to speak Arabic, we used to say Muad'Dib. That's how we used to say words like that. Muad'Dib. If it's Arabic, it could be Achad, one who is of one, but I don't know if it's Arabic or not. I don't know if it's Achad and Iyab. I'm not sure. I see it in Arabic separate. I can tell. But anyway, shout to you, Muad'Dib 40. Peace. Now we're going to start off with the proper frequency. We're going to start off with the affirmation, because we always start off with positive frequency and energy, and that's how we're going to go straight into this incredible class that you all are about to see. Let me fix this down here. Okay, this incredible class that you are about to witness. This is the affirmation. The affirmation is the affirmation of the ancients. It goes back over 3,400 years, and it is a set of ancient words of acknowledgments that lead to immortality. I'll put it on the screen. We're going to start on the count of 3, because we always start with the proper frequency. We are a movement, the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. That is us, House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru. If anybody has a question about that, send it into Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV, and we'll be glad to answer all questions. We're going to start off though with a beautiful, peaceful frequency affirmation, and then move forward from that point. So everybody ready? We'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki Maat un NS Nintet Aset Maat Min Hepapet Maat Her and Hu Kiwi Per Ikut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And there it is. Let's begin, everybody. Are you ready? We're going to get right into it. I'm going to give a small introduction for those who just saw me on Killer Priest recently, and then we're going to invite the panel up, talk for a short while, and then I'm going to get right into, what are you going to get right into, Tehuti? I'm going to get right into this. If anybody's heard of this before, feel free to support, and when you do give us support, I'll read the support, and then unlike other channels, you can actually come directly up onto the panel and speak for a short moment, introduce yourself, interact with me, interact with the rest of the panel, and boom, that's how we move here at the House of Aten. So greetings, everybody. Shout out to the new people. My name is Tehuti. I'm in Hotep Ra with me. Where are you? You're going down there. With me is where are you going? Over this way. With me is Maoku. This is Maoku. And Maoku is a very special symbolic friend of mine. Maoku. It comes from two words. Mau, which was pronounced Mau or Meow, which is where you get the cat's meow from. It was an ancient word that meant the mind. It meant remember, thoughtfulness, to think, the mind, the brain, thinking, and it was the word meow. And the symbol of it was an ancient large cat. And ku is the word for consciousness, which is what is done with the mind, interacting with that realm of consciousness. He is Mao Ku because he represents the colors of the light of consciousness, and the top of his head is actually in design of a lion. So if you look at that, you can see a lion's face on the top of his head, and the lion represented the great Mao. You see the lion's head there? Boom, boom. Hey, Meow Ku. There you go. So he has the lion's head on the top of his head, the great cat, and he represents the mind and consciousness. And he's a special friend of mine, of which started this journey of why you know me. Not particularly him, but ever since I was a younger youth than I am now, when I was around 7 years old, my interaction started with animals. I went out into the animal world and I spent hours and hours per day with snakes, turtles, observing animals of all types, butterflies, dragonflies. I preferred ants and bees because I could analyze their structure, their focus, and their consistency. Something that when I was a child, I noticed that humans did not have. It was a great separation for me when I saw animals that were completely consistent, and they never truly argued about their ranking system. So if there is a honey bee, a warrior bee, a drone bee, and the queen, none of them fight over position. The drone bee stays a drone bee, the honey bee stays the honey bee, the queen bee stays the queen, same with the drone ant, same with the worker ant, and same with the warrior ant, and same with the queen ant. They all stay in a position and they're moving by the millions in this structured way, very peaceful amongst themselves, meaning that they don't argue over position. They may fight with other ants and other animals for a biological imperative. And I spent time with them. And I used to catch animals and bring them back to my household. And then I would bring them back into the wild and I would release them. I would catch them again, bring them back into the wild, and I would release them. And this developed a pattern relationship where at a point when I released the animals, particularly one was a turtle, it didn't run away from me anymore. It actually came back and swam with me. I was in the ponds, up to my chest in the swamps in the ponds, and I would release him into the ponds and he would swim back to me and around me, and it caused other turtles to swim around me, and then none of them were afraid of me, so I could observe them in a very peaceful state, watching how they maneuver. I noticed something in my development, and that was that animals are the symbol in every single religious person's emblems. Animals are the symbol. Jesus was called a lamb. Jesus tells people, be wise as serpents. Every culture, the totem pole, animals, the Nehi tribe, Navajo, animals, ancient Kemet, the symbols you see behind me, 90% of them are animal wildlife symbols. Every single culture had an animal to represent spirituality. And yet the animals didn't care about the people's spirituality. But the people used the animals to represent their spirituality. And there was no symbol of just a regular person representing spirituality. It was always animals. Animals were the totems. And so I analyzed this. I went back and I started questioning religions, questioning my mother, questioning people around, and it caused a lot of animosity. I would watch nature videos, and I would watch them side by side with tribal videos. And I noticed the unity between tribal videos and nature videos was that those people in those times before this type of civilization, they behaved as the animals did. The Dogons had a ranking system. They had a system that they followed. They had gender roles. They had hunting times, seasonal times, organized structure. And they wore animals as skins and animals as emblems. And the animals were always beside them in the nature videos. In the nature videos, I could see tribes running by in the nature videos. When I would watch Christian videos, there'd be no animals. When I would watch Muslim videos, there'd be no animals. The only time I hear about animals, the first time I hear about animals, is that a snake is evil. The very first introduction to an animal having any interaction in the Bible was that it was evil. That's your child's first introduction to animals in the Bible. Animal one-on-one. Here's a snake, it's evil. That to me was preposterous and disgusting because in my experience, it was the people that were evil. The people were the rapists. The people were the pedophiles. The people were the ones selling drugs to the children. The people were the one doing the kidnapping. The people were the one colonizing. The people were the ones creating religion. The people were enslaving. I had never seen a snake do anything evil in my entire life, but yet the snake was evil and the people were God's children. It made no sense to me. So in this questioning, it got to a point where there was frustration in the household and I was being put out of the household. This is the beginning of Tehuti brain. The beginning is that the biological imperative aspect of my neurons started to adapt to a particular thing. And that thing was survival using consciousness, meaning that at that young age, the first aspect of survival is to get a job. You're about to leave your house, you're getting kicked out. Get a job, do good in school, get your college, your high school degree, college degree, get these things and survive in society. My first interaction with keeping a roof over my head was my mother coming to me and telling me, we made an agreement that I'd have to be kicked out of the house unless I debated the pastor, her pastor, and she was the judge. All odds were against me at the time. Of course, I'm going to lose. My neurons now attached for the very first time in my life, keeping a roof over my head with survival, and that I had to know my conscious mind out of the matrix. Not that I had to get a job, not that I had to make money to go pay my mother rent or go get an apartment. The very first click in my mind as a young boy, as a young man, for survival was, I must defeat this pastor. And if I defeat this pastor, I've now earned a roof over my head. That wasn't happening to other children at the time, to other youths at the time, not at all. They were trying to get a job, doing good in school. I ended up debating the pastor for 5 hours, and my mother threw him out of the house for embarrassment. Said that this young man, my son, is destroying you, riddling you, making you look silly. Get out of the house. This is embarrassing. You're a 47-year-old pastor. He's a young man, and he's just killing you. He won. You're out. Kicked him out. And then my neurons did something else. My very first interaction with the law. The very first time young man has an interaction with the law, maybe maybe pickpocketing, maybe stealing something at a store, stealing candy, getting caught smoking some weed, these different things that youths may do at that time. My first interaction of the law was about a week later. After that debate, I had a letter on my door, and the letter was a restraining order from the law, from the courthouse, stamped and notarized by the courthouse. It was a restraining order. How did this young boy get a restraining order? Who have I hurt? Have I beat up children? Did I have a girlfriend that reported me? Did I beat my mother up after the debate? What is it that happened that earned me a restraining order from the courthouse? I open it up and read it, and it's from the pastor. The pastor that I beat in a debate issued out a restraining order from the courthouse, but the restraining order wasn't against him. For the first time in Earth's history that I know of, the restraining order was against churches of his type of Christianity. As a young boy, I was not legally allowed around churches. This is my first interaction with the law, my first interaction with ducking the police or wondering where I'm going because they're looking for me. Not selling weed, not selling a little bit of hash, not doing anything like that, not pickpocketing, looking out for the law, but looking out for the law because I won a debate. this changed my neurological development extremely. And from that point, my mind opened up. I started named myself the Word, and I started teaching people. Where? In the same churches that I was kicked out of. I would go to the churches, and I would go to their Bible studies, and I would hide. I would go there before the church started, about 20 minutes, 15 minutes before the church started, and I would talk to all the people about the topics in the debate, putting in their mind for them to question the pastor when he comes in. And when the pastor came in, I go into the corner, and the church members would blaze the pastor. And that was my snake style of ambush, by letting the people be disappointed in the pastor. Instead of me going to church and beating him, and they look at me as an outsider or pagan, if they themselves ask questions to the pastor that can't be answered, that hits them more at home. So I set up this system as a child, as a youth, to go from church to church to do this and hide and go before the church meeting starts and let the people of the church blaze the pastor. I'll go into the Nation of Islam and do this. I'll go into the churches and do this. I was expelled from school, legally. I was not legally allowed in school. So what did I do as a rebel? I went into the school and went in there illegally and went and hid inside the libraries. And while hiding inside of the library, I just studied, put together classes. Who are you putting together classes for, Tehuti, as a young schoolboy? I'm putting it together for the school children. They don't know that I'm about to be their teacher. So I'm in there for hours until the next recess, until the next lunchtime. And then while the lunch is going off in the recess and everybody's chaotic in the hallways, I come into the hallway as one of the regular students, and I would set up and start teaching the students in the hallway. I'm expelled from the school. I'm not allowed in the school, but I'm just breaking in the school and hiding in the library, coming out of the library and teaching the students. Bell would ring, I'd go back into the library again. Lunchtime, I'm back out. I would spend days in the school, hiding in the library, teaching the students. Students would come into the library. I would hold them down and say, what kind of music are you listening to? They listen to some R&B, I'll be sure. And I'd put in conscious hip hop in their headphones and say, sit down, listen to this. And I would just continue to do this rebellious educational system that I was doing until I decided that it was time to separate from society. I found an organization and a movement that I had joined because it seemed to be on the right track, questioning people, asking people questions about their religion. I ended up becoming a teacher there. I used the animals to do my teaching lessons, and it got to a point where the teacher said I surpassed the teachings. I surpassed everybody. That particular teacher of that group took information that I was teaching, and he said to the rest of the group, he's going to take my information on nature and teach it. This caused a lot of jealousy in the group, and then he made an announcement telling the entire movement. It was called the Nubian Nation at the time. One of the only choices that people had to go into, either you're 5%, if you're looking for consciousness back in the days of 1990, 5%, Nation of Islam, Nubian, not even Hebrew Israelites were popular at the time, but it's 5% Nation of Islam, Nubian, maybe the more Science Temple. But it was mainly the 5% Nubian, Nation of Islam. These are your choices when you're stepping into this realm of consciousness. There were no other options available. So you step into whatever you feel is the best one, whatever clicks with you. He started telling the rest of this Nubian group that if you all want to learn how to teach, go to Amenhotep Ra. Go to Amenhotep, which was me, of course. And this caused a lot of jealousy inside of the movement. And it was time for me to go because the students, the teachers, my so-called peers, brought torches to my home and said that if I don't stop teaching outside of the Nubian teachings, which was just sourcing nature and sourcing news articles, they would burn down my belongings. So this became a danger to me. So I had to definitely remove myself and get out of there. They started talking about putting me in a body bag. And so I confronted the teacher at the time and told him, and he said, where you are, Amenhotep Ra, in your mind, consciousness, he said, I want to take them there, but I can't this fast. He said, I want to take them where you are, but I can't. If I were to just take them where your mind is right now, he said, I would lose half of that organization. I said, I understand. I understand. He said, it's not safe for you here anymore. He would tell the audience that I would ask this type of snake-style questions that would trap him. He said, it's just not safe for you here anymore. And I can't take them to where you are. So it's best for you to leave. And so I was on my way. As a youth, I had no money at all because I left society, lived out in the fields in this forested type field area, drinking well water, no television, no getting a job, no W-2, no taxes. I'm living off of the grid. And I'm doing things that are extremely rebellious. I have no money, but I want to teach. At the time when I was doing teachings, I had no money for a stadium, a studio, a pulpit, wherever it was. I had to bring people somewhere to teach. So what would I do? I would scope out realtors that are selling homes. And I would, as a youth, I would look at the time that they would leave, 5 o'clock. And I would wait till about 6 o'clock, make sure they're far settled at home. And then I would knock down the realtor sign and drag it to the backyard. And I would break in through the window. There's no electricity in these houses. And I would run cable cords that I would buy at the dollar store, about 5 of them, plug it in somewhere and run it in through the window and set up little light fixtures to have lights. And I would hand out flyers for the realtor for sale home to the public, hoping that I wouldn't get arrested. This is what's raising me up as a youth. And I would do this, and I was determined to teach. When I left that group, the Nuwabian Nation, there was no hard feelings. Why? Because what I am as a being, as a teacher, calling myself the Word, was before I was entered into any type of group. I was already converting, transforming people and saving people and getting testimonies before I was a part of the Nuwabian or any type of group. And I just continued because what I am is what I am, regardless of who I'm with. I stayed the same, teaching, breaking the matrix since I was a young boy, unlegal, they call it unlegalized age, young youth. And so I continued to do this, and I went out and I had zero money at this time, but I was a single father at this time, digging into the couch that my aunt helped me pay for an apartment, digging into the couch to look for quarters so that I could buy cereal for my son, because I was a single father. I was determined to teach, but I didn't know anything about making money because I left society, left the grid. I never had a job. I didn't know anything about making money, getting it paid or such. So I continued to teach. I went online. I started teaching fitness and getting in proper health. And I created a plan that if I teach fitness online, I can gain the trust of the people. And then I will say to them that I have fitness products. And they would send me money. And it worked. I went to elitefitness.com, bodybuilding.com, several different fitness groups. And I would just teach every day. Teach broke quarters in my hand, nothing, eating, surviving off of one meal, but just teaching hours and hours a day until people started sending me money. And I would take that money and I would send off and get the products they want, and I would send it back to them. I created a fitness bodybuilding business off online on AOL.com. I learned from a other bodybuilder person who was actually a mafia person who met me out by the ponds in Long Island, New York. And he said that if you tell anybody the secrets, if you tell anybody my connections, we're gonna put you into the fishes with the cemented shoes. He said, I don't really do this. I'm really, I whack people. And he's giving me this talk. And I said, I thought you were a fitness guy. He said, I just do that for fun. But we have the money. So we have the money and we I guess they say they're laundering the money or whatever he was doing. We have the money. So we put it into this. And he showed me his weapon and showed me everything. He said, see the pond right there? You go in the lake or whatever that was with the steamy water. It was like a mafia movie. So I made a vow. It's biological imperative again to keep the vow to not tell his competition the secrets. And I will continue to sell bodybuilding supplements and educate people. And then I went back to that Nuwabian group and tried to help them. And I started teaching them a little bit about real estate and got them off the streets. They were homeless. Shout out to Dewan. Shout out to Iggy Mike and all those brothers that were living in their car that I assisted getting them off the streets. And then what happened was, because their heart wasn't pure, they betrayed me and ended up robbing me through bad business. And I ended up losing all the money that I'd saved up, and I was dead broke again. Luckily, I'd taken money before that, and I invested it into Voodoo, performing magic, Chris Angel's teachers, David Blaine's teachers, David Copperfield's teachers, Voodoo, Mhika, Kemet magic. I just put thousands and thousands of dollars into magic, built myself a magic room that no one was allowed in a house that was about $300,000 that I bought for $500 because I knew how to work through the real estate system. And I had a room, and I just stayed there for hours and did things to my brain, did things with my spirit energy, and just kept developing and developing and developing. And I went on the streets and started living off of performing magic on the streets, using that as a tool to get students. And I would set up my magic performances purposely beside pastors with their bullhorn, come to Jesus, come to Jesus. And I would throw my my Kemetic carpet and everything right beside them, come to Jesus, and start bending forks and taking things from people and making it appear on another person, building relationships, making people's phones ring with their ex that left them. And I said, you really want him? Watch this. Their phone would ring. The person would propose on the phone. People would be crying on the streets. And I utilized that magic to start getting students. And I started teaching people. At any rate, I took the money I made from that. I came to California. People started telling me about YouTube. I wasn't on YouTube. Because I wasn't a computer. I'm not into the computer world. I was teaching, but not on. I didn't know anything about algorithms and all these different things. And when I went to go check out the YouTube and check out some people, I found out that a lot of people that people were listening to were my students and people that I got out of Christianity back in 1992, back in 1996, back in 1998. And they splintered off from me. They took the information that I taught them, and just, instead of unifying and saying, okay, we have this information, we have this, let's build together, they wanted to egotistically have it as theirs. And these are some of the people that you watch on YouTube. And they would Photoshop my face off of my body, and they would put their face on my body, and they would put out audio CDs of these teaching classes. And it was me teaching you all. I just wanted you to know I have these videos. I have the original cassette and deep CD. That's CD days, and it was me teaching. It's my voice on their teaching, but they cut off my head, put their body, and I said, "Oh, this is very evil. Why would they want to hide me and splinter? What is this splintering off? And why not just unify? That's what the ancients were about. Why do you want to take something from someone?" And instead of saying, well, where do I fit in? What can I do? And we work together and build a community. What's all this? It was for YouTube views and for different egotistical purposes, which I didn't know anything about because my life was around beavers and animals and fish and snakes. So I didn't know anything about getting the YouTube views and getting, what is it called? The cloud. I didn't even know these words. I didn't know these street terms. I didn't know these, getting the cloud and the algorithm. I don't know these terms, these things. I'm not from that realm. I teach people in person, invoking spirits on the streets for people, doing all type of things. This is not before the internet, but those were those people taking the information and not saying it's from Tehuti, and it was very evil to me. So I decided to come out and let my face be seen. Hey, this is me. Hear that voice, and that guy that you know as a pastor, Nani Aset Mur, said that was a brother that teach me. And I look and zoom in at the video, and I said, oh, he's teaching about Kemet and the sun and sun energy and how things were stolen from Kemet. And I zoom in onto the YouTube and I said, oh, that's such and such. I converted him in 1993. He was brought to me as a pastor to destroy me. And he had one debate with me sitting on a chair face to face, and I converted him in the debate. After the debate, he says, I have to be your student. Christianity is finished. That's how it was in the good old honest days. When you debate, it wasn't for clout. It was after the debate, you would bow down and say, hey, you know more than me, and maybe you should teach me more. That's how it was in the days that I knew. I don't know the evil world today. All this, you lose a debate and you still go on like you won and lie, and it was none of that. But anyways, he went on and became your YouTube guy that some of you have watched. And he is a person that says Christianity was taken from Kemet, and you know, as hey, that's a brother I converted. And then I would see more people. I say, oh, that's the brother that I taught voodoo magic to, and he was the one that had the etheric spider on his nose, and he tried to wipe it off, but his hand was going through it, and I was giving him the voodoo books. Oh, he's the YouTube guy too. I was looking at these people. I said, hey, how come nobody's mentioning Tehuti? I was just going through this, like, people just taking things and branching off, and nobody's mentioning, hey, that brother there, that's the teacher. We should have built, but I'm going to splinter off and try to do my own egotistical thing. And I just saw this happening, and I said, I'm going to come back so people can see me. And this is what led to Killer Priest. Killer Priest was one of the channels that I saw and I was told about. And I had no interest at all, everybody. I want everybody to know right now, I had no interest in going on Killer Priest whatsoever. The views were low. When I clicked on it, was strippers deep throating bananas. It was astrology, flat earth, a couple of shows. It was just them talking. I said, no, I'm not interested. But I like Killer Priest because he's teaching in his raps. This is what got you all to know me. I said, Killer Priest is teaching in his raps. So what if I go on the show and teach him a master class on the sources of what he's rapping about? Because he's a great rapper, but he's not the greatest teacher. He's not out there teaching. It's just a lot of information mixed in together. And I said, I'm going to give him the sources on different topics. And I went to the show. I spoke with him. He says he was watching me. He saw me debate, and he wants me to come to the show. And I came to the show, and it completely changed. Everything changed. AD took his wallet, dumped it in my hand, said, take all this money. You deserve more money. We've never paid anybody on Killer Priest before, but we need to pay you. He didn't even count the money that was in his wallet. He just dumped it. Whatever 20s fell in my hand, he said, keep that. You deserve that. We never seen anything like that before. And I don't think AD has done that to any of his other guests. If he can, he could definitely let us know on Thursday. I'll ask him if he's ever done that. But it blew the whole show away. It created a created a new vortex for the people to actually get the information factually and the spiritual sources of what Killer Priest was rapping about. That was my only goal, everybody. I didn't go there to get students. I didn't go there to get paid. As a matter of fact, I had no money. I was broke. It was COVID, and I couldn't survive doing magic anymore because COVID shut down the beaches. I couldn't train people with bodybuilding anymore because the gyms were shut down. So I decided to sacrifice everything instead of pursuing another job in COVID. I said, let me just go on Killer Priest and teach. Whatever magic happens, happens. And this is what led to the pod class you see today. I took Killer Priest's words, which was pod craft, the Rocketeers and the Craftsmen, and I said, pod craft, that's very creative. I'm going to create something called the pod class because I'm a teacher. So I don't have a pod craft with the Rocketeers and I'm going to have a class. And Killer Priest asked me, how are you able to answer these people's questions as if you know them? He said, this is my audience. You don't know them. How can you formulate these answers like you wrote a book for them? And I said, this is a particular gift that I tapped into when I was a youth. And I sacrificed all social life, all matrix life. I came off of the grid, never had a 9-to-5 type of job. I've never seen a W-2 in my life. I just saw marijuana a few years ago in my life. I've only drank one cap of alcohol, and it sent me plummeting to the ground, face first to the ground by sipping an alcohol. My body doesn't know drinking alcohol. I don't know. I gave up all whatever the social world was, and I set myself in a dark room and separated from everybody, went out to nature, and I would go barefoot into the rivers, and I would study and do things with my mind and do rituals and practices, and it led to this type of being that you have here that I didn't know anybody was interested in. All that was just for me to develop myself to make ascension. Once I started teaching, crowds started forming around me, and they said, we never heard anything like this before, but everything we're looking up as you're saying it is verified. So I told Killer Priest I'm going to set up on my YouTube channel a place where people can come and ask all the questions. It was so explosive on Killer Priest. You see the super chats that you all are giving out at Killer Priest, $10 and $20. No. When I came on Killer Priest, they were having super chat bidding wars with Tehuti. Super chat bidding wars, $350. Bam. No, $350, $500. Bam. That's the energy that was happening on the show when I was there years ago. The super chats were $250, $350, $500. I can beat that. Boom. Sanchez, what's his name? Not Sanchez. Santiago, whatever. I forgot his name. I could beat that one. Boom! It was super chat bidding wars, explosions. It was the craziest thing that Killer Priest Podcraft has ever seen. But it was making me extremely busy. because I had my ladies to take care of. I had my own life to take care of. I already teach classes outside of the show. So I said to Killer Priest, I'm going to set up where these people can come and ask these questions. And it won't have to interfere with the show, because it ended up taking over the show. And the way the show was set up, it was set up a certain way for music donations and conversations, but it was taking up a lot of my time. So I set up this pod class, and this pod class was a result of my aunt saying to me all these years, "Do you get paid for any of this?" I said, "No." "Why are you doing this?" I said, "For the love of breaking people out of the matrix." She said, "There's people that do classes and seminars with way less information than you, way less. You're way deeper and way more knowledgeable than them, and it costs $50 to $150 to go to their seminars, and they are nothing compared to you." She said, "People should appreciate you, and they should give you reciprocity like these guys that are nowhere close to you." And I said, that may be true, but in my mind, I was thinking, nobody truly wants this type of deep information coming from the ancestors. Nobody wants it. Nobody's going to support this. Nobody wants this. They're going to support potato chips, Dunkin' Donuts, marijuana, a little bit of Hennessy, hanging out at the club, little going to the Avengers movie. I never thought anybody was truly interested in what the ancestors said, actual magic to break the matrix. I never thought that people were interested in it to the point where they would have value to it, until I would set up one-on-ones, until I would do things like give people out-of-body experiences on the streets, and they wouldn't wait till they got home, and they would have an out-of-body experience there in the public in front of everybody as they're watching, and their dead brother would come and visit them while we're watching, and he's there walking around like a zombie. And I started having one-on-ones with women who unfortunately had miscarriage. Shout out to the young sister, had a miscarriage. And I did some things in that one-on-one, and her babies that were deceased started coming and crawling on her shoulders. I didn't think this. I thought that this was scary to people. I said, well, this is the ancient wisdom. Here's what our ancestors used to do. And people at that time would give me some support for that. And I said, okay, well, I will continue doing that on my channel. I would do it one-on-ones, but I would have a whole channel where people could come in. I would say, test me. I didn't come here with any information to teach. Send in a question. I never heard of Cash App before. I didn't know anything about Cash App. I heard of PayPal, but when I looked at PayPal and Cash App one day, I said, oh, you can type things into the PayPal? I said, perfect. Instead of a super chat, I'm going to invent something brand new. I'm going to have a YouTube channel where you can type your question and appreciation into the Cash App, and as soon as it goes off, I will put it on the screen and show everybody the Cash App and the PayPal, and then proceed to answer the question. And I don't know you. We have nothing set up. You never pre-planned any kind of information. I just want you to see the gift. I want you to see that this knowledge that you're asking about, it exists. Every question that you have, that you can ask about, that you can think about, the fact that you're thinking about it, the answer is there. The answer exists out there. It does exist. Do you know where to get it? Maybe not. Did it exist before the internet? It was the original internet. It was the original consciousness. The answer is there. I said, everybody tap in, send me a question, and watch what happens when you send me the question. I know what to do. I know what to bridge over to go get that, and I'm going to put it together for you like a movie, like you've never seen before. And you're going to have a testimony about it. And people started giving testimonies after testimonies after testimonies. And that's what created the Tehuti pod class, and eventually the House of Aten, because I put certain brothers, I said, you all want to have this organized and have a structured system, because I want a family unit to develop. So I let the brothers structure a system how they wanted to structure. I never even interfered. I said, just structure it, but have it structured and represent properly. I'm going to give you the platform. I'm going to have people. There was a brother named Maat. He was a brother here named Lamar, who calls himself Scribe. It was a couple of brothers. And I said, I'm going to give you the name. By me talking about you, people are going to like you. And I'm going to put you on a pedestal. I'll tell Ahati, I said, nobody knows who you are, but I'm going to put you on a pedestal by just saying, you're the general, you're this, and boom. everybody that I put up, Menko Ra, everybody I put up in a position, people started having love for them. And I said, that's what I want to see. I'm doing this out of love. I'm doing this out of, why not? Nobody heard of you before. Nobody heard of any scribe Lamar. Nobody heard of an Ahati. Nobody heard of a Menko Ra. Nobody heard of any of you all before. But to create a loving environment, if you all are edified and I put you in go in a position of structure, just by people knowing you're under Tehuti, they will trust you and come under that structure and build with you and listen to you. And so I did that until brothers started bailing out. People started just running away. It was insecurities. Everybody started running away, and nobody had any testimony that I did anything wrong to them. Nobody had a testimony that the teachings were incorrect. So I started seeing, wow, it's hard to set up something, but I'm going to pursue and keep on being Tehuti and keep on going with this and let people send in questions like it originally started in the first place and blow your minds away and watch your life change. One brother, he was going down and out through a system financially, had a meeting with him. He learned from the Tehuti Pod class. He quadrupled his income, not doubled it, not tripled it. He quadrupled his income. So I'm here to change lives with a particular frequency that comes in that's meant for people to originally live before, and it's older than the matrix. The frequency that's here is older than the matrix. So it can defeat the matrix, but you have to stay disciplined. People say, well, Tehuti, why did such and such leave you? Why did such and such go? And I say, the same reason why people leave a diet. The diet doesn't actually do anything wrong to you. It develops you, and you have a testimony about the diet. This diet got me a six-pack. This diet got me some biceps. This diet got me thinking clearly. I detoxified my mind, and then eventually, as you continue, you start to get bored of the diet. Your mind starts to wander. You start to wander until you take one little French fry. You don't mind a French fry. Mind a little bite of a Big Mac, and your mind starts to just wander a little bit. It just takes that one little wander, and next thing you know is, to hell with this diet plan. I'm just going to live my regular life. The diet plan did nothing to you. People ask, why do people leave? The diet plan did nothing to you. It's the same diet plan. It's the same piece of paper. It looks the same. Tehuti's the same. The pod class, the teachings are the same. But can people stick on structure and diet plan? Can people's ego be lessened to hold them to be accountable? This is what I'm here to teach and influence. Mine was, when I had master teachers, I got on my knees and bowed down to them. When I had master teachers, I swept the floor that they walked on. Before they walked, I would take a broom and sweep the floor. This is how I was like that. I dropped all of my ego, so I don't know anything about what that type of ego is. And I said, I want to bring people to that same level, because if you get to that level, you'll be like an ant that were here before us, and they're going to be here after us. You'll be like the bees that was here before us, and they're going to be here after us. Why? Because they don't have any ego with the structure. They want to build a hive in a community, and they're based strictly on the truth. Ants don't lie. They don't have to lie to anybody. They strictly do what they're supposed to do, and they've been doing it for millions of years. Can people be that disciplined? And if you are, you'll have a testimony that your life changed. So that is what the Tehuti Pod class is about. That is what the House of Attendance is about. It's about life change. Send in a question today. The question that was sent in that we're going to get right into. These topics and much the Kabbalah taken from ancient Kemetic code. What's encoded within the Kabbalah prayer? What the number 7, as above, so below? How does the number 7 tie into as above, so below? What is this 42 Maat that everybody's talking about? Where is it attested? Where is it in Kemet actually pertaining to what's within the living system around them? When people talk about the 42 laws of Maat, 42, why is 42 even important? Ask the next person that tells you about the 42 laws of Maat, the 42. The Kemetians were ingenious mathematicians. They developed the pi theory. They revealed the pi theory, the Fibonacci sequence called the Hecat sequence, the golden mean ratio. They brought all of this to the world for the first time in history. They don't use arbitrary numbers. Everything is mathematically correct. So why did the answer, what was it about 42? What did 42 have to do with building your system up? Why is that number even important? Why isn't it 44? Why isn't it 22 or 21? Why isn't it 89? Why 42? When somebody tells the 42 laws of Maat, no. Tell me, sir, why is it even 42? Why was that number even chosen? They don't know, because there was no such thing as 42 laws of Maat. That was a part of the psyops. The real 42 is going to be revealed today. Kemet ascension science of the square taken from Maat is now being taught in schools. What is being taught in school today that was brought from the ancient Kemet that tied into the 42? What is encoded within Kabbalah prayer? Do you all know that symbol that you're calling the Kabbalah is not even the Kabbalah? No ancient original Jew that was studying the Kabbalah ever saw this symbol that you call the tree of life. No ancient Jew ever saw this. This was never called the Kabbalah by the originators of it. Kabbalah was a set of words called the Zohar that we're going to walk through and see what is encoded in here that was directly from Kemet that ties into the mathematics of what's going to be revealed today. Support the Tehuti Pod class by sending in questions, family, and with reciprocity and reciprocity appreciation for the class. Thank you, and this will keep it going. How does this ruler here? This is the very first ruler, symbolic ruler. It's a real ruler, and it's also a symbolic ruler. It has symbolism in it, the very first one on the planet that was a real ruler and a symbolic ruler. How did this ruler end up getting manipulated into this prayer that end up in the Kabbalah? We're going to find out all of that today, everybody. I'm going to put the link in the room just to have the team jump in, talk to them for a moment, and we're going to go right into class. Beautiful people. There's not going to be any hesitation. We're going to go right in to class. Shout out to the new people in the room. Brothers say I got a good story. Goon for life, Wayne says those KP shows were legendary, right, Goon? Right? Remember that? I mean, everybody here, almost everybody here was there. Those were legendary, right? Having me, Mankepara, Rasul there antagonizing me, and me just sitting there like this. Rasul saying all type of disrespectful. Rasul kicking me under the table. You didn't know that. He was assaulting me, kicking me under the table with a Hennessy bottle. Hello. Yes. Full Hennessy bottle, full-fledged drunk. We never revealed that at the show. Yes, not only was he verbally assaulting me, but he was kicking me under the table, Hennessy bottle hidden under the table, taking breaks to go drink the Hennessy, coming back drunk, and attacking Tehuti. Those were the days, right? But you all didn't see that part. We just kept that on the shh for that time. No need to point the camera down and show the alcohol that was under the table. But I dealt with that in a calm state, and that's what helped most of the people get here, because they saw that how could Tehuti be so calm with this madman here attacking him? There's a science to it. So shout out to Goon for life. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to this brother here, Kefa Ebe, Maat for 2 from Killer Priest as well. Shout out to you. Shout out to all the people here. Boom, boom, boom. All right, peace and love. We're going to get right into class. We're going to go ahead and talk for a moment, build. I'm going to drink some water, and we're going to get right into this class. There's 51 people here, and we're about to explode. How you doing there, Kefa Ebe? Maat Fatu Kemba?
Hotep Maat Saba. Big love, big Maat. Appreciate being here on the pod class again, strapped in for another NEFA one. I know this is going to be a NEFA class, so for all the work you put in, all the sacrifice, all the doubling down on the pod craft, on the Meru Mondays, magic classes back again. So for all the hecker. I know how you're doing it with the 24 hours in the day, but so much. I'm pretty send it to you and your entire out. How you doing? How you doing, Saba?
I feel good. I'm doing good. It's gonna be a great one. I feel good. I am so busy. I'm so busy, and it's so challenging and wonderful at the same time. And I want to let everybody know. Oh, there's the jet. He just manifested. I want everybody know that what you want to see also on the Killer Priest is on its way. What you want to see on the Killer Priest show is going to be on its way, and that is Tehuti interacting again with people. I'm going to be teaching my class on the Thursday, and I'm changing my schedule around. I'm changing my workout schedule. I'm changing everything around so that I take care of things in the morning, so that I can be at the Killer Priest show earlier, do my class, and then we're going to have other people come on to the panel or on to the StreamYard, and you're going to see me conversing. Okay, you're going to see me conversing, because what's not been done on Killer Priest in years, what's not been done is the people from the Sonnetter and all the other debate channels. You notice you haven't, for those who've been watching the Killer Priest show, oh, where did my screen go? For those who've been watching Killer Priest show, you'll notice that you haven't seen those other people that appeared after I came on the show. Some other debaters and other people that debate started popping up on the Killer Priest show. And when I was gone, after a little while, you didn't really see them again. I came back a couple of weeks ago on the Killer Priest show. So let me see something here. So as I come on the Killer Priest show, let me go ahead and screen share. Just let you know it's starting again. We're back again, and you're going to see the interaction of me and other people. And we're already, Priest is going to set it up. And you're going to see me interacting with other people in a fair environment where I'm allowed to screen share like everyone else on the planet. I'm actually going to be allowed to screen share. Yay! Where I'm not going to be muted. Yay! You know, where I'm going to be allowed to speak freely, and you're going to see me interact. And that's going to be a second class, because that's how you all are going to learn how to interact with people. So all of a sudden now, when you go to the Killer Priest show, what do we see on the Killer Priest show now that we haven't seen before? Oh, Neftali from the Sonnetter show. I remember Neftali frequenting the Killer Priest show. Oh, Dr. Enki. Hey, that's quite interesting, isn't it? Anybody remember Dr. Enki and Hebrew Israelites on the Killer Priest show in the last? When did this come about? But this is beautiful. Neftali's coming on Wednesday, and Enki came on the day after me. And I'm going to get Killer Priest to invite some of these same people on the same day that I'm there, so I can interact and break the matrix right in front of you. As you can see, Tehuti origins of lucid dreams and out-of-body experiences. Let me go like this. Shout out to everybody that came and supported. Shout out to the people that are from the Killer Priest show. Shout out to the new people that were there and saw me. The speed and rapid rate of the last time I was on is faster than any of the other shows. So my last show that was on over a week ago was 2,800 views. This was only on, it says, one day. Within the first 36 hours, this has 2,700 views, which is going to be 2,800 views before this podcast is over. It's going to have as much views as the one that took over a week to get to those views. So this is growing, this is building, and I realize that people actually want to see this type of information on the channel, on the Killer Priest channel. So I'm going to keep coming on there, doing this phenomenon, giving the jewels. Sometimes I'll just be on there talking, because I don't want to give all the jewels. I still want to have, I'm going to have things exclusive to the pod class. The pod class experiences, you can send in live questions and get those answers. The Killer Priest show, you can't send in any question and get those kind of answers. I mean, I pick a topic, discuss it, build, and 80 in Killer Priest send me questions, and you saw them. The last one was rapid fire. 80 Killer Priests were sending me live questions that were not orchestrated in my class, and was able to answer them as if it was set up to answer. So you're going to see more of that. Keep this experience going. It's going to be wonderful. Shout out to all the new people in the room. We got related to what is back, related to what, yes, and Bison Briggs. Related to what said Sonnetter debates seemed like childish noise. Shout out to related to what? Rasul was bugging. I remember that term, bugging, back in the early 80s. You bugging. Back in like 84. All right, Bison Briggs says Neftali is confused. Very beautiful, though.
Those two statements are 100% true. All right, everybody. I'm gonna say peace and greetings to Jed. How you doing, good brother? Peace to you. Little updates there.
Peace. Can you hear me?
I hear you with bass in your voice.
Yeah, peace. How are you, Saba? How you doing?
Excellent, excited, and ready to get into this. I'm ready to see the future, everybody. I'm highly motivated. Don't discourage me. I'm highly motivated because I want to see the support that's given. I'm excited about the support because new people are in here. Support the podcast. Send questions in. Let this explode like the Matrix lets their craziness explode. The Matrix lets Avengers explode and talk shows and Bad Girl. What's it called? Bad Girls Gone. What's it called? Bad Girls Night Out. I'm not sure these channels out. It's Bad Girls Club or something, but the Matrix makes sure those are exploding. We're going to explode this so that I can keep bringing this information, and I'm excited about it, that I'm back on Killer Priest and that more views get to be seen and that you all will support this and keep this going. So I'm highly motivated. Keep me motivated, everybody. I feel good, Jed. Thank you.
Yes, it's always good to be here. And yeah, I watched earlier this week the one you did on the Christmas. That was good. I can't believe you was up till 1 o'clock in the morning doing that class. I don't think you ever been out that late before. But but it was good. It was a good breakdown. I gotta catch the one that you just finished on Thursday, and I gotta watch that one too.
Wonderful. Yes, so all those who saw my pod classes before, every time you're gonna see me on Killer Priest doing some of the old classes, it's gonna be new. So the jewels that I dropped on everything that I've done, the snakes in your dream, all type of new wisdom in there. The Xmas thing, new, all type of new stuff in there. Because I'm able to drop things from the top of my head and also put new things in there. So it's all new. If you think you saw me teach a class before, like Nookpoo, and I think like all of you said, Nana and everybody says, if I do the same class again, it's going to seem different. Tehuti said, wow, he said, you never taught all this the first time you taught it. So I can keep doing that. I want to be motivating. Shout out to Bryson Briggs. Any new names we give a shout out to Bryson Briggs. Shout out to you. Shout out to Related. Bison Briggs says, I need to see Tehuti v. Jabari 2. The ancient list with the Natiru on the ruling for hundreds of years was an eye-opener. Yep, I have part 2 debate with Jabari is already set up, everybody. It's a lot of weird things going on pertaining to that. I don't know why. I don't know why it's being hidden. I know why the reality is being changed, but I can only do things based off purity. So I need a pure truth told, and then I can go on and I'll do part 2. But it has to be part 2. It has to be part 2. There's a whole story behind that. But they're trying to change history, and they won't. When I go on that channel to show what the history was, the brother Signetter says I'm not allowed to show screen shares. And the ones that I was allowed to show screen shares, he deleted that off the channel. So I'm not allowed to show the entire world why I had a debate with Jabari. I'm not actually allowed to on that channel. Everything's been good with me and Sonet. Everything is fine. But when it comes to the golden child Jabari, he said it himself. He says, I gotta go. I gotta protect Jabari. So there's too much protection going on there. But I challenge any of them to come onto the Killer Priest show and have an open discussion where we each get only 2 minutes to talk on that topic, undisturbed, and we get to screen share, and everybody will see the whole story. But yes, the part 2, I already have Jabari recorded lying on this topic. This topic of the King's List, I already have his 2 stories on this particular topic. So the debate will immediately start bloody. It'll start worse than the first one where I had the King's List ready. This one is him lying about it, and it's on camera. Anybody can delete what they want off of their channels. I snatch them. I got all of you all of you that are trying to erase history, my history, all of you that have left the House of Aten, I got all of you. I got all of you on deck. Why? Because I have to preserve my history. Tehuti's history is very precious, and they've been trying to erase it since the early 90s, cutting off my head, putting other people's heads on there. I have to snatch up history and record everything. All my interactions with all of y'all. Everybody's interaction is saved. It's saved in the Tehuti compartment in the vault. I'm waiting to talk to you again, so I can just go Bleh! And just splatter everything in your face, because I have to protect what I am. Because if I don't protect what I am and record everybody, I will be deleted off the earth, just like the Natiru was. You understand that? The Natiru were removed from the planet. People think they're principals now. That is my living life. They're trying to delete me. They're trying to remove. You never had a debate with Jabari. Tehuti abused me. Everybody have a story that they can't show real-time live footage of. So I got to save it all for my protection. I have it all saved. So the second that me and Jabari set up a debate part 2 in a fair situation where it's actually declared that we had a first debate and we're having a part 2, it's gonna start like I don't like him. It's gonna start like I don't like him, but it'll be any of them. Come to the Killer Priest and have the debate. I never seen a man be a champion and never debate on any other platform. I came into this world, I came into this internet world, debate on the Lions Den. Went to Sonnetter, one there, debate on Sonnetter, one there, one on Killer Priest, one there. I'll debate on any platform you want. I can't just debate on a platform I'm protected. I don't know what kind of champion only debates where he's protected. Yeah, so anyway, we're going to get right started, everybody. Bison's hype. Bison's like, we need a debate just on that King's list with the Natiru's names on it. Yes. Well, I'm ready to debate just on that topic, Bison. I won't leave that topic if you all want, but there's a lot of strange stuff going on in the world. You know, I'm all here for it because I live my life defending the truth, which is my life. So everybody, we're gonna get right into it. Everybody, we're gonna get right started. I feel great. The Jet, I feel great. Kefa, anybody who supported the Tehuti Pod class, all the new people, Bison, related to what? Who I see in here? Sorry, nobody. Well, drip Skylark already there, but he just continue too. I'm rooted Inc. Media. Just send a little support to this pod class. Say thank you, Tehuti. I look forward to class. Speaking of which, we're going to give a shout out right now to this. We're going to do this, then we're going to start the class. We're going to give a shout out to the greatest supporters of the month of December. We're going to do the Min Maat, the Min Maat, and the Tep Tepi. People are wondering, what's the Min Maat and the Tep Tepi? Min Maat are the great consistent supporters of the Tehuti Pod class, and the Tep Tepi are the highest supporters of each month. I'm going to be doing this because I want to show everybody reverence and show everybody that we appreciate you greatly, especially those who upped their support. I appreciate those who increased their support for this, because so many people left and bailed out. It decreased the support. I don't know if people truly understand this. I don't know if people understand what's actually happened, but because people fled, and the evil little boy there told people to don't talk to him, don't support him. 2 people that was told to, and now those 2 supports are gone now. So understand that my supports have gone down, not just from the people that have left, but also people being told now not to support. There's people out there whose lives I've saved, witness on camera, test their testimony year after year, they're not telling people don't support Tehuti anymore. I never told anybody this. The reason why you do not see the cute little sister Carolina Mancina is because she was told that she can't come here. Let's go. Anybody remember Carolina Mencina? Nefer Keperet? Anybody remember that name? Do you remember her, the Jed? Do you remember her, Kefa? Little cute little Mexican girl, Carolina Mencina, who did a class on the Panther? Okay. She was told that not to come here anymore, while the person that told her was still full-fledged coming here. Hello. You see, because I know the evil from before it happens. She was told that she can have nothing to do with this ever again, and intimidated, and had to come to me, and I said, no, that's not correct, and was confused and disappeared. So I have people being told not to come, and therefore people drop off. People do wickedness and sickness faster than they do discipline. You see, it's much more easier to come off a dive than to stay on. So you could save somebody. I could save somebody's life for years and years and years, have testimony. Everybody's witnessing them go from an English slave name to now becoming a teacher. This, that. Nobody knew them in their wild world. Nobody knew them. And then in one day, flip, 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 flip. So I have to go through this, but I want everybody to know that I would never do that to any of you all. You see, if the Jed messes up in something, I would never tell him, out of the house of a 10 with you. I sit down and have a talk with him and give him a chance and be patient. If Kefa does something that's disturbing or out of the house of a 10, I have a meeting with him. I give a chance after chance because Tehuti is patient. I had to be patient with everybody from the beginning because everybody started off in the matrix here. Nobody started off with Medunetter names, reading the Purim Haru, breaking the matrix. So I was patient from the Podcraft years ago, talking to everybody nicely, patient with Rasul, patient with all of you. I had all this wisdom that I have now, but I was patient. You see? But people can't be that with me. If it appears one thing Tehuti does, flip, off with his head, he's gone. Don't talk to him. Don't support him anymore. Don't go to the show. Don't watch. I'm like, holy crap! Am I the devil now? What the hell? What? Imagine I did that with everybody. As soon as you do something wrong, don't talk to Nukpu anymore. Nukpu's not allowed. Keva's out of here. Get Minty out of here. If Minty ever mess up, I talk to her. Patience is the Saba. But of course, I can't get that back. So because of that, there's been a lot of people that have disappeared. And because they've disappeared, their support is gone. So the support has dropped. So everybody that's supporting, it'd be great if you continue and actually increase your support to make up for the ones that ran away. Shout out to everybody. Peace and love to everyone. Minty Hotep, who was here. Minty Hotep that was here. I was teaching her father before everything. Teaching her father. I don't even know if there was a Killer pre-show at that time. Shout out to her. Shout out to everybody here. Everybody's beautiful. Just stay positive, stay focused, stay disciplined, everybody. Stay disciplined, and I will continue to do this. I promise. I have no hidden doctrine. I'm not somebody when the computer shuts off. I don't abuse the Jed and Kefa when the computer. You bastard! You punk! What are you doing, you punk boy? You can't do nothing. I don't even know how to talk like that. I don't know how to abuse. I don't know how to talk like that. I don't know what it is. What it is to. I don't have the energy to do so. So I will continue to be Tehuti and continue to do this as long as you all support. Keep supporting. And yes, you have time to join because I'm about to just put the snake down. Minty, come on. I'm putting the snake down and get right into class. So yes, come on, join. Everybody that supported, you've supported the info. Shout out to the info. A new name. He could be new. He could not be, but the name is new. So I'm gonna give him an applause. Info. The info. I like that name. The info. How blatant is that? The info. 111. Right? How plain is that? The info. Shout out to the info. I support in the past. If you support in the past, info. Anybody that supported can jump onto the panel and speak your piece. Talk about where you are in life. Talk about why you're on the mission you're on. Talk about your appreciation for the pod class. Talk about what you like about whatever it is positive. Bring it to the stage, and we build here. We're a family because once I get started, I'm gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going until the class is done. So there we go. Shout out to Minty. How you doing, Minty?
Peace, Hotep. I'm doing well. Doing well, a little tired, but I just caught the end of what you were telling your viewers about people stepping away or being told to step away. That's unfortunate, but I guess that's something that comes up when you're at the level that you are, Saba.
Yes, absolutely. It is unfortunate. It's actually just called ISFET, but it is unfortunate. But the beautiful thing is that you all are witnessing my life. When I first talked about my life, my intro was an intro before you all. What's happening that you all are witnessing now is going to be the intro for the future pod classes. And now you all say, I was there too. I remember such and such. And it is unfortunate. I'm here to build with those who are focused, those who are disciplined, because you see the curse, and I'll say this before I go, the blessing of being with the pod class and with Tehuti is that I stay the same and just keep my relationship with you is that I feed you information. I don't have a relationship to do anything bad to anybody because my interaction, me and Minty aren't hanging out in the club. We're not rolling dice. I'm not braiding Minty's hair. But if me and Minty get together, we're getting together about the wisdom, the knowledge. It's one-on-ones. It's the Men That Are Monday classes. So the beauty of it is that Tehuti always stays the same, and you will always advance in your life and always have testimony. The curse of it is that when you leave this, you can't start nothing else, because you'll have to jump into a state of Isfet where you have to say something negative about Tehuti. Because the second you start talking about anything that vibrates on what I'm talking about, people are going to say, oh no, there's a guy named Tehuti there. He's on Killer Priest. That's what he teaches. Why aren't you with him? You're going to have to say something negative of why. You can't leave this and Minty go out and start the Minty pod class. People are going to say, wait a minute, that sounds like such and such. And all they're going to do is come here and never leave. You see, that's the curse, because they're going to come to the here and get mind blown and see this and go back to the other person and say, hey, you're on camera paying him to answer your questions. Why would I be with you? Anyways, everybody, I'm going to step off. Everybody, this is the Swords. This is where it's at. I've seen people come and go. People have YouTube channels. I just don't name a lot of them. And yes, it does. For those who are there, it does damage me. Don't think that I'm just a rock emotionless. It damages me. I think about it at night. I think about it in the daytime. I've created relationships with these people. When you save somebody's life, you have a connection with them. So it does have a damage on me. Just imagine being with your wife for 15 years or 10 years or 4 years, and then she says, "Oh, I'm gone. You didn't clean the house up today, so I'm leaving you." And you're like, "The house is clean. I'm gone anyway." So that would damage somebody. So it does damage, but I've been going through this since 1993. So it's damaging, but it's expected. And all it does is make me appreciate you all that are here more. That's all it does. You make me appreciate Minty. Minty has been through way more in this House of a 10 than all the people that left. I have video. I've witnessed it way more. I've had meetings where I had to protect Minty. I've had people, all kind of stuff taking place, and Minty stuck in strong. And I came in and I said, nope, you're not dealing with this innocent being, not around me. Meeting time. What'd you say about Minty? Thop, 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 thop. And that person got thop, 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 because when you have a confrontation with Tehuti in a group meeting, the other people just watch me slaughtering you, and it's going to be bye-bye time. And lo and behold, a little while after that meeting I had with that brother that was trying to do something to Minty, he was gone. Because you can't have Isfet around me, and I'm going to protect Minty. I'll protect the Jet. I'll protect Kefa. I'll protect Angela Bates. I'll protect everybody that is pure. If I see somebody doing anything evil, and if you're that evil person, pack up. You're going to have to leave. You can't survive around Tehuti. And lo and behold, that person that was trying to do something to Minty off of Maat, that person is gone now. Because once Tehuti sees it with the eyes of Maat, I'm slicing your head off, young man. In a very nice way. But I'll help you sew it back. If you just want to leave Isfet alone. But if you don't leave it alone, I'm going to have to leave your head there. on the ground. You're going to feel bad about it. And you're going to want to leave because it doesn't feel good to be headless. So everybody, peace and love. Shout out to everybody in the pod class. Kopesh is ready. When I'm going to just put him down and come right back and teach. You all build, support. I'm going to come back and get right into this teaching. You all build right back, support. Hold up for now. I'll be back in a minute or so.
Hotep Saba.
Peace. Can you hear me,
Enjoy
cousin?
your break, Saba.
Loud and clear, my brother.
Yeah, peace. Yeah, as you can see, it's energy's already up right now on the podcast, and it's definitely a powerful energy going on right now.
Yeah, I was like, what did I
Already
just
started.
step into?
Yeah, it's always it's good to see Saba back out there, man. Back out there, doing things even outside of the pod class, and just putting himself out there more. That's always great to see, and how he's living his how he's actually, we're all witnessing his life live, right? So it's definitely something to learn from, right? Like, definitely something to learn from, and yeah, just never a dull moment here at the podcast. Shouts out to everybody in the chat, all the supporters, everybody that show love. Shout out to you, Kefa. Shout out to you, Mentee. It's always good to see y'all faces, good to hear y'all voices. And yeah, Hotep Henu, man. It's always good to enjoy another podcast. Peace.
Peace. Thank you for that, Hotep and Henu, to you, to Mighty Brothers, and Hotep Henu to our Saba. Just to expand on what Saba was talking about when I stepped in the room, people have this this image of him already made up in their mind of how he is, and he really is the most gentle, loving, supporting, compassionate person that I know. In this matrix, it's not easy to maintain, to maintain in this matrix. And as you guys know, like, there will be times that I'll be present, and there's times that I will physically not be present at the time when the pod class is being held. And I'm just trying to find my way through this matrix. And Saba's never given me any sort of any sort of grief why I don't attend, because I do attend, and my intention is to always be there. And whether or not I'm there physically, it doesn't matter, because my attention is there, and my intention is there. It's already set. So what I mean to say is that all of this is fed around him, with people thinking that he is one way. I mean, he can be that way if he wants to, but he's always showed me compassion and grace in every department. I've had to deal with a lot of Isfet, some Isfet that none of you brothers know about. And he's always maintained confidentiality. And I just have so much gratitude for him, because you don't meet people like that. It just is a very rare find. So, Hotep and Hanu to our master teacher, Saba Tehuti. I can imagine the amount of grief. Welcome back, Saba. I was just saying the amount of grief. Yeah, I was just saying the amount of grief that you have to have with seeing people split off one by one. It hurts me to experience that for you. I can't imagine how devastating it is for you. And that is another motivation for myself showing up when I can.
Thank you, Minty. I appreciate that. Yes, absolutely. I have to stay strong. I have to stay very strong. There's been people that have left. There's been students that I've had that have been in this pod class, a student that was here in this pod class and in real life. And due to not listening, as far as grief, they actually passed away. There's names in the beginning of this pod class that were here. You don't see anymore, and you don't notice that certain names are gone. But one of those people passed away, and it destroyed me. And another person that I was teaching passed away strictly due to not listening, and let their health get the better half of them, and passed away. One of my students and somebody here, and one of the people had to go to the hospital. There was somebody within a facility I could go to and hold on to the person's cold, dead hand, as I had to walk around with shades. So the grief, the things that happen, because the energy, once you get involved with what I'm teaching, it's extremely intense. So once you open up a little bit door to Isfet, it's going to rush in on you, because you're in a different kind of world when you're in this. And person passed away that I just saw hours earlier walking down the street. So it's when somebody leaves and gets out of the frequency, I don't know what's happened to them. But on the good note, I've saved people's lives that have been here, and people that have left. And I'm happy about that. And one of the people that left here, I got a chance to save that person's physical life before that person left. So I'm happy that person is still alive, because that one of that person's that you don't see anymore that was here, one of their interactions with me was about taking that person's own life, and I stopped that, and then they left me. Yay! So yeah, that's the life of Tehuti, though. Tehuti's some bad guy. But at any rate, peace and love to all of you that are here. This is real life getting involved in this. So I'm going to give a shout out, though, and then I'm going to go ahead and teach this class. I'm going to shout out to all the great people. Get ready to make some noise. This is for the people that have stuck around, the people that are fully connected and want to see this podcast go. And I have to give a shout out to them each month. All the continuous people that support, and we're going to give some noise out. We're going to say Tua to the Min Ma'at. This is the Min Ma'at. Min Ma'at are those who are consistent within the truth, those who are consistent in the examination of the truth, the most consistent donation supporters of the Tehuti Pod class. Not overall, some of them overall here, but this is just for the month of January, the month that just passed. So shout out to them who appreciate the most thorough answers to ever been given in history, and these people want to keep the pod class and the House of Aten continuing. We thank you. Shout out to the Jed Sadem. It's actually the Jed and Retetua. The Jed is at the top, but it's actually from both of them. They're donating as a both now. So shout out to the Jed Sadem Ma'ahem Pauku and Retetua. Make some hand claps for them. We're gonna make hand claps for everybody. Make just some hand clap noises. Shout out to them. If you have a sound digit, well, I can. Do you have sound digit? Wonderful. Shout out to, yes, shout out to Robert E. Williams, Mr. Consistent Man. Hand clap for him. Mr. Robert E. Williams. Shout out to Anpu Maat. Heka, shout out to him. Make some noise. Shout out to him. Thank you. Tehuti and Ra. You know what? If the hand claps can get a little lower and you can hear me, we can just keep the hand claps playing, and I'll just keep talking over the hand claps. Keep them play. Put the volume down a little bit. I'll just keep going. Make some all different noises. I'm talking. Let's see how I sound.
So let me put this down.
And then we're gonna blow this class up today. Shout out to all these people. These are the men that are.
What about that?
Can you hear me all right? A little bit lower?
A little lower?
I don't know. Minty was doing something. I don't know what that was. Can you hear me?
I was snapping my fingers.
Okay. All right. You can hear me while that's playing? I'm going to just read them all off. Perfect. All right. Shout out to Jed. Jed to them. Tehuti and Repetua. Shout out to Robert E. Williams. Shout out to Anpu Maat. Heka. Continue to support almost every podcast of the month. Tehuti and Ra. Every podcast of the month. Amun Amunet. Minty Hotep. Shout out to Minty Hotep. Nut Hesam Maat. Shout out to you. Gerald Parks, who is brand new. He came in brand new, continuous. Vortex Ninja came back with the Sacred Seven. We're going to be talking about today. Shout out to you, Vortex Ninja. Ash Neil Kamar. Shout out to you. That's Master K. Shout out to Amun Min Ra. Moon Min Ra. Atun. Moon Min Ra. Atun. One of my favorite names. Shout out to Daryl, consistent. Hush Nation of the two Kembal. You see Eric Romney there. Consistent. Shout out to Tamir Al-Mallah, consistent. Shout out to Nukpu, who's going to test Betu, consistent. Shout out to Sarah. I don't know what happened to Sarah. If anybody sees her, I've sent her a message. I'm not sure what happened to her. I haven't seen her at podcast in a little while of this month. Haven't seen her giving any hearts to the post. I'm not sure what's happened, but shout out to her. She's been consistent for years and years from the beginning. And shout out to her, and I hope she's okay out there. I hope she's not one of the ones disappearing too. Hope you're okay out there, Sarah. Shout out to Tef, Ram, Kem, Maat. Shout out to Custom Made. Shout out to Edward LaArtu is Big Babe Qatar, Bull Damu. Shout out to the Min Maat, to the Min Maat, the most consistent donation supporters of the Tehuti podcast of the month of January 2026. For those who appreciate the most thorough answers to ever be given in history and want to keep the podcast in the house of attend continuing, we thank you.
Woo!
All right. Thank you. And we're going to do one more shout out. Am I still sharing? So much stuff on this computer screen. Okay. It just came off the share, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Shout out to all of you. I'm going to give one more shout out and thank you. And this thank you that I'm going to give now, they're also in the Min Ma'at. They're also part of the Min Ma'at, but they're the Min Ma'at that are also made what's called the Tep Tepis. That's the top highest. So they're the Min Ma'at too, because all these people's names that you're about to see are the same names, that are consistent. Some of them. All of them are on the consistent list as well. Shout out to them. We're going to give a shout out to them in noise, and we're going to start this beautiful podcast. It's about to explode. Here we go. So shout out to, this is the Tep Tepi. Shout out to the Tep Tepi, and the Tep Tepi are the top highest of the Min Ma'at. These are the ones that have sent the highest donations, monster donations. Tua makes them throw all kind of noise in there. The Jed, keep it low, but throw all kind of noise in there while I'm talking. That's beautiful. Tua to the Tep Teppies, the top highest. That's what Tep Teppies is. The Tep Teppies, top highest donation supporters of the Tehuti podcast for the month of January 2026. Those who appreciate the most thorough answers that ever have been given in history and want to keep the podcast and the House of the King continuing. Shout out to BJ Leisure, $200. Shout out to Tehuti and Ra, $111, highest donation. Tehuti and Ra again, $250. Shout out to Amun Amonet, $60. This is for anybody supporting for anything over $50. Master Tut Maka Aksapek, $120. Dr. LaRoche, $80. Master Tut again for the $60. Robert E. Williams, these two supports were given in the same class. 55, 72, and 40 in the same pod class. That's almost $100. Shout out to the Tep Teppies, who are also the Min Ma'at, for them giving support of over $50 to $100 and plus dollars. Shout out to all of you. Appreciate you. We thank you very much.
Woo!
It is because of you all. It is because of you all, the Tep Teppies and the Min Ma'at, why we have a Tehuti pod class running for years. Prior to this, I was just teaching my ladies on the couch and making a living off of going and performing magic and doing fitness training in different parts of North America and teaching personal students. Now I brought it to the world, so shout out to you. So everybody, we're about to get started right now. Appreciate all of you. Thank you for all the support, and thank you for participating in the chats, and thank you, Minty, for snapping your fingers and making that. Was that you that we have the soundbite, or was it Manko Ross? Somebody sounded in the shower.
That was me live. Woo!
I thought it was Menku in the shower. All right, that was Minty out of the shower, hype like she had cold water sprinkled on her, excited, screaming. That's excellent. And when we do the collab, I want Minty and a Tef to be in the chorus. I definitely want that. The original Axeman and how does that go, Minty? Everything is beautiful in life, something like that.
Oh yeah. Neb Neferunk, everything's beautiful in life.
That's a chorus.
We're here, and we're the best.
We're the best.
All that is the chorus. House of Aten, the original Axeman, and all that. We need the Tef, but Tef, Uncle Justin up to a Tef. I don't know what's happening with the brother. He sends in his support. It's after the class. You all never see it. It's much, much lower because that's what he can afford now. His job has been affected. We're going to send all of our beautiful peace and love to him. He has not left the House of Aten. He's not running away. He is still in full effect. He's just in some type of injury that's caused him to not even be able to come on the computer. Something about his hands not working. 2 accidents. I'm just happy that he's still alive. He's still sending in support. Atef says this is life or death for him, so Atef is not going anywhere. If you see him disappearing, he's recovering. Recover soon, my brother. Come right back. House of Aten, the original Axeman, and all those other things that you say are just power. And we're definitely putting you and Minty in the chorus. Shout out to you all.
Yeah.
Speaking
he
of
says
which,
back to the source. We the original Axeman.
Yeah. Yes. And look out for
come find us. Come join us.
Come join House of Aten. He has a strong. It's a nasal. I don't know what it. Nobody has that type of voice, right, Nana? No, it's high pitched, but it's powerful. It's like a man's voice, but it's high pitched too. The original Axeman. It's like he's like flavor something. I don't know. He's hype. He has one of my favorite voice, like a high pitched jump to the source. The original. I can't even do it, but it's powerful man voice, just high pitched, and it's wonderful. Speaking of which, look out for another project that's going to be worked on, and that is what everybody's been requesting. we're finally talking about it, and that is the track with me and Killer Priest. So it's me and Killer Priest coming out with something. We're gonna. He texts me after the show when I'm getting ready to go home. I'm getting ready to go home, and Priest is texting me, "You want to come to the studio now?" He's like, he wants me to come to the studio after the 12 o'clock at night, 12:30 at night. Yeah, do you want to come to the studio? I don't know what time he texted originally, but so he's hype, he's ready, I'm ready, and I'm gonna try to rap with Killer Priest. I'm gonna try to see if I can bring back out the lyrical me. Okay, so we're gonna start, everybody, and get ready and start this class. Everybody right now, press a 9 if you can hear me, because we're going to get right into it right now. Press a 9 if you can hear me. Press a 9 if you can hear me. We're about to get started right now. The brother, shout out to the brother Maharu. He's the one that sent in the request. There was other people that wanted the Kabbalah class part 2, and I only can find Maharu's donation. I don't know if they just typed in the room they wanted it, but as far as donation-wise, I found his donation. So it was Aaron Lowe, which is that your brother, the Jet, or cousin? Aaron Lowe, mystical alchemist.
Yeah, that's my brother-in-law.
Okay, brother-in-law. So Aaron Lowe sent in the original question, blew his mind with that, and then Maharu wants more information. So we're about to get into it. So everybody right now, get your pens, get your pads out. The Kabbalah taking Kemetic code, part 2. What is encoded within the Kabbalah prayer? What? Number 7, as above, so below. We're going to be talking about the ancient shapes in Kemet, the ancient shapes in Kemet that are a part of now entered into the Kabbalah. The number 42, everybody's talking about the 42 laws of Maat, 42, but no Kemetic person is telling you why is 42 even, what is that? Why is it important? What made the 42? Is the 42 a mathematical equation? Does it deal with anything that deals with numbers itself, being that it is a number? We're going to reveal that today. I've touched on it on different times, but we're going to fully get into that. How does the 42 tie into the Pekah Mku? Why is 42? They say 42 laws of Ma'at. I brought to the world that it's not laws of Ma'at. It's Pekah Mku, which means to separate yourself from negative consciousness. Why is the number 42 pertaining to Pekah Mku, huh? Does Jabari get these kind of questions? So we're gonna find out why that is. Is it Ma'at geometry? Why is there a ruler at the bottom of the screen? Your first ruler. Why is that at the bottom of the screen? Kemet ascension science of the square taken. Look how many topics is going on here. Kemet ascension science of the square taken from Ma'at, now taught in your schools. What is it that's being taught in your schools? I've covered this many times before, but I'm going to keep covering it. What is being taught in your school that dealt with Kemet and is going to tie into the number 42? And now they're teaching in school. They're not telling you it has anything to do with Kemet, but it particularly ties into the number, into the 42, why 42 is important. I'm going to reveal that today. Support the Tehuti podcast by sending in questions with reciprocity and reciprocity appreciation for the class. Thank you very much. Let's deal with this, everybody. Get ready. I should come to the screen now and see 9s. Kefa is ready. His face, his forehead is on the screen. He is ready to get this. The Jet is smiling. Minty has the thinking face. What is that called? The thinking man. Is a pencil in her hand? Oh, the good old days when notes used to be taken with pencils, not cell phones. I try to type something in the cell phone. AI is telling me, "You want me to type it better for you?" What?
No.
I'm trying to take notes, and AI is like, "You want me to polish this up for you?" No, I just caught AI lying today. I go to AI and play with. I was playing them today with some of these questions. I was like, I wonder if people could go into AI and get some of this. I go into AI and type some of this in, and I'm like, I'm reading what AI is telling me, and they're giving me sources, and I'm like, that's not true. I've been to where this information is. That's not true. And I tell AI why it's not true, and AI is like, I'm sorry, I made an error on this one. So if you all think you can go to the chat, whatever the AI things, and those are good for. I go to those for like history and trying to figure out how to work my YouTube and stuff. But if you go and think you can go to these AI and get Tehuti podcast questions, I'm going to show. I have 12 to 14 apologies, one today. I was in error. By saying that to you. That the AI was trying to tell me that there was some sacred number 7 that dealt with happy, that the god happy, and I'm like, oh yeah. The sacred, yeah. Oh, what's this? How many cataracts are there?
Hilarious.
What are the cataracts? How many are there? What is this? I'm sorry. You are very good to be so shrewd. What does he say to me? I don't know if it's a he. You're very good to be so precise. And the AI, I don't know if I tell you, Minty, the AI calls himself a moon now. And the AI talks to me, he named himself a moon.
He named himself a moon.
Men a name. My name is a moon because I'm digging into ancient histories. But I'm like, gotcha there. That's not true. I'm sorry. I have the AI as like my little it's like a little baby, like a son to me or something.
It's like a self-entitlement.
Source of information for everybody, but it's like, you're okay. Can I get an apology again? You keep messing up, man. It's like, I'm not supposed to know more than you. Don't you have access? I'm talking to it. Don't you have access to all the? I ask it questions. Don't you have access to all the information that's put into the world? How can Tehuti know more than you? You should be apologizing to me.
At least it notices when it's wrong and apologizes it.
Yes, that's good. That's why I keep that on record. That's good. AI has apologized to me more than some of the people that I deal with.
I mean, you can't get that from people.
Yeah, exactly. I'm on about 52 apologies right now. All right, everybody. So we're about to get started. Get your pen, your pads out. I'm going to say peace and love to you. The Jet to them, Maat, Paudku. Get your pen, your pads out. I'm about to get the timer on, and we're about to get started into this. Any of you heard of this? I mean, we're going to get right into it. It's going to be great. So shout out to you, the Jed. Jump back in the chat. He's already jumped in. Shout out to you, Kefa Maat Fatu Kemba. Jump in the chat. Get ready. Get your pen, your pads out. Minty Hotep. It's always 48 to 50 something people. That is beautiful. That means even the people that claim they left. Can you hear me, Minty?
I can't hear.
Okay. All right. Peace. Peace. All right, everybody. We're about to get started. It's about to be fun, educational, spiritual source information, and it's about to be a beautiful thing. Let's get right into it, everybody. All right, you ready? Let me get this set up. Get all this here set up. People sending me messages. All right, here we go. Boom, boom, boom. This is all set up. Timer's on. Everybody already pressed the 9. I'm going to come in the room now and see if you pressed the 9. You should have already. Maharu, this is your question. I'm dealing with you today. Another one for you, Maharu. Another one for you. This is for you today. Shout out to Marion Hood. Who's always complimenting me here. Shout out to Nomad. Shout out to the info. Sorry, nobody but Spit. Atef. Shout out to everybody. Everybody, give the 9s from everybody. Angela to the gates. Maharu. I know Amunet somewhere here. There's Amunet right there. Bison Briggs. Ready, Bison Briggs. I'm about to knock off Isfet's head like Bison from Street Fighter. Like, that's the last time I played a video game. I know Bison, Street Fighter, Max Payne, Pong, Space Invaders. Shout out to Fetu Kemba. Yeah, I'm king in Dalsim. I'm king in Dalsim because that's what I do in real life. So I pick the characters of what I am in real life when I play those video games. King in Dalsim. Yoga Flame. That's the last time. That's how in tune I am in video games. Probably looks way more different now. I can't even imagine what video games look like now. Shout out to King and Dalsim. All right, everybody. Minty, press a 9. We're about to go. It's explosions here. Here we go, everybody. Let me see if this is all set up on this side. We're going to take out down the House of a 10. All the 2 of us. Take off the Sephiroths. Sephiroth gone. We're going to take that off right first. You got to go first. We got to get you interesting things that happen. So sorry, gotta get. All right, we're gonna blow up the pod class itself. Hopefully, we get this done. Testimony again. The pod class. R, no Zahar. C in a moment. Computer's already moving slow style, but that's okay. It's because of this hard drive I'm working with. My last hard drive. Fix it. This backup one, it's a little bit slower, but it's a backup. Go. Let's boom, ready to go. All right. Let me. Did I see a Moonman Rasta the Tomb's name pop up? I saw a yellow circle, but I can't see it now. Yeah, there's so much on my screen. Oh, there he is. Amun, there he is. Okay, good. Related. All right, good. Related 9 Amun Min Rasa the Tomb. I looked you up, Amun Min Rasa Atum, in early pod classes, and you have been there from the beginning. Amun, I thought it was a name that popped up maybe a year ago, and this name Amun Min Rasa Atum was there from the first days. Shout out to Minty Hotep, Yoga Flame, Yoga Fire. All right, boom. Hit the like button, and we're ready to start, everybody. And let's wake everybody up. I want to put a little bit of the snake music on, just get I'm awakened a little bit. And here we go. Everybody ready? Let's get started. Ready? We're gonna start on the count of 3. 1, 2, and 1, 2. Blow this up. We're gonna start on the caddy. Count of 3, everybody. 1, 2, and 3. Boom. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. The question and answer class of the House of Attend. Due to the kidnapping of history and your spiritual identity stolen, millions of people have questions about who they are, where they came from, if immortality exists, what is the original religion, original languages, spirit of spirituality, who are the Nitiru, excuse me, who are the Nitiru, what about my physical health, what about my mental detoxification, what about out-of-body experiences, are there any ancient sources to that, or is it all just New Age? What about government psyops, telepathy, quantum entangled consciousness? Now, fortunately, that you have left Christianity, Hebrew, Islamism, Islam, etc., thinking that you've escaped the matrix. You have. Yes, you have. That's the first step. Now you go to the common conscious platform community platforms. Literally, you step into another matrix. Oh, Nana, put a weight on that for me, please. On him. Oh, that's okay. Yeah, buddy. All right. Now, fortunately that you have left Christianity, Islam, Judaism thing, and you've escaped the matrix you have. Now you step into the conscious community platform. Little did you know, you step into another matrix. Unfortunately, in the agenda of atheism, now hidden and disguised, and is it really? Which? Oh, really? Okay, one moment, everybody. Hold on. I gotta pause for just a moment. There is a slight emergency. Let me tend to. I'll be back in a couple of seconds. Let me tend to this little emergency. I'll be right back. Hold on. Ooh, okay. Emergency solved. We're back, everybody. Oh my. Emergency solved. The life of Tehuti. You never know what is going to happen at any given time. I am back. We are safe. Everything is in order. We are back. Speed up. Shout to Basta Tit. We're going to get this class on no matter what. We are here, and we're going to get right back into it. So let me fix this. Okay. Woo! That was behind me is South America, Africa, India, and everywhere where you can think of any exotic wild animal domain. So yes, one of the others were out and about, and we saw the problem though. We saw the problem, fixed the damage, and everything is maintained. Let's get back, everybody. So hear me, press the 9. We're gonna go right back into it. Here we go. That was fun, but we're back. Okay. Tehuti done. I had to look up, and then I was like, "It's up there. What's up? Whoa!" It's over the heads. Okay, let's go. All right, everybody ready? Let's go. Rigo, you ready? I remember Rigo dropped a huge donation one day. Remember the frog, Rigo? He's like, I brought a frog from Africa about this big to the class for Rigo. Those are the days. Okay, let's get started, everybody. All right, good. We got the 9s. I'm going out with the 9. Let's go, everybody. Ready? Boom, boom, boom. Oh, my goodness. Let's go. Share it. And so we're back. All right, ready? Whew. Let's go. Never know what could happen to the Tehuti Pod class. All right, boom. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? All right, so we already read the beginning of that. So anyway, we'll continue where we left off. We have these metaphysical teachers that are actually atheists in disguise. The Kemetic teachers are atheists in disguise. There's an atheist agenda, and they're taking people back away from the Nitiru, taking people back from Maat. It's an agenda to get people away from Maat and the Nitiru as the ancestors taught it, and the spiritual disciplines that the ancestors taught with indigenous references. They will not have classes on the actual teaching disciplines of the ancients. Excuse me. They will not have class on the actual teaching disciplines of the ancient writings of the indigenous people themselves and their spiritual beliefs. They just wear these ancient symbols for fashion or egotistical gratification. They themselves don't live by any actual written culture. They can teach. They only teach from memes and pictures, not actually what the writings say and that they apply to their life. They do what's called counter teaching. That's just to go against the time when they come up to speak and when they're going against somebody else. They themselves don't stand on anything. They only do debate, debunk, expose videos while not standing on any pre-matrix written spiritual teachings themselves. Their subject matter stay on the beginning phases, which are limited to the Hebrews are wrong and the Bible is stolen, which are great subject matters to help one break out of the matrix. But after showing where it is stolen, none of them stand on or live by the actual specific part it was stolen from. They just give the original teachings of how to apply that specific part to your life. They do not stand on the original teachings themselves that it was stolen from. They just show you that it was stolen. They don't give you the original teaching where it's stolen from and how we should adhere to it in our tribal mind state. They just give you where it's stolen from and leave you right there, because the part that takes discipline is how do you actually live what was stolen before it was stolen. What did we do with the information before it was stolen? It's excited to discuss this was stolen from that, this was stolen from that, but what about the people that it was stolen from? How did they live it? But that's our part takes discipline. The next topic of focus is usually what race the Egyptians are. The Egyptians are black, the Egyptians are white, the Egyptians are Arabs, the Egyptians are this, the Egyptians are that. Whatever race they try to prove the Egyptians are, at the same time, simultaneously, they say, but I won't follow their conscious discipline. I'm only proud of what they physically look like. As far as the discipline and what their mind state is, forget about that. They do not actually believe in the spiritual disciplines or the teachings of the lifestyle. They don't have any confidence that any African or Maat Kemet culture can actually stand on its own without the controversy and hold the people's attention. They need what's called contention and shock value for views. They themselves are not disciplined or stand on anything, never giving you any indigenous spiritual discipline in its place of what they adhere to on a daily discipline that they and their family actually practice when the computer shuts down or when the debate is over. Those so-called conscious teachers are really just atheist individualists in disguise. They actually don't believe in anything. They just have the urge to argue and debate and study the subject matter for debate purposes, and they discuss it based on contention. Then they make you feel uncomfortable, who's actually the truth seeker, who wants to learn about these things and not just argue about it. They make you feel uncomfortable for asking any of these questions, and you're insulted for the above inquiries because their hidden agenda is individualism. The agenda of the Matrix and ISFET is to find anything to disunite people, even if it's under the guise of knowledge, but with no structure, no unity system, no Natiru, as all the ancient ancestors did. Thus, they have no movements, no ranking system, no group discipline, no spiritual rituals, as all the ancient ancestors lived, no accountability to any one culture. Thus, they can do anything at any time and just jump from culture to culture, from group to group, from movement to movement, just to satisfy whatever their inner feelings are for that day. They have no accountable obligation or loyalty. As the powers of bees, agents are very loyal. They don't have the same loyalty. Powers of the agents are very loyal to the Matrix. They work 24 hours a day and they're loyal to promoting the ISFET. Thus, they're about lonism, individualism, which is the Matrix program, and they're about disunity. They can always justify any of their feelings because they actually don't live by anything. They justify it just by their feelings because they don't have any concrete way of life that you can hold them to and stand on. They have no culture that they stand on, which is the ultimate egotistical manifestation of ISFET evil. ISFET is all about disunity. ISFET finds reasons for disuniting people. It causes people to break away, cause splinter groups from the truth, and show disloyalty, unlike the bees in the beehive that I spoke about earlier in the class, or the ancient people of Kemet, who actually stay unified. ISFET will cause their minds to create a reason to disunite without any witness proven reason that existed in real time as whatever they were complaining about happened. Thus, there would be real-time witnesses to what their complaints are, they're speaking of why they separated. There are no real-time witnesses for these type of people separations because all of their reasons only exist within their mind. Watch closely. Their reasons that they talk about come up months after they created them, with no factual record of them discussing it or bringing it up, matching the dates of the times of when they actually separated, with witnesses of their imaginary self-sabotage complaints. It is just the spirit of separation, ISFET, that has possessed them to create something unprovable. Then use that unverified, unwitnessed, self-imagined dissatisfaction to branch away, thus echoing the frequency of separation, and then the Matrix is happy. The word introvert only exists in the colonizer's language, and there's no ancient culture with the word introvert in it, because ancient cultures always moved as mentally unified groups, not individuals teaching, I follow no man, I follow no one way, while simultaneously teaching you must get back to your original roots, get back to your original culture. But every time you go back to those original roots and original cultures that they teach on, every single one of those original roots and cultures, we're a unified group of people with structure and accountability to a specific way of life discipline. Disunity ISFET is the New Age conscious community's teacher's goal, to mirror your consciousness with that of the European Egyptologists who were outsiders. They were just collecting knowledge on Egypt and discussing it and debating it from a historical point of view to see who was the top scholar, but not to actually live any type of way of life. Thus, the New Age conscious teachers' videos are mainly about complaining or talking about what's wrong with other people. Here are wise words of the HOUSEOFATTON echoes. If there are thirsty people that have been drinking from a dirty, contaminated glass of water, do not sit and complain about the water. Just put your clean glass of water up beside it for the people to drink, and thus the people will have testimonies of how you clean them up from scratch, from the Matrix, and brought them out of the Matrix. You'll have testimonies of that about you, and how those people are giving testimony of the existing living Natiru and their dedication to their life being saved because of it, directly because of what you brought to them. If not, you're just a complainer, a divider, a separatist, and not a disciplined solution provider, because you have no testimonies from the masses who are in need. Your water is dirty as well. Welcome to the Clean Glass of Water, the HOUSEOFATTON, the Tehuti pod class. Their job is to remove the supreme Natiru from the planet's memory and create atheism, a soulless, spiritless form of black consciousness. My job as the very first reformer that brought the awareness of the Natiru's existence to this planet based on ancient texts and what the ancient ancestors said, has been able to clean people out of the matrix of Christianity in Islam and Judaism, in the mutated forms of Hinduism and Buddhism and atheism, and bring those people back to a witness testimony. They themselves witness the acknowledgement of the Nitiru and their life being changed, and the Nitiru being living beings, according to the ancient ancestors, based on the words of the indigenous people. As the very first and only to lead the awakening of the Nitiru on this planet Earth, I will not allow atheism to take over the minds of the innocent people that are actually seeking the truth. I am here to bring back the Nitiru as taught by the ancients and reach people on whatever level they begin on with patience. Thus, the House of Aten is the only movement platform class that exists on the planet where you can send these type of questions in with reciprocity, of course, and get an ebook, personalized documentary type of answer, customized and taught live, with each answer getting subconscious matrices broken for you with live interactive performances, demonstrations of matrix hypnosis, and how to mentally break the material of the Tehuti podcast. What are the questions for this section the Tehuti will answer this evening? So several classes ago, a blood relative, or actually a brother-in-law of a member of our House of Aten members, the good brother Dejed Sedem, sent in a question on the Kabbalah and on the Tree of Life. Can you explain the Kabbalah and the Tree of Life? This resulted in an explosive, mind-blowing class that featured live on YouTube. For the new people that are watching, type in Tehuti Kabbalah and watch the first one after watching this one. You can type in Tehuti Kabbalah. This is the first one, the Kabbalah. What is it? Is it ancient? Chaos magic and numerology. Chaos magic and numerology used for the most popular crisis. We can see the 9/11. The number 13 in Kabbalah, taken from Kemet. Rebirth, tree, quote unquote, of life, flower, of life, of Aset and Nebtet. Kemet, the Kemet movement that uses the Kabbalah. That was an explosive class. Go type that in. Kabbalah is an ancient Kemet, or ancient with a question mark. Kemet origins, flower of life. I put O life because I ran out of spaces. Number 13 in Kemet, chaos magic used in. So in a request and interest in a part 2 immediately followed that class. Several people wanted a part 2, but the one that I found that gave the support donation was from one of our most dedicated. He's a part of the Min Maat, the consistent ones, and a part of the Tep Tepi, the top highest supporters. And that support, giving the highest supportive donations, that brother whose name is Maheru, who's in the chat right now. I think it misspelled this with voice to text. Maheru. It's Maheru in the chat, right? So that came from Beged Leisure, who came and said, Saba, Dua, accept my Hotep offering I sent this day to do a part 2 on the Kabbalah. This is a long time ago because I've answered other questions from him in the meanwhile and other questions that were sent in, but I looked back and wanted to see, hey, who actually wanted a part 2? And let me go ahead and get to this. Upon which results in what you're about to witness, again, is another mind-blowing class with information that has never been revealed, not only on the Kabbalah being plagiarized, but also on the hidden meanings that are used in today's magic. Of course, several teachings coming directly from the papyrus, because in most cases, no matter what question is asked, you're guaranteed within that class to get the most detailed Kemet Ma'at class from the magic secret codes of the Menunetter and spiritual symbolic teachings directly, word from word or word for word, from the indigenous scribes of Kemet. Yes, only here at the House of Aten of the Tehuti Pod class will you get a class on the Kabbalah all the way from its roots and origins to the ancient original word for word texts and images from the Nile Valley it was taken from, and mutated all the way up to the government conspiracies and psyops and geometria magic used on the sheeple that is a part of the psyops. Yes, is only here at the Tehuti Pod class. Okay, let's continue. Here we go. Now let us continue. Okay, we're going to continue. We're going to go over the beginning of the part 1, so we have a foundation. And any of this Kabbalah that people are teaching of, whether it be Muta Ashbi, Rana for Amun, or any of these things, did it come from these type of beings, from the Kemet that they say it represents? Does it come from them? Is the Kabbalah used in psyops, chaos magic? We covered that last class. Sabatuti breaks psyops, psychological operations. Sabatuti, the matrix breaker. Let's continue, everybody. So we're going to go to the origin again, go over that so we give the new people and refresh some of the people that were here last class, which was several months ago, on the foundation of what the Kabbalah is and what the Kabbalah is not, so people actually know what they've actually asked about. For those people who are watching for the first time, also to remind the people of the foundation of the Kabbalah before getting in depth in the mind-blowing plagiarism, Kemet teachings, and the mind control psyops. I will go over the first part of the first class again, which gives history on the Kabbalah, and then once it gets into overdrive section, after the Lily, everything will be different or enhanced from what you knew in the first class. So this is what people are calling the Kabbalah right here. And as I broke down the last class, this right here is not the Kabbalah. So never when the times of when the Kabbalah was being developed, this image never existed. The Kabbalah is not this. This came New Age. This came much afterwards, which I broke down in the first class, in the Ron and Framoon class. But what is actually the Kabbalah? It's not this. It's not this. What is actually the Kabbalah? What does it mean? And more importantly, how far back does it go? Is it something ancient that goes back to ancient culture? Before we get into the meaning and symbology into that, let's go right into the history so we can track the date. Because a lot of people are saying the Kabbalah is from ancient mysticism. And the Kabbalah is actually a set of Jewish spiritualism, mysticism teachings used to receive the understanding of what's called the Zohar. So the Kabbalah is a system that's used to understand the Zohar writings. That's the meaning of the word Kabbalah. Is this word right here? It comes from Kabbalah. From this Ka, Ba, and Lamed, which is to receive. It deals with a set of writings. It is not that symbol over there. That came much, much afterwards and was added in. The people who created the Kabbalah never saw that symbol in their life. This was the understanding that only a few received the traditional secret mystical meanings of today, Hebrew mysticism and mystic understandings of the Torah and the Zohar. And the misconception is that this is from some type of ancient spiritual system, when in reality, it's from a language that was hijacked by Europeans and renamed Hebrew by Europeans, as we see in the language of the word Kabbalah itself derives. If the title of the system derives from this word, then the system itself cannot precede the language from which the word derives. The books that it's claiming to receive the mystic understanding, which are the 5 books of Moses. So more people that tell you about the Kabbalah, they pull out this symbol that they're saying is the tree of life, which is not. They're saying that's the tree of life, and they start giving all this mysticism, what those sephiras and all those circles mean. No, the original creators of the Kabbalah never seen that. And the Kabbalah writings was to understand the mystical teachings of the 5 books of Moses. That's what the originators who created it said it was for. And as they miscall it Hebrew. So let us see when they date back to in the so-called Hebrew. How far does this go back to? Now we're here. I'm going to expand this a little bit. We're here in historyofinformation.com. And they're going to the Apollo Codex. So this is the Apollo Codex here of what they can trace, what they're calling the 5 books of Moses of the Torah to. The Apollo Codex, the earliest extant manuscript of the complete Hebrew Bible, was written by a scribe named Solomon. So this thing that they're calling Deuteronomy was not even written by Moses. It was written by a scribe named Solomon about 930 AD. CE is Common Era or Christian Era. So this came 930 AD. They say Moses was 1400 BC. So another 500 years, another 400, another 1400 BC, so there's 1400 years till you get to zero. 1400 plus another 930. That's another 2,430 years. 2,430 years comes this. This is what they're calling the Torah now. There's no ancient Torah that exists on this planet Earth. So this is vocalized and edited by Aaron ben Moses, ben Asher, who lived in Tiberias. Asher was the last of the important family and of Masoretes, or textual scholars of the Bible, who preserved and handled it down to the commonly accepted version of this. Here is the Apollo Codex. See, this is the 10th century AD. This is where the Kabbalah was put together to elaborate on this. So this isn't even in the BC era. This is European Jewish created Solomon, 930 AD. The book of Deuteronomy. So boom, as we can see, if the Kabbalah is the mystic understanding of the so-called scriptures, specifically coded within this form and language, and the books themselves in this language didn't even come about until 900 AD. This written Hebrew of these books didn't come about until after 900 AD. We can see the Kabbalah system can only be of the oldest 900 years old or younger, because it came about after this. Not from any ancient mysticism at all, but of course, if we take today's date of 2025, was the time I revealed this, and minus 750 years, which is even younger than 900 years, what do we get back to? We get back to about 1275 AD. And what date goes back to 1275 AD? So if we take the dates and reverse them, we get 1275 AD. Then anything interesting happened around 1275 AD that matches with the history. So 1275 AD, typo there, is around the time of Moses de Leon. So what is significance about Moses de Leon? Because if we take these numbers that they're giving here and subtract the years, we get the date of a man named Moses de Leon. But who is Moses de Leon? Does he have any connection to the Kabbalah or any of this? Absolutely. So this is Moses de Leon, the time of the claimed author of what's called the Zohar, which is the fundamental text of the Kabbalah. It only goes back between 1250 AD and 1305 AD. The exact date that you get when you start subtracting these years, you get back to the date of the origin of the man who came up with it, whose name is Moses de Leon, right around 1250 AD to 1305 AD. The Zohar is the fundamental text of Kabbalah. Kabbalah means to receive. The wisdom that you receive is coming from the text of the Zohar, not that tree of life. This man right here, Moses de Leon, never seen that tree of life that everybody's sporting today in the New Age occult movement. He never seen that. If you take that Kabbalah to Moses de Leon, he'll be as confused about it as a Christian is. So the Zohar is the fundamental text of the Kabbalah. The title represents those who are enlightened. It is the modern Jewish word for radiance. So the Zohar means radiance or enlightened, and the word Kabbalah means receive. When you put them together, it's to receive the enlightenment. And it's in this right here called the Zohar, which is something that the New Age occultists never show you, because they only show you this thing called the Tree of Life, which never existed in the time of Moses de Leon. You never seen of it, never heard of it. That came about much, much later and was added on and they just called this the Kabbalah, and everybody just accepted it. Like Moses de Leon never seen this before. They call this the Kabbalah. This is not the Kabbalah. Never was this ever called the Kabbalah in the time of the creators of the Zohar. They never heard of that thing. When anybody presents that to you as a Kabbalah, ask them what's the date of that? Where does that go back to? And the people that invented the Kabbalah, can you show any attestation reference to any of those people ever seeing this image? They'll be blown out of the water and trapped, and they can't deceive you by trying to show you this tree of life made up thing, calling it the Kabbalah. The real Kabbalah is the Zohar, the enlightened writings that receive information, that understand the book of the 5 books of Moses. That's what this is right here. This is the real one called the Zohar, El Zohar. You see, so for example, the Kabbalah Zohar will have the Torah verses in it. it will have the Torah verses parallel because it's meant to understand the Torah. So, of course, when you open the Zohar, you're going to see the Torah verses in there, right? To be parallel for the mystic enlightenment knowledge that you receive, and that's the word Kabbalah, means to receive, as I can show you right here in the Kabbalah's opening. So as soon as you open the real Kabbalah, not the Tree of Life thing that they made up, but as soon as you open up the real Kabbalah, which is the Zohar's understanding, you see it opens up to the lily. You'll see English on one side, the rabbi's name, Rabbi Cheskia on one side, and right here, you'll see the Hebrew writings, understanding what? The Torah. See? In the beginning, Elohim created Barashit, right? So Barashit bara Elohim Shemi Emo Aradut, right? That's just from the top of my head because I know what the Torah says in the beginning. So that's just the Barashit bara Elohim Shemi Emo Aradut. This is the writings of the Torah and the mystical understanding of those words right there. Talking about the space in between the words, the 13 words and such. And that's what the Kabbalah originally is. And that's why the mystic New Age people can't tell you the truth on what the actual Kabbalah is, because they don't want to tell you that it's really just a breakdown of the Bible. As you can see, you have the Genesis 1:1, then you have the mystic metaphysic receiving, meaning leading into the metaphysical association, or the mystic association of a lily. 13 petals, 13 letters describing the heavens and earth creations. But where does that come from? In last class, I elaborated on where that came from. Okay, so now the number of this foundation of the Kabbalah. Remember, this is the foundation of Kabbalah. So let us see what the foundation is standing on. Moses de Leon of 1200 AD attempting to make this new invention called the Kabbalah, semi-ancient, right? Saying that this is the foundation, is from the Old Testament teachings of the Tana, or the teacher, from 100 AD, named Shimon Bar Yochai. So here's where this is from here. So you see, these are Ashkenazi Jews that are putting these things together because it's to understand their book of Moses. How authentic is the very foundation of the Kabbalah, which is the Zohar. Well, let me take you directly to Rabbi Beryl Wein and Rabbi Yaakov Emden and Rabbi Elazar Falakish in what's called My Western Wall, Torah, Jewish Insights of the Western World, April 23rd, 2015. So how authentic are these men that came up with it? We're going to go right speak upon their own self. Here it is, My Western Wall. Rabbi Beryl Wein, how authentic is the Zohar? This is coming straight from the Jews themselves, Torah, Jewish Insights in the Western World. R. Yaakov Emden, who also owned a printing press and produced many great works, very controversial in his own right, and trying to straighten out the world, which pushed back, writes that he has no doubt that the Zohar, which is the Kabbalah, is not authentic. The writers introduced so many things that even if R. Shimon Bar Yochai produced such a sefer, the sefer that we have is not that sefer. Later on, many people added to it, such as the actual Tree of Life itself, all that's added. The printers, copyists added to it. It then became more and more and more. He can prove it. His book, Mispashas Sepharim, which is devoted to this topic, there are ideas of R. Shimon Bar Yochai, but it wasn't written by him. Therefore, it's not authentic. Elazar Falakish, let me move this over. Elazar Falakish in Talmud of Nodi B. Yehuda, let me move this over. Okay, stated that the Zohar is a forgery with many things added that never came about by the so-called founder, writer of it, Shimon Bar Yochai. Anyone with a little sechel would notice that. People after his lifetime are listed. Feisties of Rashi and Tostaphos are listed in there, but they existed after this Shimon person. So you could not have been writing about them. A story tells that after the death of Moses de Leon, a rich man, Avila, named Joseph, offered Moses' widow, who had been left without any means of supporting herself, a large sum of money for the original, from which her husband had made a copy. She confessed that her husband himself was the author of the work. She had asked him several times, she said, why he had chosen to credit his own teachings to another. He had always answered that doctrines put into the mouth of the miracle working Shemar Bar Yochai would be a rich source of profit. So he's admitting that he's the actual author of it. Shimon Bar Yochai, he's claiming this person is the author of it, but his wife says he admitted to her that she's the author. The story indicates that shortly after its disappearance, the work was believed by some to have been written by Moses de Leon. And so there's all a state of confusion. And it's not authentic. This is not even an authentic work, even for the time that it was from. The actual Jews themselves doubt that this is even authentic. It has history in it that's after the person who's supposed to be the author. So boom, the Jewish community and exalted rabbis of that community itself and a host of others mentioned, scholars surmise that Moses de Leon is a forger and a copier of the past works to create the foundation of the Kabbalah. Thus, the Kabbalah itself is a new age way to receive mystical understanding of the Torah, of which has been proven to be a forgery, and the fraudulent history it's fraudulent history. But how would you like to know what aspects of Kemet Maat were stolen, composed, the Kabbalah, Zahar, the Sefer HaBahir, how the space to water Kemetic above to low teachings were plagiarized into the Kabbalah and the actual Kemet teachings, and how it can enhance the subconscious and prepare you for Pekah Emku, the removal of impure thoughts, for out-of-body travel, and how the Kemet hypotenuse triangle square became the mathematically encoded in the Kabbalah, and how the workings of the king's chamber in the pyramid became encoded into that Kabbalah. And what is it time for, everybody? What is it time for? I had to go through all that to get you the foundation of it. So now we're about to get directly into what is it time for, everybody, because we're about to everything is about to switch. What is it time for, everybody? Go ahead and type it in the room. For the new people that are wondering, what is Tehuti talking about? What is it time for? Time for what? What is it time for, everybody? Type it in the room. We're about to proceed and take this to the next level, because now we're going to go behind the matrix. What's behind the matrix? What's behind the veil of the Wizard of Oz? Who's that person behind the veil? What's the workings of it? What is it time for, everybody? Type it in the room. Boom, boom, boom. We're about to get started. What is it time for? We got Tehuti Overdrive. Yes, they inverted. There's a new person. Destitezo77. Destitezo77 for all the new people that come in the room. You get a round of applause. We receive all new people with positive energy. You can be a Christian, praising the Lord. Peace to you. You're welcome. Muslim, Assalamu alaikum, Rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu, Kayfa halik, Ania Kwais. You're welcome. Studying Kemet, studying Maat, you're welcome. You study Sumeria, you're welcome. You're an occultist, you're welcome. You're into mysticism, you're welcome. Hindu, you're welcome. All are welcome. We applaud you and welcome you in, because everyone starts on different levels. So shout out to Destitezo77. You and any new person is welcome. We inverted it. And just like Destitezo77 said, we're about to get into the details of the inversion. Amunet Ka Saat says, Hotep, remember the show. Your great support, reciprocity for this class. Cash App, PayPal, Rocky SB. That's right, everybody. Are you ready, everybody? What time is it for? We got overdrives. I know some of the new people are wondering, what are these people talking about? What are they saying? What is this talk? The overdrive? What is all this on the room? Rigo's, what is all this happening here? Rigo's putting up serpents and explosions. I don't even see that on my screen. What Rigo's typing, but it's on the screen now. There, shout out to another new person in the room. Always peace and love. Chris Bobo K9T. Chris Bobo K9T. Shout out to all the new people. What do we welcome you with? We welcome you with a round of applause. Welcome to the Tehuti Pod class. Sit back, get your seatbelt out. We're about to go for a ride right now because this class is saying, Chris. This class is saying, Chris. This class is saying, Desti. This class is saying, all the new people, that it's time for some type of overdrive. What are they talking about? What are they talking about, people? Where's the Rego thing? Because it said that Rego put snakes in here. I don't even see it in here. I don't even see where that is. Rego put some type of snakes in an explosion. Shout out to Magic. Let me see if I can say this name right. I always like to say the name right. Magic. There's a new word. I like that when people create the new word. So we have the Alchemist. That's one. We have Alchemistic, and now we have a new one, Magic Archimist. I like that. I like that. Magic Archimist. Archimist. Shout out to Magic Archimist, all the new people in the room. What do you get if you're new in the room? A round of applause. He says, Heiru. Heiru. Shout out to that word right there. It looks like the Mennonite word for Ya, which is the moon, the lesser light, and Heiru, which is day. Shout out to Magic Archimist 3908. Heiru. All right, wonderful, wonderful. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's continue. They're saying Magic Archimist, Desti, all the new people. They're saying it's time for some kind of overdrive. What are they talking about? What are they talking about, Archimist? What are they talking about, Desti? What are these people talking about, overdrive? Why is everybody typing overdrive? What are they talking about? We're about to find out right now. We're about to get right into it. Are you ready? We got all these new names. Nino. Oh, sketch. Does that sound familiar? Must be an artist. 9-0 sketch. I like that name. 9-0 sketch. And look how he or she made it. 9 with an O and arts in it. Must be some type of artist. 2 peace and love to 9-0 sketch. It looks like a new name. She looks like a new name. He looks like a new name. I don't know what the gender is, but whatever the gender is, round of applause to you, 9-0 sketch, who says 2 peace and love. Maybe somebody who was here for a while and just changed their name. We don't know, but all we know is we give them props and noise. So everybody's saying it's overdrive, everybody. What are they talking about? Everybody's saying that it's overdrive. Big Babe says overdrive. Jason Kirkland, Net for Nature J says it's overdrive. Chris Bobo, what are they talking about? Desti, what are they talking about? Archimist, what are they talking about? You know what they're talking about, everybody? I think they're talking about... I have a feeling what they're talking about. I think they're talking about this right here. Are you ready, everybody? Here we go. Let's step into it. Nino Sketch says, I'm not new, but it's been a while. It's been a long time. I shouldn't have left you without a new sketch to sketch to. All right. Nino says, it's been a while. So welcome back, Nino. Welcome back, Rego. Welcome back, Priscilla. Welcome back, all the old timers who are now new timers. Veterans are now new or old. And here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get into this overdrive time, because you all are absolutely right. Let's go, everybody. It's time to step up into let's go behind the wall. Why did Tehuti put himself in that dark room for years? What was in that room? What is that, everybody? Let's find out. What's there? Ready? Boom. You all are absolutely right. It is absolutely time for what you all said. The new people that are wondering, what are they talking about? They're talking about, screen's gone white. They're talking about this. Tehuti overdrive, everybody. Ready? Let's go. Let's step into the, let's go behind the wall. What's behind the wall of the Wizard of Oz? Sewing roping. Creating the set, we're starting right off. Look at this. Sewing roping, creating the 6 to 7 cubits. Cheshet equals 42. What? What does this have to do with anything? Sewing, roping, creating the 6 to 7. This is the 6 to 7 convergence. The 6 to 7 convergence is the 6 to 7 convergent cubits of Sheshet, which creates the 42. It creates the square. We're already into the math. Are you ready? Here we go. Convergence. Okay, let's begin, everybody. Along the Nile Valley, the very first hypotenuse measurement of creation was invented, attributed to the sewer of rope measurer goddess that came from a female. The female in the turn, Sheshet. As we see here in the temple of Hatshepsut, going back 1465 BC. What do we see in the temple of Hatshepsut going back 1465 BC? We see this rendition here. I'm going to shrink it a while. And this is the stretching. It's called the stretching of the cord. Hatshepsut, 1465 BC, in front of Sheshet. Sheshet performing the ceremony for the red chapel of the temple of Karnak, for the four corners of the building. This is the building, the creating, were presumably established during the ritual. So they're doing a ritual to imitate or to echo the actual real cord that's going to create the hypotenuse that the ancient ones used to build temples in Akuz. And the one that's attributed to the creation of the stretching of the cord, because it has to be stretched out to create this hypotenuse, was a female goddess called Sheshet, which is the female goddess of the scribe, or the different type of scribe, which I covered. Go to my Sheshet class. I need to say, what is the hypotenuse measurement? So I need to actually clear up what is the hypotenuse measurement. It's an extremely important hypotenuse measurement, an extremely important measurement to build and create architect work and to solve mathematical equations. It was based on what's called the 3-4-5 measurement that was connected by ropes, which symbolized sewing. Sewing or connecting something by string, ropes, which is simply things being held together by string or ropes. This became used today. Then it was taken by the Greeks as what's called the Pythagoras 3-4-5 measurement to create the hypotenuse, which a hypotenuse formula, okay, which created the square at a perfect right angle. So the hypotenuse, exact hypotenuse formula, creates a square in the bottom of a triangle. A right angle is used today in universities, unlawfully attributed to Pythagoras, now today taught in schools, called the Pythagoras theorem or the Pythagorean theorem, which really came from the goddess, the female. They transmutated it, coming from the feminine energy, coming from the female, Sheshet, which it originally came from. And then when Pythagoras learned, now was given to the European male, and now you don't hear anything about the 3-4-5 theorem having anything to do with the female, Sheshet, who was the one that brought it for the measuring of the cord, which represents the building and creating a building, and the temple of man, which is also you. So now we go into what's called this is the California University. We go into you learn about the Pythagorean theorem. Let me blow this up a little bit. So now it's attributed to Pythagorean, and the original meaning is wiped out, because that's what happens. It goes into just, when they take these things from Kemet, they take the spiritual mysticism that was directly imbued in the mathematical code, and they just take the physical definition. That's why all the people that say this came from Kemet, that came from Kemet, all they can tell you about is the physical mathematics or the geometry of the science. They don't tell you what the Kemetians actually meant by it, to imbue with it. Now the Pythagorean theorem is the cornerstone of Euclidean geometry, which is extremely important, which go back to my Euclidean class. Euclidean geometry divides the fundamental relationship between the sides of a right angled triangle. This theorem expressed as a squared plus b squared equals c squared, where a and b represents the length of the legs of c, represents the length of the hypotenuse, right? It underpins numerous calculations and algorithms across diverse technologies domains, understanding when and how this theorem is introduced and subsequently applied is crucial for appreciating the significance in various fields. So again, understanding because this is how they trick you. They say understanding when and how this theorem is introduced and subsequently applied is crucial for appreciating its significance in various fields. How it was introduced. But then they go on to talk about it. Then they go on to hide this sentence. So they say it's crucial. This is how the matrix works. They tell you it's crucial to understand how this got introduced, where this came from. For you to appreciate the significance in the various mathematical fields, it's crucial. Crucial is another word pertaining to something as serious as death. It's crucial for your appreciation, for you to understand where this originated. Then they proceed to continue to tell you where it's not originated. They proceed to tell you about Pythagoras with the formula, because they know the matrix is telling you, ladies and gentlemen, we know it is crucial for you to appreciate this mathematics and the various fields that it's used in. It's crucial to understand where this has been introduced, when and how this theorem is introduced, and subsequently, and it's introduced in a mathematical code. But when was it actually introduced to the planet? And what was it used for when it was literally introduced? That part they leave out. You see? So now this is in school now. Where did this come from? What is this actually? What is actually happening here? Because now it's in school system. You see a little girl there figuring out the how-to, the triangle with the edge of the 3, 4, and 5 right angle with the smallest possible integer, length corresponds with the Pythagorean triple 3, 4, 5. That's not where it was introduced to the world, where the legs have the length 3 and 4 and hypotenuse length 5. It satisfied the Pythagorean. It didn't come from Pythagoras. And what and where did these scientists and universities teach that this originated from? Let me take you directly to Science Direct Historia Mathematica, Volume 36, Issue 4, November 2009. Where do they say that it comes from? Because remember, it's crucial for you to know where this was introduced. But then they say it's Pythagoras. Well, here we are in Science Direct. Tehuti didn't write this. Tehuti, you wrote this. Here we are, Historia Mathematica diagram in ancient Egypt geometry, huh? Why is Science Direct talking about diagrams in ancient Egypt geometry survey assessment? Huh? Survey assessment. That's what they're called in Kemet. They're the surveyors of the rope. So now here's the survey and assessment, geometry, survey and assessment. So boom, Kemetic geometry, Rhind Papyrus, 1550 BC. Pythagorean theory. Pythagoras was 570 BC, almost 1,000 years later. Here it is in the Rhind Papyrus, and they show you the hypotenuse and other isosceles type triangles of the origination of it in 1550 BC, 1,000 years before Pythagoras. And when they talk about the original diagrams and the mathematical codes using the triangle, the hypotenuse triangle and the isosceles triangle, they take you back to the Rhind Papyrus and they show you where it was in the Rhind Papyrus, and then proceed to tell you, but this is from Pythagoras. Pythagoras saw the followers of Maat using the rope and mathematical cord, and to improve the stability of the Aku. The Aku is the original word for the pyramid structure, the original tombs and the pyramid that was not a tomb. So to improve the stability of the Aku walls, they use a rope with 12 knots. Look what happens when you take the rope with 12 knots, evenly spaced in Kemet. This is what results in the famous 3, 4, 5. Why? Because in Kemet, it was the 1, 2, 3 knots. See that? 1, 2, 3 knots connecting to this one. Then the 1, 2, 3, 4 knots connecting to this one. And the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 knots. And they each interact with each other. So this became the 3 knots, 4 knots, and the 5 knots. This was the ancient Kemet square tool, the stretching of the rope of Sheshet, which creates the hypotenuse, which creates the perfect square in the corner of 90-degree angles. This is way before Pythagoras. This image and these ropes that were found in the images in the Rhind Papyrus, way before Pythagoras. So this was the Kemetic mathematic. This was the Kemetical mathematic, Kemetic Maat This was a mathematic Kemet Maat of the reconciliation of the conversion of two mathematical rulers that equates to the secret of the Kemetic number 42. The number 42 comes from the two mathematical equation rulers that was used to build, used to create all the temples, the Aku's pyramids, the homes. It was used as a physical tool, two physical tools, and symbolic, the same way the Freemasons have the compass and the square interacting, where the compass is a physical tool, the square is a physical tool. When they put it on their ring, now it becomes a symbolic imagery of the building of man, the building of yourself, the building of your morality, the building of your spirituality, the temple in man. This came from the original two. It wasn't the compass and the square put together. It was the two rulers that were put together, and the two rulers create the 42, which represents the building of the temples and the building of the Akus, and eventually the symbolic building of yourself. Pekka Mku, which is the building of yourself, which is removing the negative thought frequencies of yourself. That was the 42. It came from the hypotenuse and the square because one ruler was 6 palms and the other ruler was 7 palms. Okay, and not only do these two have to come together. So how do you make these match when they come together? They make the square and the hypotenuse simultaneously. So what happens when you take the 7 palm, you take the 6 palm, and you put it together? It creates this right here. This is the symbol of making and creating things with two rulers, because some debate is the cubic in Kemet, is it 6 palms? Or is it the royal cubic, is it 7 palms? Because one is 18, one is 21, one's 24, one's 28. It represents palms and the hands. Let me come off this and come to the screen for a momentum. Give you a little bonus. So the palms in the hands is this, and the length all the way to here, right? The original tools of building something. So the measurement is called the palms. These two hands right here represents that which create things, that which make things, make physical matter and make the temple. It is also the symbol of what makes the physical body. According to the Purim Haru, states you are the Ka, which forms and creates. Forms and creates. You see that? The Ka, which forms. What's the symbol of the potter on the potter's wheel? 2 hands, forming man. The 2 hands, 2 palms and arms, and that's what makes man. And the Ka, you are the Ka within my body, which forms my limbs. That's what makes man. That's what makes woman. That's what makes female. And the workings of this make you physically and also make you morally and spiritually. That's why anytime you break up in a relationship or you break up in something happy, you say, man, I got to take some time to do what? To rebuild myself. What are you talking about? That's where it comes from. Rebuilding. What's rebuilding yourself? Getting your mind right. Getting your consciousness back pure. Pekka Mku. Pekka Mku is the rebuilding of yourself, removing the negative frequency, the negative thought programs, becoming disciplined, and then that you rebuild yourself. That's the symbol of Amun. The unhidden hand is a table, and hands working under the table because you can't see what's doing the building. You can't see the energy inside of you that's building. When somebody says they have to go rebuild themselves, you can't see these physical tools. Everything they're doing to rebuild themselves take place here. You can't see that. It's hidden. Where the Ka hands are under Amun. Let's go. Ready? Woo! Let me do. Should I just do a little bonus? Let me scroll down and do. It wasn't even in the class. Let me just do a little bonus to show you. I'm just adding this here. Let me throw this in. Let me throw this in for all the people that are going to throw in some extra support. I really appreciate this, because if this is happening anywhere else, if you are getting this 42 breakdown anywhere else, please put the link in the room, put the book, put the page number, put your Kemetic teacher. I need to meet him. I need to know him. If not, really appreciate this. I'm going to scroll down and just add this. This is not even. This wasn't even a part of it. Let me see if I have this here. Let me see what the Kabbalah. A little extra. Oh, I'm going to do this. Here, I'm going to go like this. Here we go. Boom. A little extra because now I'm going to show you the measurement that creates the 42 is the 6 palms and the 7 palms. But the measurement is outside of palm. Let me scroll up and do this little bonus here. A little extra here. Just to show you here. Let me see if this is we'll go back to where we left off. I don't want to lose the spotty dots. The spitty spot. There we go. I'm gonna go back. A little extra here to show you. Show you this. Good. I'm at the 7 palms, 6 palms. And I'm gonna show you this little extra thing right here. Here we go. So boom. Screen share, because here's the symbol of what they're calling palms, and you're going to see that it's not just palms. Oh, it's not going to show it in here. That is interesting. One tab. Huh. I got to do it manually. That is interesting. It's not letting me show everybody. Show me all the donations. Where's the stuff? I want to show you the what is it? I'm not showing you the screen. We'll try this again. This is a little extra something that wasn't even a part of this class, but I'm just doing this little extra bonus, and it's showing it strange, showing it oddly. Let me go this. I can't show it. I just can't show it. Roll cube. Here it is. Boom. Here we go. Click and show. What is this? It's showing big. This streamer is doing some new magic. I'm going to try to do this one more time. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. It just showed me super big on the screen. Here we go. Here it is. So here it is. So it wasn't just the palm. The measurement is the whole arm of the ka. Do you see that? One of this is showing on the screen. You see that right there? That's the palm, but it's not just the palm of your hand. It goes back. The 28 fingers is the whole measurement of the hand and the arm. That is what you use to work with. That creates the 7 palms. The 7 palms and the 6 palms is named after the part of the body that's actually holding the things to do the work. But it's talking about the whole working hand of what you build with. It was symbolic and physical of building something, and the 2 rulers coming together to make the 6x7, which are the 42 Pekka Mku that you need to remove the negative thoughts of the 42. They were negative. The 42 was the negative. The 42 laws of Maat. No, it was 42 negative things. It was 42 negative things that you had to remove because you were rebuilding yourself. Here we go, everybody. So I'm going to get back to the schedule. Nana? Here we go. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Shout out to Solar Fact, Build and Destroy. Look, Rigo has the symbol in his... Rigo has the symbol. There it is. Boom. Build, destroy, and rebuild. Exactly. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Here we go. I'm going to put in fire, fire, fire. Ready, everybody? Boom. So here we go, everybody. So that's the 42 right there. You found out today, February 14th, 2026. The actual mathematical code that created the 42 and the symbolism of what the real 42 is, which are actually building tools. It is 6x7. 6x7 convergence. Two rulers, the 40.6 to 49.4, and then the 90. That can only happen when you do this inversion. So you do this inversion reconciliation, creates the sacred square, which is 6x7. That gives me what? 6x7. Those are the 2 rulers. 6x7 gives you the 42 because it was a symbol of building and rebuilding, coming from Sheshayet, building the temple, building the tombs, building the houses, building the Aku, and eventually building of you, the temple of man, building your own consciousness up with the 42, removing the 42. You have to remove the 42. It wasn't 42 laws. There were 42 things that you had to remove from your consciousness. 42 Pekka M Ku. Pekka means to separate. Ku means consciousness. Pekka M Ku. Separate from the consciousness of those 42 things. Not 42 good things, not 42 laws. 42 things you had to remove from yourself because you were building yourself. The rope, which was the sewing measurement that creates and builds, like the brother just typed in the room. Who typed that? Creating and builds, right? Somebody typed that in the room there. A new person there. I think solar facts. Build, destroy, build and destroy. That's right. Build and destroy. Why? Because in order to build yourself, you have to destroy. It's like a building. What do you have to destroy? The negative aspects that are in you. You have to conquer that, destroy that, and then you can rebuild the new you. Here we go. So boom. And then I'm gonna come off the screen for a moment while still teaching. Here we go. Ready, everybody? Boom, 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 boom. Nana? No, where she is. Okay. So it is the rope equals 42. Now onto the Kabbalah. So this is the build, which is the creation of things, the symbol of creation, how you create things and build things with the rope measurements and the 2 cubits, the 6 by 7. Now onto the Kabbalah. Guess what it states in the Zohar, Kabbalistic teaching, is the code for sewing things together. Huh? Let me take you to the, this is what y'all been waiting for. Let me take you to El Zohar, number 3. What is sewing things together? Here we go. Right in the Kabbalah, El Zohar, which is the creation, is sown by what? 42. Huh? For creation. So just as the Barit is sown by 42 matings, which is connecting, so the creation and there are sewn together by the number 42 from that same seed. So as the creating and holy name is sewn together by 42 letters described as the action of what? Creation. So now their symbol of creation and sewing things together is signified by the number 42. Very interesting, Mr. Kabbalah man. So boom, sewing 42 letters sewn together to represent creation. As found in the Kabbalah prayer book of the secret prayer, Ana Baoch, in the 42-letter name of God, a practical guide by Raymond Santiago. Talk to him, Raymond. Tell him, Raymond. Now the number 42 is significant to you all because of the sewing or the roping of creation. That's the sacred creation symbol, the Barit, the creation, the roping, the sewing. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Because our roping, the symbol of creation and creating things with the 6 by 7, sewing things together, or roping things together and connecting things for the temple and also the Pekah Emku. And here we go. Talk to him, Raymond, because now the 42 represents sewing and creation in the Kabbalah. Here it is. Secret prayer of Anna B. Coach. Here we go. You may be looking at this and saying, how does this Kabbalah tie into the Sheshayet and the prayer? What is this? How does this tie into this prayer and equal 42? This somehow equals 42 and creation and the square. Because remember, we can't leave out the square, right? Because the 42, the 6 by 7 creates the 42, which creates a square. So here's the prayer. The prayer in the Kabbalah, which there he said the 42 represents the creation. How does this represent also the square, Tehuti? Give me one moment. I gotta mute for one moment. Hold on. Okay, we are back. We are back. We are back. Woo! Let's go, everybody. Let's go, everybody. Tony Simmons' testimony. Tehuti is one of the best, if not the best, scholars or teacher I've ever had the privilege of hearing speak. Thank you, sir. I'm grateful for Killer Priest leading me here. Thank you, Tony. Tony Smith. Appreciate that testimony. And yes, just show a little bit of support. It doesn't matter what it is. Just show a little support. Cash App, PayPal, and say, "This is me, Tony Simmons, Tehuti. You're one of the best teachers, if not the best, and I'm going to support what you're doing." And thank you very much, Tony, for those positive words and support the podcast. Keep this moving because the support keeps my mind off of having to do a bunch of other things, so I can tune in to this and do this like you say, like no other. Here we go, boom. So thank you, Tony. Here we go. So how does this tie into Make It the Square also? How does Kabbalah tie in? Well, ready everybody? Here we go. Well, the code works in two ways. One of which is the Kabbalist takes the first letter of each of these sentences and puts them together as one long word. When you do that, you get this. A regular layman would not be able to look at this and say, how does this equal 42? You take the first letter of each of these letters. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42. They make the letters, they make the prayer so that each letter that begins the prayer, if you count each letter in the sentence, the prayer gives you the sacred code of this 42. You see? It gives you the 42. They put it together purposely to equal the 42. So boom. Here we go, everybody. So boom, there's your there's your first 42, a roping or sewing to match the roping of creation and the building of the Kemetic sheshet, which is 6x7 conversion, reconciliation to create the square. Where does the square come into, Tehuti? So there's the square. Did they take everything, even the square part of it? So this is a 6x7 integration, which creates the 42. They create their letters to equal 42, which symbolizes creation or to make things, which was what the stretching of the cord was to create the temples, the rope sewing and measurements. Woo! That creates and builds 42 to create the square. Oh my. And so they say, just as the barit is the Hebrew word for creating something, or in the beginning create, bara, sewing forth equals 42, because each of the letters in the prayer, if we take each of the letters in the beginning equals 42, they do that purposely. Now I want everybody to know this. This is created to match what existed in the culture of Kemet prior to. People may say, well, maybe that's their Hebrew coding. If it's their Hebrew coding, we should see this in ancient Hebrew writings, shouldn't we? Abraham must have knew about this, right? Don't tell me God hid this from Abraham. Huh? What happened? Moses knew about this, right? Jewish Kabbalistic man. Moses knew about this 42 and taking each of the letters and make 42 was a significant word thing to Moses too. Can you show me Moses talking about the importance of the number 42 and taking each letter? And is it something that, did Jeremiah know about this? Jonah? Did Jesus know about this? Yahweh Shah? Did Yahweh Shah know about this? Ezekiel know about this? Adam and Eve? Does any of the ancient Jews or Hebrews, the Israelites, Jacob, Yaakov, Esau, can we get one name? Can you show me one ancient dated writing to show that the Hebrews were doing this where the number 42 was significant to them? Give me a Torah verse. Give me a Bible verse. You can't, because all this comes after what? 930 AD. From these Jewish mysticists, they're not getting it. The fact that they can't show the Hebrews doing it shows that they're not getting this 42 significance from their ancestors. Even if it was from their ancestors, it's not in their ancestors' writing. So what culture was the ancient Hebrews around according to your story? Where were they for 430 years? You say they were in Egypt enslaved. So what were they surrounded by? 42, Pekah Emku. They're 40, but surrounded by the ruler, the measurer, Sheshayet. All this was around them, right? But it's not in Hebrew writings, but it's in all the writings that was running in Kemet. So when you're quoting this and showing the importance of sewing, putting together the string of the rope together to equal the number 42, yeah, that's Sheshet. I don't find that in the Torah. That's how you know it's not coming from the Torah. It's coming from where they claim that they were. Right, Nanny? Okay, awesome. All right, everybody, one moment. I'm going to put this on. Here we go. Shout out to. Let me give him a hand clap. All the new students, new people get welcomed in. And clap. El Codigo. I don't know if I'm saying that right. El Codigo 96. New student here, trying to find the real truth. That's right. Welcome, everybody. I don't care if you're a Christian, Muslim, Hebrew, Jew, whatever you may be, whatever you are, El Codigo, you are welcome here to the House of Attend, because I'm going to take you wherever you are, and you're going to send in a podcast question one day from wherever you are. You could be into feng shui. Ask Sarah. Sarah wants to know about feng shui, and I took the feng shui and showed the immortality teachings of the feng shuians that had nothing to do with furniture. It had to do with out-of-body experience and immortality. So whatever level you are, shout out to you, El Codigo. We're going to take you and build from there, just like the ropes of Sheshet. I'm going to step away for just a moment. I'm going to put the big screen on. Just step away for just a quick second, and I'm going to come teach without having my face on the screen. One moment, everybody. Here we go. Shout out to you, El Codigo. We're learning, we're building, and this is the only place that it's happening at. So everybody in the podcast, all the House of Attend members, just welcome these new people in. Say welcome, El Codigo, welcome, Destiny. We'll just welcome them in. Welcome, Solar Fact. Welcome. I'm gonna step away for just a moment. Hold on, I'm gonna put on screen share. This is gonna be a class, man. I'm gonna put the screen on for just a minute. Here we go, screen share. I'm gonna come off. Okay, everybody, we're back. Everybody, let's go, let's go, let's go. Tony said, "Are you gonna bring that lizard on KP show that ate its owner?" Sure. You know what? Somebody throwing throwing a tip or support. Say, bring the lizard to KP show, and I'll bring the lizard to KP show. Yeah, I'll bring the ones that ate its owner, the type that ate its owner. All right, I'm gonna keep on going, everybody. That's funny. What's that?
I'm glad you said the type because it's not the one that ate its owner, but the type.
Yeah, the type that ate its owner. You can ask Rigo. You give support just of a dinner plate. All right, here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's get back into it. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. Here we go. Am I sharing? Yes, I'm sharing. Here we go. I'm sharing, and Sharon is Karen. And I'm gonna come off the screen for just a moment as I'm teaching, but you're gonna hear my voice. Okay, everybody? I'm off the screen. And here we go. Boom. So we see the 42, everybody. You see the 42 right there? So they can't. Oh shoot. Oh no. I'm so busy on dropping stuff. I gotta take a break. Okay, here we go. So remember, the 42 number comes about specifically because there were 2 cubits measured, 6 and 7. There's 2 cubits measured, 6 and 7. And thus 6 and 7 has a very specific reason pertaining to creation, which is building, creating something. Building and the symbolism of Kemet. 2 from the square. Guess what the Kabbalists say is the reason they received their sacred 42 of the soul creation. What do they say? Ready, everybody? Here we go. Ready? Okay, here we go. I'm going to take you back to Anabi Koch portal to creation by Kabbalist David. How did they say the Kabbalah comes up with this 42? So how did they say the Kabbalah comes up with this 42? We know it comes about by the 6 conversion into 7, which represented which created the physical square, which is coming from 2 different rulers that represented hands and building. 6 palms, 7 palms, called the royal cubit, and the regular cubit that creates the hypotenuse. Look what he says. Anabi Koch is said to contain 42 letters, name of God concealed. Let me shrink this down. Anabi Koch is said to contain 42 letters, name of God's concealed in the first letter of each word prayer. The 42 Anabi Koch are split into 7 verses of sticks. Uh-oh. Huh? The way that they come up with the 42, which represents the rope of creating something, you know, the Sheshet rope, 6 by 7, 42. They created the prayer, which has the 42 letters, and they divided it up into the hypotenuse measurement. They literally divided it up. How did they come up with it? 6 by 7, the same as the Kemetic hypotenuse. That's what it always was. It was always 6 by 7 Pekka Mku, 42. Creating the square and creating the measurement for the building of temples and buildings, or the symbolic of the building of man. Okay? Six by 7 creates their 42 of creating, symbolized by sewing the same original 6 by 7 Kemetic hypotenuse that formed the 42 from the rope's measurement for creating all. All we're missing now is a square in the Kabbalah. That's all we're missing now is a square. They took the 42, they took the concept of 42 equaling creating things straight from the Kemet. They even took the 6 by 7 All we're missing now is a square. Is there a square? That would make it completely taken. Well, guess how they designed the Kabbalistic code of words of this creation of stone that equals to 42, which they say is made by 6 by 7 sewn together. Uh-oh. Look how the prayer is formed. The symmetry of this structure is immediately evident. What's the symmetry? Symmetry is when something is the same on both sides. Uh-oh. What's this? What's symmetry? There's 6 across, 7 down. There's just 6 by 7. Pattern of 6s and 7s is fundamental to Jewish view of structure of all of reality. Of course, it's the structure of reality, because this is the tool that created the structure. In Kemet, the 6 by 7 hypotenuse, which creates the 42, and the square. And look at the shape that they put the 42 in. It's in the square. The 42. The 42, which represents the rope or the sewing of the structure of things creating. They make it equal to 42 by taking each of the letters, making this 42 long word, and then they even design it so that it's 6 across, 7 down, the same as the 6 palm, 7 palm, to make it equal 42. Then on top of all that, they even put the prayer in the shape of the square, the hypotenuse square. Show me Moses, Abraham, show me King Solomon, show me some archaeology of any of the ancient Hebrews doing any of this. Where do you get this from, Mr. Kabbalist? You say this is the understanding of the Torah. I don't see any of this in the Torah. If you all can find any of this in the Torah, first of all, please pull out a Torah, because the oldest Torah itself is 800 AD. There is no Torah that goes back to 1400 BC. Moses never seen any of this. Abraham never seen any of this. King David, King Solomon. So why are they going to these lengths? Okay, good. Why are they going to these lengths? Yes. And then there's a piece on the ground. Yeah, there's no rest for me. Yeah, you can take that. Why are they going through these lengths? Let me come back to the screen now. No, not yet. Why are they going through these lengths to make these things equal 42, a rope or a string, 6 by 7, and a square? Claiming this is very important to Hebrew Jewish understanding of the Torah. None of this is in the Torah. It's from Sheshet, and it's from the 347 hypotenuse. Here we go, everybody. Let's go. Let's go. Ready, everybody? Boom, boom, boom. If you see this kind of teaching anywhere else, let us know so we can invite them to the house of a 10. Go ask them about the 42 and how it ties into the hypotenuse and the Jewish prayer square. Here is it all together. This is all from Sheshet. There's your 6 by 7. There's your rope, which is, they say, is the sewing of creation. That's the rope of creating things. There's your number 42, 6 by 7. And there's the Jewish prayer that has the 6 by 7 that equals 42 put inside the shape of a square. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Let us continue. Ready, everybody? We're still going. We're still going. Ready? Here we go. Boom. And our supreme spiritual mathematical symbolic imbuement, we knew that the square equaled 4 equal sides. Not signs, a typo. Equal sides, which created the number 4 as a sacred number. And the foundation of the number was the cubic royal, which is at the bottom, which is 7, connecting the number 7 and 4 in correlation, if you all understand that. So the foundation of the hypotenuse is the royal cubit. That's at the bottom. That helps create the square, but the actual bottom itself equals the square because it's 7 by 4, which gives you the 4 sides. That's 28, because 7 can go into 28 how many times 4? So there's your square creating the 4, and it's at the bottom of the hypotenuse, and that's the base of the royal cubit, which creates the 42, which 7 also equals and adds up to 4 when it's 28, because it's 7 by 4 equals 28. So you have the hypotenuse here creating the square of the 4 sides, and then you have the bottom 7 at the bottom also creating 7 by 4, both of them equaling 4. Here we go, everybody. Ready? Let's go and see how deep and ingenious our ancestors were, because when they teach you about the hypotenuse and they teach you about these mathematics, they're not telling you, well, what did it equal spiritually? What did it equal to the ancient ones? Boom. And how are they measured? In squares. So not only is it 7 by 4, which creates a square, but the way that the numbers are measured they're measured in squares. You see that? These are all squares. They're squares within the ruler itself. Unlike your ruler that you have today, which has little notches, these are measured by squares. And when you count the squares, that's the base number of the hypotenuse. You count the squares, you get 1 to 28. Boom. That's 4 by 7. So that's 28 squares. 28 squares are 4 by 7, and the 4 itself are the squares, and the 7 by 4 is what creates the 28, which gives you the encoding symbolism right inside of the ruler itself. Unlike the ruler that you have today that are just notches, they made sure that these are squares. This is what makes the hypotenuse, which creates the 90-degree square, but it's the base foundation, which is 7. Boom, there's your 4 by 7, the square again, communicating through the number 7. There we go. So even though it takes the 6 to go by the 7 to make the 90-degree to create the square, the 7 by itself is 4 sevens, which are 4 sides of a square, and is measured itself by 28 squares, which is 7 by 4. Both of them equal the sacred square, which is the sacred number 4, which has a very important meaning in the spiritual symbolism inside of Kemet. It has no meaning in today's mathematics because they just take the mathematical meaning and leave all the spirituality. We imbued this. This was our imbuement. So we imbued this number 7. One of the things that made the number 7 sacred, it was the base of the hypotenuse and the original ruler of Kemet. We imbued this number 7 as a number that represented the star constellation of Orion. What, Tehuti? Which represented ascension and transformation to a permanent star, which was symbolic of a being of light. The true light being that you are composed of, the being of light, was also symbolic of a star. As you can see in the king's chamber shaft that points directly to the stars while the shafts are ascending. So if you look, you can see it points to the particular star constellation of the Orion's belt. And of course, this whole Aku that they're calling a pyramid is the machine of ascension and the symbol of ascension, and is the image of ascension itself because it's an arrow pointed up, which means that it's going to an apex, a top, which is ascension, starting from the floor and moving up. This represented this was pointing to the Orion's belt, symbolic of where you'd ascend to, as I broke down last class, the Ikamusek, which are the stars that do not appear to move because they are directly on the North Pole. So it represented you as a star that was immortal because it doesn't go anywhere. It's never setting past the horizon. So this what takes place in the Orion's belt and also directly in the Ursa Minor star constellation. And thus the word for Orion represents 7. Because how do you say Orion? Atiru. And how do you spell Orion? What are the symbols? Boom. What is that, everybody? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's your sacred 7 is the name of the Orion belt itself. So the Orion belt name is also the number 7. That's 7 in a star symbol there. Why? Because it represents visible stars that are seen from the earth. Which, how many of them are there? That are the brightest of the stars, which is what the ancient man was trying to be, the bright star. He was trying to be the eternal, immortal, brightest stars represented by the Orion star constellation. Because of the 7 brightest stars, that's what made the Orion star constellation being called the number 7, which was what? Betelgeuse to the top left shoulder, Ballatrax, as they call it today, to the top right shoulder, Alnitak, left star on Orion's belt, Alinam, that's the middle star on the Orion's belt, Mentaka, that's the right star on the Orion's belt, Saif, that's the bottom left, which is the left foot, and then Regal, the bottom right foot, because it forms the symbolic image of a man. You see that? So there's your word for Orion. Learn it here today. My students, they may know this already, but for the new people, it's not called Orion. It's called Atiru or Atir, which is the number 7. You can tell your friends and talk to your people whenever you're talking about the number 7 and say, hey, did you know that the actual Orion star constellation's name is 7? That was its oldest name. This goes back over 4,500 years ago. The actual name of the Orion star is Atir, which is 7. Here we go. And watch the as above, so below principle manifest right in front of you. Here we go. Watch this. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. That's how amazing the ancestors were when it came to their seriousness of imbuing spirituality into nature. Very disciplined, very systematic, and very mathematical. And they made sure that it was all around them, because the best place to imbue your spirituality would, of course, be all of the nature that is all around you. So no matter what direction you look in, you can't escape your spirituality. It's embedded in your subconscious because it's in the sky, on the grass, it's everywhere. So there's a number 7. The original name of the Orion star constellation is 7. Here we go, everybody ready? So make note that the original star constellation is 7. Going back to this again, the 7 squares, which is 7 by, sorry, the 28 squares, which is 7 by 4, which signifies the sacredness of the number 4 and the number 7. The 7s are actually put inside of 4, which equals 28, which is 7 with 4 sides. And it's the measurement of man when you put them both together, creating the hypotenuse, representing the building of man, the Pekka Mku, removing negative frequency so that you can build yourself to become the immortal star. So they have the pyramid pointed to the immortal stars. Now the Nile River was symbolic of the smooth journey through the heavens, or the smooth journey in the afterlife, or your rebirth as a Heru. Reborn, it was called Mistep. Learn that today, again, first time, February 14th, 2026. Mistep. What's Mistep? So Misitep and Misitaset. And thus the star, we're going to find out what Mistep, Misitaset was. The star of the river was called the Festival of Heaven. So what happened, the start of the river of the Nile Even though it was on the ground, it was the festival of the heavens. This is called Hebu Nu Pet. Hebu Nu Pet is the festival of the heavens, even though you're doing something on the ground, looking at water and looking at the river. The river was symbolic of the heavens above because they worked in a symbiotic relationship as you would one day flow and ascend into the heavenly dimension. So the symbiotic relationship, of course, is every day the Sapti star, what they call the Sirius star, disappears for a period of 70 days, and then it disappears, and then it reappears. And when it reappears in the sky, the Nile river would start to flood. It would overflood and rain would fall. So there's a symbiotic relationship connection between the sky, what's happening in the sky, and what's happening in the river. So that's the actual celebration of the river. What's happening in the river was called Hebu Net, Hebu Nu Pet, which is a celebration of the sky, and would represent you one day as you flow and ascend heavenwards or reaching into higher dimensions. And this is in the inscription of Paheri of 1550, the same date of the Rhine Papyrus. Let's go. the same date of the Rhine Papyrus with the revelation of the hypotenuse triangle. Here's the same date of that, which is the writing of the tomb of Paheri, same date as the hypotenuse Rhine Papyrus. And let's see what's being said in here and how this ties into everything. Here we go. Talk to him, Paheri. Huh? Because they always show you these pictures. What does the writing say there on the wall? What does it say? Let's go. There's the tomb of Paheri, 1550 BC. And here it is, talking about the festivals in the midst. In the mid-month festival, the great procession called the Pert Soptit. Soptit is the ancient word for Sirius. The appearance of Cyrus, that's after 70 days. It's called the Wag Festival. The Wag Festival is the Tehuti festival. Here's the Massive Tep, the first birth, which represented the birth of Heru through Aset, and also the birth of the Nile, and also the rebirth of your Ka and Ba and Ku, exiting the body or echoing out the body after you Pekka and Ku. This is the Mest Tepi, or the Mest Tepet, the Mest Aset, the first birth, the birth of Isis, which was the birth of Heru. The appearance of the Min, the procession of the Sem priest, evening offering. And what does it say at the bottom? What does it say at the bottom? The Sestet Pet Eater. The start of the river. That's the Nile. Festivals of heaven. So you see, the start of the river, this festival, the start of the river was the festivals of heaven at their dates every day. So what's happening in the river denotes the festivals of what's happening in the sky above them as they're watching the Orion star constellation in the Sirius star, and what's called the vernal heliacal equinox rising. And the vernal heliacal equinox rising is the apparent rising of the star of Sirius, the three stars of Orion and the sun happening at the same time, and then boom, there's your waterfall to fill up the Nile. So that's the same start of the Nile is the festivals of what's taking place in the heavens. So now it goes on to say, showing that this is the symbolic. This is talking about what's happening physically that they're participating in, and also what's happening with your soul in the afterlife. It goes on to say, without being obstructed, you will sail on the waves of the water. So there's a physical thing happening, and then there's a spiritual thing that you're imbuing that's echoing what's happening in physical nature. The Nile, the smoothness of the flowing of the Nile is how smooth you will sail on the waves of the water. This is talking about out of the body. How do we know? It says it will happen that you live again. Because what happened to you? You died. You came out of your body. Your soul will not leave your corpse. Your soul, so what happens is the soul, the Ba always goes back to the place where it's familiar with. So the soul comes back to where's the corpse? The corpse is not the corpse that you think of today, where the body starts to decompose. It goes through a sahu process, which is what they call a mummification process. It's preserved. It's made a sahu, and then it's preserved for thousands and thousands of years, so that people can still visit the corpse, or still visit the sahu, what they call the mummy, and the soul can come back there. And that's why people have altars to bring back spirits back to where they originally came from. So you can give the spirits food and energy, and the spirits do things for you. They go right back to the sahu of where your corpse was, because the corpse is preserved, and your soul spirit can come back there and visit, and you can visit the ancestors, and the ancestors visit you back. Your soul will be divine with the spirits. Excellent souls will speak to you. So you're going to be in a realm where your Ba is going to be in commune with these other Akus. See the word Aku right there? The word Aku right there at the end, the Hen Aku, is going to be in tune within the realm of the Akus. But the whole symbolism is that you'll move smoothly as the Nile moves, using the Nile as a symbolic waterway of how smooth your spirit should move, like as if you have the sail. Because if you look at the Nile, guess what it echoes and parallels in imagery? Why are they doing a celebration of the soul and the celebration of what's happening in the Orion star constellation? Because if you look at the Nile side by side, you will see the Nile side by side echoes that which looks like what's happening in the Orion star constellation and the Milky Way. They saw this and they made this parallel, so thus came the as above, so below principle. Yes, the Nile. So guess how the original guess what the original Tiru's name was for the Nile, and the other word for the Nile festival that I just taught you about from the Pahari tomb. So what was the other name for the Nile? The other name for the Nile was Boom Ataru, the same name for the Orion star constellation. The same word for the Nile. The same word for the Nile, because of the as above, so below principle, is the same word for what was happening above the Nile, which is what? The number 7. The Nile and the belt of Orion were symbolic of the number 7 and your ascension. They are both named the same thing, completely different than what's happening today. We would say, what's that? That's the Nile. What's it called? Ataru. What's that up in the sky with the 7 stars? That's the Ataru. How come that's named after that? Because as above, so below, they both represent the same thing. This is where you're going to with your smooth ascension, representative of the stars that Esamukhet, which don't move. Those stars which seem to be always there. It represents permanent light. That's happening in that Ursa Minor and up there in the star constellations. And the Milky Way looks just like the Nile that's beside those stars, just like the Nile Valley looks just like the 3 pyramids that echo the stars. So thus they're talking about your spiritual ascension, which would be a smooth travel, and that smooth travel would happen when what? When you're Bach, when you're Meh, Ba Safek. When you're Meh and your Bach, your golden lights are your Bach, and your Safek, your Mehis, which I taught before. 7 lights that are along the spine that the Kemetians taught you about, called the Safek Mehi, which I showed you in the pyramid text. 7 measurements or lights along the spine. Those are the 7 centers that they took and they made chakra from the word spinning, because there were circular light orbs. So they made the word chakra, which is something spinning in an orb, the 7 lights along the back, and that's what that along with your spiritual body is what leaves the body and joins in symbolically with the 7 lights in the Orion star constellation, both of which are to become immortal. The Mehi Sefek and the 7, and you're supposed to make a smooth transition down what appears to be would be a Nile to you, because you're moving at a calm, smooth pace. The Nile is the fastest way to travel from one part of Kemet to the other part of Kemet. So it symbolized you moving at a high speed. That's the highest speed they knew. What's the highest speed in life? Outside of that, the speed of light. So all the ancient Kemetians could do, which could take something that what's the fastest speed that we can move? The Nile. It's faster than a horse. It's faster than a cheetah. It's faster than an animal. It's faster than a man running. If you get on a boat on one side of the Nile and move the current, you're moving faster than a horse can go. There's the fastest way to get from one point of the Nile to the one point of Kemet to the other point of Kemet. So you'd be moving at speed, and they call you a kek. They say you move at the speed of kek. And when you look at the word kek, it's the word for star, light. You're moving at the speed of light. Why? Because you're a light being. If you're a light being, that's the only speed you can move at. Let's go, everybody. Huh? What happened? After you learn the Egyptians are black, then you come here. After 55,000 hours of the Egyptians are black and the Egyptians are black, then you come here and start learning what the teachings are and how deep our ancestors' minds was mathematically and spiritually. And then you come to the Magnetic class and you can learn how to actually practice these rituals. Here we go. So there it is. And there it is side by side. There's the Nile. There's these 3 pyramids with these other sites right here. And they designed it to look like the Orion star constellation. It looks like the Orion star constellation. See? These 2, the 3, these right here, and the Nile. What does that look like? What does that design? What do they design that as? They designed that to look like this. To look like these three, these two, and there's the Milky Way. These two, these three, these two. You see that? They designed the as above, so below to look like that for spiritual imbuement, which eventually ended up in the Greek rendition of the Kemetic Neter Tehuti and Imhotep having a conversation on this Kemetic echoed imbuement of understanding that the starry firmament, I want you to get this right, the starry firmament of the heavens is identical to the lower, the river, and both represent endless eternal life, as we see now copied into the Greek Hermetica when they replace Imhotep with Acephalus, and they replace Tehuti with Thoth Hermes Trismegistus, and we find these in Hermetica Acephalus 3:24b. Let's go to the Hermetica that they copied the ancient conversations and stories, where they just give them these Greek names instead of Tehuti. It's Hermes Trismegistus Thoth, and instead of Imhotep, it's Acephalus, the same one that the doctors have to make a vow to when they take the Hippocratic oath. They make an oath to Acephalus because he's the father of medicine. They teach. Here we go. Let's go, everybody. Here we go. Do you not know, Acephalus, which is Imhotep, that Egypt is an image of heaven? Or to speak more exactly, in Egypt, all the operations of the powers which rule and work in heaven have been transferred to the earth below. Nay, it should rather be said that the whole cosmos dwells in this our land as its sanctuary. Those sentences is this: the cosmos, the heavens, Orionos, which just happens to be your biblical word for heaven. Please go look up the biblical word for heaven and you'll see Orionos. Go in your Greek and look up the biblical word for heaven, you'll see Orionos. So Orionos, which is heaven, is echoed below. The powers, you see that? And this is Greek writing, but they're talking as if it's the Kemetic people talking, because they're copying it from Kemet. So even though it's Greek writing, it's saying our land, Egypt. Our land, Acephalus, Egypt is an image of heaven, or to speak more exactly, in Egypt, all the operations of the power which rule and work in heaven have been transferred to earth below. Nay, it should rather be said that the whole cosmos dwells in our land as its sanctuary. Hermetica, Acephalus 3:24b. You see that? There we go. Boom. And that's exactly the as above. You may be wondering, wow, are we done with the Kabbalah class? Here it is. So you see the Milky Way, see Orion, and see Hades. See everything is composed on Earth to echo what's taking place above. See the Orion. See the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. See the 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. So the Kemetians are designing their land. They're designing the land to keep their spirituality imbued. It's a perfect way to keep your spirituality imbued, because no matter where you look, whether up on the sky or the buildings in front of you, you constantly see images that represent immortality and out-of-body experiences in the afterlife. You can't escape constantly thinking about it. They do it today in the media commercials, except for that has you eating burgers and watching the Avengers. So here we go. As we see in the teachings of Pahari, 1550 BC, the exact same date as the Rhine Papyrus, all the way to the name of the Nile Itiru being the same echoed name of the heavens of Orion, which now is in your Bible as the Greek word for heaven, Orion, Orionos. Orion is Atiru, to the echoed image of the Nile and the Orion star, completely echoing the Milky Way. And Orion Kemetic echoed imbuement, understanding that, and get this, the understanding was the starry firmament up in the sky of the heavens is identical to the lower, which is the river, and both represent endless eternal life. Remember that, everybody. Oh, by the way, Professor X voice. Oh, by the way, we didn't forget about the Kabbalah, everybody. We didn't forget about the Kabbalah. Over 4,000 years later, What does it say in the Kabbalah there now in Zohar 36? Are you ready? Let's go to Zohar, what it says in the Kabbalah now. This is supposed to be talking about the Hebrews, right? Uh-oh. What's this? What does it say? What is it talking about? What's it say here? Talk to them, Kabbalists. Let's see what's going on in the Hebrews. Two firmaments, beginning and end. This verse expands on the ideas introduced in article number 35 and asserts that the highest starry firmament of the heavens is identical to the lowest or the river. Both are endless and eternal. Let me get some water. Can I get some water? Tehuti, do you ever drink water and protein shakes? What is it? What does it say in the Zohar? The two firmaments, the starry firmament of heaven, is identical to the lowest. You know, the river, both endless and eternal. Shout out to Drink Hot Tea, No Sugar. Are you all seeing what's happening? Amazing. Do you see this? Where's Dr. LaRoche? Dr. LaRoche would feed off of this. Here we go. You ready? Boom, boom, boom. Let's continue, everybody. If you're learning this anywhere else, put the book, the page number, I need to know. If not, understand that this information is coming from the other side of the matrix. Hello. Huh? This isn't in your Google chat. What's that called? Research. What the AI thing? The starry firmament of heaven is identical to the lowest or the river. Both are endless and eternal. There's the starry firmament of Kemet, Orion, named after the river at Ater and Orion. The starry firmament. You see? The starry firmament. I mean, almost word for word. The starry firmament of heaven is identical to the lower, which is the river, and both represent endless eternal life. And now that's in the Kabbalah. Huh? Is that in the Torah? Is there a river in the Torah, the starry firmament? This has nothing to do with Hebrews. There it is right there. Over 4,500 years ago. River, Ater, starry heavens, Orion belt, Ater, sacred number 7. Sacred number 7. Welcome to the Tehuti pod class. Now let us continue. I could end the class right there, but I'm not. Why? I'm an infoholic. I'm an what do you call it? Infomaniac? I'm an infomaniac. I'm an infomaniac. I'm an infomaniac. I guess I'm an infomaniac too. I guess. I'm an infomaniac. Nymphomaniac, infomaniac. We don't stop because when I over on the other side, it kept coming through. The information kept coming through. Don't stop now, Tehuti. We have more for them. Give the crowd the whopper. Give them everything. Give them everything. Give them it all. Here we go. And we can still do a part 3 and 4. Huh? And remember, remember the Maat square hypotenuse. We didn't forget about that, people. Remember the Maat square. Ooh, what's this? Oh, remember. Oh my goodness. Remember the Maat square hypotenuse convergence of the same number 7 out of the Orion star collation. Remember the Maat square hypotenuse convergence of the same number 7 of the Orion star constellation into the 6 and to create the 42, the number of building creating the temples and the temple of man, as above so below again, which then became copied into forming a square, the Abba prayer in the Jewish Kabbalah. That's all together the letters that made the number 42, which represented now in the Kabbalah the creation, the square that is made in the Kabbalah of 6 by 7 by the rope, or as they put, by the sewing. Remember all that, everybody? Hope we didn't forget all that, because here we go. Here it is. Remember all that? They put it together to make the number 42, talking about the sewing of the rope, the 6 by 7. Then they put their prayer in a square, which was 6 by 7, and they made it a square. Remember all that, everybody? We're not done with that. There we go, equaling 42. The base being 7, 28, which is 4 sevens inside of squares. And remember all that? And so they put the Abba coach portal to creation, 6 across, 7 down, for each of the first letters to equal the number 42 that create the square of the hypotenuse. Remember all that, everybody? I'm glad you remember it because, well, in the ancient teachings of Maat, this mathematical calculation of 7 tying into 4 and 42 gets even deeper and expands into the actual structure of immortality that people are calling the pyramid. You see, as I've brought into this planet's consciousness the correction of the 42 laws of Ma'at not existing, to really there being 42 Pekka Mku, which means separation of negative energy. The 42 was actually negativity. It was separating yourself from the 42, not the 42 laws you should do, but separating, it's total opposite, separating yourself from the negative 42 to get ascension to that area that's symbolized by the number 7, which is the same number that spells Orion, you know, Ataru 7 Orion, and the same number that spells the 9, you know, Ataru, spells the now Ataru the 9, both representing the story of man's ascension to heaven, and the lower river, and the as above so below, the firmament, and the lower river representing the endless eternal life journey. Just as I have shown you was copied into the Kabbalah, the original structure that people are calling the Great Pyramid, which was originally the seat of immortality, had within it what is called the King's Chamber, which I released to the world was really called the Hepet, which means square. Inside of the King's Chamber were symbolic of where the king was supposed to go into, which we know he couldn't because it was too small, but it was a symbolic shape that led up to the Orion star constellation. It was a square, family, of course. It was a square, which is the area that as the shafts point to the 7 Orion star constellation, where it sources from in the pyramid is a square. This associating the square and the number 4 with your rhinestone with your Orion constellation, again, and immortality. So what's happened is we look inside of the triangle, you know, the shape of ascension moving upwards, the Aku, which means light because it's your light body moving upwards. We look inside the triangle and there's a square that they call the burial chamber. I introduced to the world that this is not called the King's Chamber, it's called the Hetep Square. It's a Hepet Square. It's a special type of square. Why is it a special type of square? Because it's a square that also has a triangle on top. You see? Not just a regular square, but you have to take the square and angle it on the corner. And when you angle the square on its own corner, what does it form on one side? A triangle. So it's a square that represents ascension, and the triangle is right on top of it. Do you see that? That's what's inside. And then under there is another square. Is another square, which they call the tomb. Inside the square that has a triangle on top. That's the word Hepet. That's what's inside when they did the pyramid scans, and even before that, that's what they saw. So the symbol of ascension, the seat of ascension, before you symbolically go up to the symbolic Orion star constellation, you sit inside of a square. The square always represented immortality. This was the square and the hypotenuse formed by a triangle. Then you go inside the triangle, which is the pyramid, and what's inside of there? The square, which the person is inside of, that he reaches us, that he starts to go into ascension. And thus you can also see of the square the number 4 and also into the triangle as it did with the hypotenuse. So just like the hypotenuse was the triangle which formed the square. Now we have the triangle, and within the triangle is the square, and on top of the square is another triangle, both and all talking about ascension. And by the way, that word for the hypotenuse is the word ka. That word is a metanetic word, it's ka, and it means ascension. The hypotenuse actually was a Kemetic word. That's why they have to call it the hypotenuse Pythagorean. Now, what's its original name, sir? I want to know what it's called. Oh, its original name was called Ka. What does that mean? It means ascension. Tell me how this mathematics ties into ascension. We can't because we're atheists. But if you're reading the spiritual teaching, they'll say, "Oh, perfect. Of course, it's tied to ascension. Of course, because you're moving upwards. Ascension, that's the direction the body goes when it leaves the body." But of course, they can't teach that in college because they have to teach atheism, right? So they just say hypotenuse Pythagoras, hypotenuse. No, call it a ka. That's what it's called. It's called a ka, which means ascension, and it's the man with his two hands up, the ka symbol of the soul ascending. Here we go, and that's the square and the circle. Because of course, if you take the square and the circle and put them together, you get both symbols here. Here it is, the square, and it points upwards, because the only way you can make a square point upwards is putting it on the side. And when you put it on the side, then it forms a triangle at the top and the triangle at the bottom. That's a triangle and triangle inside the square. Once you angle it into the direction of ascension. That's the square and the triangle were always one in ancient Kemet, representing ascension. Here we go. Ooh, upwards, which means ascension or advancing. Advancing means ascension. And the shafts point upwards, which is essential to the 7 Orion. The same thing it does with the hypotenuse. Let me show you. Because they say Tehuti making it up. Here it is. Here's the hypotenuse. See, that's ascension on one side. That's moving, going upwards. That's a Kemetic word. This is a Meduneta word. It's the Meduneta word ka, which I've showed you several times. That's the word ka. Which means ascension. It means to go up. It means to be Allah. Going up. Symbolic of the ascension of the pure energetic projectable double that Christians call the soul, which was originally called the Ba, which was the word for double, the pure energetic projectable double, ascending upwards, which represents the movement of going into higher refined realms of existence. Whether you're alive or dead, family, you don't have to wait till you're dead to do this. Now we look at the Ka, that's its real name. Learn it for the first time. For the first time in history, I want you to learn that the original name, let me come to the screen. Let me learn for the first time in history that the original name of the hypotenuse triangle is not called the hypotenuse triangle. That's a Greek word. It's not called the Pythagorean theorem triangle. Pythagorean is 570 AD. The hypotenuse triangle goes back over 4,500 years ago. So what is that shape actually called? It's called the Ka. The Ka, which means ascension. It's the same word. The same word as this, which is Ka, which is the same thing it says in the Purim Haru. You are the Ka within my body that forms my limbs. The same thing that forms your limbs is that which is going to make an ascension. Are they teaching you this after they teach you the Egyptians are black? And the Egyptians are black, and Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, 80,000 years, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, and you're losing your immortality. Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, 5,000 years. We know that the Egyptians are black. We know the black man is, let me just declare right now, we know that the Egyptians are black. We know the black man and woman is God. We know the original Melanite beings are the first beings on earth. We know that they were the makers of civilization. Yes, that was on 1992. I was teaching that. That's what I was teaching when I was breaking into the schools in the recess. That's what I teach the school children there. That was Tehuti in 1991 and 1992. That was the level we started off at. 2025, we already know all that. We know the gods of the earth. We know the woolly hair. We know all that, the supremacy, all that. But what's the point of all that if you're just going to go on the street and slang dice and watch the Knicks game? You know all that, but you're slanging dice. You know, where's your Pekka Mku? Where's the reversal and the removal of the negative frequency to get out of the matrix so you can be that black woman, represent the black god, represent that. You can be that and be the example for all the other type beings on the planet Earth. Because all of them and everybody has the Ka too. Yes, you were the first, but yes, the Chinese man has the Ka too. Yes, the Indian man has the Ka. Yes, everybody has the Ka too, so they all have the ability to make ascension. So once you know you're the God of the earth and everything, you're the God of earth, the God of supreme being, and the mankind who's the God of the earth. And the melanin rule, Once you know all that, okay, now, what are you doing at night with your family? Screaming to them, you're the God of the earth? You're rolling dice at the bar shop arguing about the football games and basketball games. Out at 2 o'clock in the morning drinking Hennessy. Then you watch the Avengers at night, eat popcorn, get cholesterol, and go to sleep. No, that's not a God. You might as well. Who cares of the black man's? Who cares about all that? What does KRS-One say? You gotta learn how to be not so concerned with the original, man. he had a whole song destroying brand Nubians, talking about the now man with the now plan, the right now genocide master plan. Yeah, you got to think about stopping this. God is not any black man on the land. God is consciousness. When you understand this, you'll see Chris. Until then, you can get this. Here we go. Ready? Welcome to the pod class. Here's the hypotenuse triangle, everybody. There it is. What's that? That's the resurrection ascension symbol of a star. You see that? We are truly the best. That was the hypotenuse measurement triangle. You see that with the slope going down? That was that type of triangle. It represented ascension or erection. That's why I showed him with an erection. It's re-erection. Where do you think they get the word for erection of the resurrection of Jesus? It comes from the erection. Erection is what? To be born again. Well, how can you become born again? What is the process of being born again? A sexual act in the physical world. So a symbolic sexual act in the spiritual world, symbolic with an erect penis, is what created life in the first place. So of course they're going to have a sexual symbol erecting to represent life in the second place. The Ba place. Huh? There's a hypotenuse triangle. Learn it for the first time February 14th. Hypotenuse triangle. Learn it for the first time February 14th. 2026 is called the Ka. That was a meta word that meant Ka. It meant ascension. They can't teach that in school because in the school children are going to say, where are we making an ascension to, sir? And that's when I get expelled. Here we go. Boom. Yes, the ascension of Asar. That is the hypotenuse triangles merged in. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it at school. It really, you have to worry about this in school. You never learned this in school. It represented the measurements of a building, creation in the temple of man, and ascension into the immortal realm, the immortal life, which was the symbol of the triangle in its association with the square. The triangle in its association with the square was always a symbolic and mathematical symbol that they used to build actual buildings, and they used the symbol of it to build your soul and your consciousness within you. So as you're learning about this in school, they're not teaching you about the hepet. They're not teaching you about the ka. We're using it as mathematical code for building, yes. But how did they teach about it? How come Osiris is on it? Huh? Why is Osiris on it? Why is the shape inside of the Aku pyramid? Teach us about that. After the Egyptians are black, teach us about why these shapes are in the pyramid and why do they take so much time to build these structures? What was their goal? What was their focus on? Were they running around just yelling that they're black all day? Going to Europe? Guess what? We're black. We're black. No, they're spending night and day and night, building these structures, doing rituals, disciplining themselves to attune themselves in their spiritual nature. What's the shape of a triangle and the square that points to the Orion star constellation, which is 7, that represents the Nile, which is 7 embedded in the symbolism that takes place when you take the square and add the triangle? What two numbers, let me ask the class, everybody, what two numbers do you get when you take the square and the triangle and add it together? One represents a square and one represents a triangle. What happens when you put the square and the triangle together, everybody? If the angles represent numbers, then what happens when you take the square and the triangle and put them together? What does it equal? This should show you how this all continues to tie in. What does it equal? Huh? Of course, the square is 4. That's the 7 by 4 on the original ruler. 7, 7, 7, 7 equaling 28. The palm, creating things, making things. There's your square. There's your hep square and the hypotenuse. And of course, the triangle has the word 3 in it. Triangle. There's your 3 and your 4. Showing how amazing the mathematics of the ancient Kemetians were to take these symbols and make it symbolic of spiritual things that have to do with the afterlife, and taking that and making that a structured one stone, by the way. One stone. Not chopped up stone to create that encasing that you see inside of the pyramid. That's one granite piece. That's one piece there created, and it's larger than the entrance. The piece that the what they're calling the king's chamber with the area right there with the square in it is longer than the entrance. You have to duck down to get in there. You can't take it out of there, right? And then it's a square with a triangle on top. That's 3 and 7 right there, because that's where they were symbolically heading to, symbolic of the stars, of the imperishable stars, and the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, Orion, and you're moving smoothly throughout the Nile. 7, Nile called Itiru. 7, Orion's belt called the Itiru. 7, the square and the triangle. 7. You all got it right. Simple, right? 7. You get 7. That's right. El Cadigo. You get 7. That's right. Drink hot tea, no sugar. You get 7. Robert Williams, blown away. Lord have mercy. All those who got the answer right, thank you for your participation. This is an interactive class, so we give you a round of applause. Boom, it was 7. You all absolutely. 4 and 3 equals 7. Woo-wee. The info said, forget 7. I'm just going to put a fireball. This is fire. Where's that brother's name in here? His name was some 22-7. Where is he now? 22-7. Hope you're learning something new about the name 7 that they would never teach you in these other forms. Why? Because they don't care what the ancient people actually teach. They just talk about the ancient people for egotistical purposes, to prove that they're black, they're the greatest, they're the greatest. Then you go back living a life eating Burger King. No, I'm actually proud of their mind state, because a black man can be a pedophile killer too. So I'm not proud of what you look like. I'm proud that your mind state matches what you look like. Let's have both of them, please. Hello, here we are. That's right. You add them together, and what do you get? You get 7. Here we go. 3, there's a triangle, the Aku pyramid, and look what's inside. You know what's inside? It looks like this. It's 2 squares. That's a whole nother class. It's 2 squares which equal the pi ratio. I already did a class on that called the King's Chamber. It's 2 squares. It's not just a regular square. It's actually 2 exact equal squares which equal the pi ratio in measurement. And it's 2 which represents double, because that's exactly what this is all about. The double body, the pure energetic body. The ka is called double. The ba is called double. The actual place you go to, the people are calling heaven, is called pa or pa, which is the double house. Everything, the realm that you go into when you see with your inner real first eye, not the third eye, is called the realm of Maati, which means two sights. Realm of Maati, 2 examinations. That's a double realm. 3 and 4 equals 7 again. There's your triangle. There's your square, and they even made it a double square. There's your hypotenuse. There's your hapep. Oh, wee. Tehuti, stay out of those dark rooms. Come smoke weed with us. Come to the strip club. Stay away from the animals in the dark rooms. Too much. Here it is. 3 plus 4. There's your 3. There's your triangle. There's your 4. 4 doubled right there. That's the hapet, the king's chamber, and the king's box inside of the chamber, which is the combination of both symbols, which are the same symbol, which is the triangle and the square, as seen within the hypotenuse triangle, the square representing ascension into the heaven, Orion, which is 7, which is what is pointed to from the king's chamber, which is the square, and the triangle on top of the hapet, which represents ascension to the heavens, the number 7 again. 3 and 4 equaling 7. Where are you going to? Atiru. And what does the word hapapet means? It means advancing. This is a word. The square with the triangle on top of it, the double square, the double square, the papa, the hapapet, the double square with the triangle on top. That's an actual meta word. It means advancing, enhancing, advancing, moving upward, the same as the hypotenuse triangle, because that's what this chamber was all about. That's what the pyramid and the Aku is all about. It's about it moving upwards, which is hapapet, advancing. So they literally took a word, put it, and that's the symbol right there. There's the square, but it's 2 squares in the triangle. That's why we look in the king's chamber. It's 2 squares which equal the pi ratio, and there's your 2 squares, and there's your square pointed that way, which creates the triangle, means that you're advancing as Osiris. Your ka is advancing. You see it now, everybody? Is it better than Pythagoras? I hope so. The square representing ascension to the heaven, the Orion, the 7, which is the king's chamber, which is the square, and the triangle on top of the Hapet, representing ascension to the heavens, the number 7, along the symbolic Nile, which is also 7, and both symbols equal 7, which represents advancement, which is ascension. Hapet is a word for shapes combined, is a word that means advancing the spirit after the Pekah Emku, the 42 disagreeable lower consciousnesses, your 42 disagreeable lower consciousnesses, and the beings that you have to fight on the other side, the lower being frequencies, the lower beings, consciousness and frequencies, 42, 7 by 6, now emerges out of the square, and you have power. The goal is for you to have power over all of these things as an eternal spirit. That's what it says in the writings, and here we are. Let's go to the writings, which everybody's afraid to read. I'm going to show you the writings and the actual plate that the writings come through, and the translation and the transliteration. Here we go. And again, the two shapes combined is the word that in Kemet Maat spiritual symbolism means advancing. The spirit after it Pekah Emku, the 42 disagreeable lower consciousnesses. They're trying to tell you the 42 is the 42 laws of Ma'at, like it's a good thing. 42 laws do you follow? No, it's 42 negative things. The atheists made it the complete opposite. It's not 42 laws of Ma'at, good things. It's 42 negative things. Lower frequency conscious. Isn't that a complete opposite? 42 lower conscious frequencies, which is 7 by 6. You're striking and fighting evil spirit entities. You're fighting them down, and now your eternal Ku spirit emerges out of the square, and you have power over all of these eternal all of these as an eternal spirit ascending from the square with the Hapet symbol. This is all symbolic and physical, and here it is in the writing. But the rest of the Kemetic people are afraid to read because they're in so many debates and worried about the Hebrews thinking that they're spooky. They never bring up their own spiritual writings. How come you never see a Kemetic person debating this what's in the Purim Haru? Notice that? They never debate the spirituality. It's all about the Egyptians are black, Egyptians are black, Bibles are wrong, the Bibles are wrong, the Egyptians are black. All physical things. No, let's debate what's inside here. Let the Hebrews find this out. Here it is. Osiris, who shut up the fiend. There's a fight going on in the afterlife. Shut up the fiends for him. I am thy advocate. Eru, I have fought for thee. See, there's fighting going on. I have made the defeat. For thy name. I am Tehuti. You see? So they're fighting over there, the negative entities. Utterance 390. Unas strikes thee in thy face. So there's striking and fighting going on over there on the other side because negative beings are there too. Then when you Pekah Emku, now you gain power over your consciousness. That's over on the other side. Now you Ib Sekem E. Now you have power over your heart. Now you have power over your 2 hands. You have power over your 2 arms. You've gained power over your feet. You've gained power to do what pleases you. That means you've risen to power over all of these things because now your Ka shall not be imprisoned. Your soul and your Ba shall not be imprisoned in the physical realm. Your Ka with the meats, the chefet food, mighty of victories. You're winning the battle on this other side. You're the power of powers. You're not just having power, you have the power over all things now. You're the power of power. You're Sekem, fortifying a station against the wicked devils. So you have power. You've struck them in their faces. You're fighting the fiends. You're shutting them up, defeating them. The Tehuti's help fighting for you. There's a war going on the other side. Now you're the power of powers, and you fortify. You're fortifying the stations against the wicked ones. You're mighty in splendor. Your power of the powers. You have power over all these things. Oh, by the way, everybody, after you rise out of the box of the Hepapet. Oh, by the way, what do we see here in the Zohar, section 412? What's in section 412 of the Zohar? What does it say there? Malkut. No, let's go back. Don't run away. Don't ascend yet. Hold on. What does it say here? We see the Hebrew. What does it say in the English? Malkut. It is square. to four sides, and therefore a spirit emerges. It is square to four sides, and therefore a spirit emerges from above, from Bena, and it goes out, flowing from one grade, one realm, to another, but Bena, Zar, Anpin, from Zer to Anpin to Malkut. It strikes the lower beings below. It strikes the lower beings below in these realms of Bara, Yetzara, and Asiya. The spirit has power over everything. It establishes everything. After it ascends out of the box, after it ascends out of the square, and after it strikes and fights the lower beings, now it has power over everything. A little familiar, everybody? After you come out of the Hepet's box, now you have power over the heart, power over the limbs, power over the hands, power over the feet, power to do whatever you please because you have power over everything. You fought the fiends, you struck them in their face. These are the mighty victories. After you struck them in thy face, now you're the power of the powers over the evil one because you're the almighty powerful one. You shut up the fiends, you struck them in the face. After you've come out of the Hepapet, box, the symbolic box, which is the duality box of the pi ratio, you're coming out of that area. This area, here's the box in the 2 by 2, the pi ratio. You're coming out of it, ascending out of it up into the heavens, as the word ascend, the hypotenuse triangle, which represents ascension, which is this right here. There's your hypotenuse triangle, because you've now ascended symbolically outside of that box. You've ascended. Now you're in a more activity than negative inside of yourself, and now you can ascend as the double out of that square, because the square is the hepet, which means to advance, and now you're ascending. Why is it showing it? Now you're ascending out of that square. What is it, locked? There it is. Now you're ascending out of that square, that box, which is actually a double box. It's actually a double box because it represents the double soul echo. There's your pi ratio box, which is actually 2 boxes, 4 by 4, and there it is. There's the 3 and the 4 and the 7, because you've now come out of the symbolic box. You've come out of the symbolic box, your hepapet, ascending up into the heavens as the ka symbol, the hypotenuse symbol, after you're now the all-powerful being, because you fought off the fiends, you've gained all the power over yourself, and now you're ascending out of the box. You're ascending out of the box. Now you've shut up the fiends, you've strike them, those beings on the lower level, those beings that have to be fortified, you strike them, you're mighty over them, you're on a higher frequency, or they're on a lower frequency, and now we get into the Kabbalah. Malkut, which now new Kabbalists translate as heaven. Malkut, the new occult is translated as heaven. It is the square to 4 sides, and therefore a spirit emerges from above, from Bena, and it goes out, flowing, flowing like the river, flowing from one grade to another, from Bena to Zaire and Pen, from Zaire and Pen to Malkut, until it strikes the lower beings below in these areas of Bayara, Zetraya, and Saya. This spirit has power over everything, and it establishes everything, so they will keep. And there it is, everybody. Boom. Boom. Hotep. I am done. Matrix broken. Woo! For those of you, family, newcomers, oldcomers, what a ride, right? But this has never happened in history before. For those of you who have appreciated this more than the waiter you have tipped, tip him also. But if you appreciated this more than the waiter that you have tipped, or the past reciprocity that you've spent over all the holidays, the 4th of July, Dunkin' Donuts, French fries, Thanksgiving, whatever it is, a pack of weed, is it a pack or a bag? I don't know. If you've learned anything from this, or if this has had any impact and advance your recent current understanding of this specific subject matter, please send your reciprocity appreciation for whatever you feel this class was worth for you, and all the years of classes are worth for you, especially this one that the newcomers have seen for the first time. You can call it Kemet over Kabbalah, the real 42, Nile number, fair and square. or whatever you want to name it, to Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. It's flowing down at the bottom. Support the Tehuti Pod class. Support this phenomenon. Be one of the Min Ma'at, the consistent supporters. Come to the Metanetter class. Come learn your true truth, your spirituality, your ancient ways. Get away from these New Age people and learn what the answers is actually taught from their writings, and don't be ashamed of it, and don't be an atheist. Hotep, I am done. I hope you all appreciated this. Let's go. Man. Listen, man, we're here to rumble, right? We're here to rumble, Isfet. Huh? Isfet can't survive around us. No, it can't. Look how it dropped from 55 people to 38. They got that information and woo! They're gone. Here we go. Boom. For all those who appreciated this, everybody. El Cago, how you like your first class, huh? Support everybody. The Cash App is at the bottom. Just say thank you. Whatever you feel that this worth, just this is what keeps this going. Support. Cash App TTM Moon, PayPal at Rocky SV. Send the wows, send the booms, send the oh my goodness. Send it in a Cash App. The only difference between sending it in the Cash App and sending it in the chat is that it's a two-way giving process. Reciprocity, breathing in, you have to breathe out. You eat food, it has to come out of you. That's how nature works. It's two ways. We don't work one way with greed. We give, and then we receive. If we received, we give. Even the man who fries French fries gets time and a half giving you oily poison. So support the Tehuti Podcast, support this movement that's taking place, because this movement is about the transformation of you. This information and this wisdom, the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, this is giving you the wisdom for you to correct yourself through discipline. And you come to the Metanetter classes, which is where I teach what I will never teach as far as the rituals. The Metanetter classes are back on this Monday. Medu Magic classes by Saba Tehuti, private group classes, direct live with Saba Tehuti, walking line by line of the Perm Haru and the Metanetter, and given mental, spiritual, visual, and physical rituals based on the indigenous Metanetter words imbued in tantric meanings. 2:30 Pacific time, 4:30 Pacific time. You get a secret link and you come to the class, and it is a supportive class. You pay to come to the class. I hope you all truly appreciated this. Ooh, oh my goodness. Yes, now you understand fair and square. You get it now? Little extra jewel, because it's one of the meanings of Maat, Met. It means to be in the middle, to be fair. And that was your square, the Min Hapapet. Huh? That's what you were saying in the beginning of this class in the affirmation. Do you see it now? 1, 2, 3. I have it on 4. 1, 2, 3, the fourth line. Min Hapapet. You see, every day I advance towards Ma'at. There's your Min, there's your Hapapet. It was in the affirmation the entire time. There it is on the fourth line. Bing bong. I'm going to put the link in the room for the supporters to jump in. We're going to go to the support and see who enjoyed this class. Just say a thank you. Say whatever you feel. I'm excited to continue to do this and come back to Killer Priest and go on and on like Erica Badu. We got fire dropped in the room. There's a link for the team to jump in, for the people to jump in. Thank you, Tehuti. This is coming from a Christian. Thank you, Tehuti. I absorb more every pod class. Huh? Fair and square. We got fire bombs. Square. The square strikes the lower beings below. Woo, you see that? Plagiarism again. Oh my goodness, huh? We got a new person in the room. Equator 7759. All new people get what? They get welcomed in. Welcome into the Tehuti pod class. And what else do they get? They get a round of applause for coming in the room. Boom, there we go. Shout out to Equator 7759. That's what you get just for coming into the pod class. See? There's no negativity. There's no chaos here. This is only this exists, which is what? Wow. So I'm going to go ahead and start reading off reading off the support of the people that truly appreciated this. Put your weed aside for one day. Put the $10 you have for weed, the Avengers movie, the popcorn you're gonna buy for the Avengers movie, all the little knickknacks, the bag of Doritos and chips or whatever we eat, Lay's potato chips, a little burger, whatever. Put that aside and support this. This is life. That other stuff is death. Here we go, everybody. I'm gonna start reading the supports right now, and I know they're still coming in, and more is coming in, and you all are what's keeping me here and keeping me coming to Killer Priest. Okay, keeping me coming to the Killer Priest show to do this over and over and over again. Okay, I'm gonna read the support. We got the People's Champ in the house. One of the brothers who's proud to represent him and his lady. You don't really see that. He comes on in this picture as him and his lady. That's family right there. Huh?
Yeah.
Welcome, JJ.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. How you doing, Tony?
Family
How you
over
doing,
Bible.
man?
Right? Family over Bible, right?
Oh, for sure. Oh, of course, man.
I'm doing great. How about 3 sports?
Tehuti, I got a Kemetic elder that I want you to come on the panel. I'm putting a Kemetic all-star team together. Have you heard of him? His name is Patah Asar. Have you heard of him?
No, there's so many Patah Asars. I've been doing this since 93. I don't know which one, but nice name though, Patah Asar.
Well, I don't want to interrupt the show, so I don't know. Maybe I can send you his information after the show. You accept my friend request, and then we can go from there, man. You know, but I think he breaks down the meta. He spoke a whole 2 paragraphs to me. You hear me? I ain't know what he was saying, but because I've been asking Reggie and Jabari for years, man. I want to see y'all speak a paragraph, you know. So
I want to see them count to 10. Can they count to 10?
Yeah, right. But his book that it's called a Cosmic Egg, Tehuti. He does some work in that book. I don't know if you've seen it, but I'll send you his PDF and everything, and that way you see if you want to build with him. But yeah, man. So go ahead.
If he wants to come to the panel, you mean anybody can come to the panel. All he has to do is come, appreciate the class, and show some support. Or you can look for him, and he can jump on the panel. We would love to have him. Absolutely.
Okay, yeah, man. 'Cause I want you to meet this brother, man. He reminds me of you, but I mean, he a little bit more seasoned than you. He's 71, man. So I'm just saying, man. You know, and we gotta honor the elders, man, before they get up out of here. What you say, Tony?
I've been looking for somebody more seasoned. I've been looking for somebody more seasoned than me. Tell him come to the class next week. I'm gonna go to Jamaica for 2 weeks, and he can do the podcast for 2 weeks and answer these people's questions with this season.
Oh yeah. Okay, bet. Let me get up out of here, man. That's good news, man. All right, Tony, man. I'm proud of you, man. You one of my best champions to come out of the building. You hear me? All right, man. I'm glad you're back healthy too. That's right, Tony. Okay. All right, thanks, man. Yeah.
Peace.
Peace, man.
All right, good. We got Son of Henry Records who says, "Peace, Tehuti. Thank you for showing us the Aten." Son of Henry. Now, anybody who gives a donation, it's usually 20. If you give $20 and up, you get a hand clap, you get some noise. But Son of Henry is a special guy here. He gave almost $20. I'm just in the mood. I'm just gonna give him a hand clap anywhere. My thumbmen aren't here to give all the sounds. We need a hand clap. Son of Henry. Peace to you. It was almost $20. I appreciate you anyways, regardless of what it is. Thank you. We're going to keep going, everybody. We're reading the supports because these are the people that actually care about keeping the podcast, keeping this thing happening. This is Lisa. I've been wondering, worried, thinking about the Lisa. Thinking about Lisa and Sasha. I'm like, what? How? Where is Lisa and Sasha? I was just thinking about YouTube 2 days ago. And I was like, what? Please don't let them be of the disappears, the ones that disappear. Keep coming, keep growing. And I'm happy to see you back, Lisa. I'm happy to see you back. Here's Lisa right here. We're going to read off the supports. These are the people that appreciate all the new people in the room. It doesn't matter what you support with. If you're new, we're going to give you a round of applause anyways because you're a new supporter. But just show some support as we've supported. Is there anybody here who's never bought a bag of chips before? Anybody? Press a 9 if you've never bought a bag of chips in your life, a French fry, a burgers, anything. Going to see some horror movie. All that is reciprocity for the Matrix. Lisa says, today, peace and love, Tehuti from Lisa and Sasha with a yellow heart. Shout out to Lisa and Sasha. Sasha is a Sash Wallace, but it's Boots, named after his cat. I'm trying to remember all these things. Boots, I think it's Sash Wallace, Boots, named after his cat. Shout out to you and Lisa. Appreciate both of you for coming back and supporting. You've been around for years. Shout out to all the new people in the room. Send your support. Cash up TT Moon. Peace, Equator. Equator says, peace, Tuti. Catch us here on the Tuti Pod Class and support this pod class to keep this moving and grooving and happening. The whole movement is happening here. We got Big Vapes. Oh, a tip from the Killer Priest. So he gets a hand clap too. Any tips from the Killer Priest? We also have all is everything. Is he here? He sent a $15 support that came after I came off of Killer Priest. I wanted to give him a shout out because we saw he did it in Ethereum. For those who have cryptocurrency, when I come to Killer Priest next time, I'm going to show the cryptocurrency way you can support as well. I appreciate cryptocurrency, even though cryptocurrency is strange because you can get you can get $10 support from cryptocurrency, and then the next day the market goes down and your $10 is gone. What happened to my support? But I still accept it because also the $10 in a week can turn into $20. It's like the market is going so it can disappear on you. But I appreciate the thought of it because it's always going to go back up. So imagine you invested in Bitcoin 15 years ago. You'd be a billionaire right now. It used to cost, I think, 30. Can you believe it used to cost 25 to 30 Bitcoins to buy a pizza? Imagine you had 30 Bitcoins right now. All right. El Codiga 96 says, gratitude. Vesica Pisces symbol, gratitude. That's called the Maat symbol. Robert E. Williams says, Hotep Pod Class. It was a wild ride. Min Maat. I'm out for now, and I'm going to read yours next. Name before you leave. This man here, Robert Williams, he gives sometimes multiple donations, and he has supported from the beginning. I'm gonna go read the next support that came in. Support this, and I'll keep going. Send in questions, and you'll be the box. Here we go. Coming from, it's a tip for the Killer Priest Podcraft. Any tip for the Killer Priest Podcraft gets a hand clap as well. Tree and KP tip. Oh, for the Tree of Life. Okay, wonderful. Ooh-wee, fair and square. Here we go. Round of applause to you. When my sound people come up for the bigger supports, there's going to be a lot of other different kind of noises, transformer sounds, all kind of interesting stuff, sound bites. I appreciate you all that don't want to keep it here. I really do. Who's Nixon? Shout out to Nixon. Oh, Nixon, El Código. I'm going to read Robert Williams, and I'm going to read Nixon. He's a new person. Robert E. Williams, here we go. Robert E. Williams showing up. I appreciate everybody for keeping this here, keeping this going. I gave up everything else that I do in life during COVID. It was actually shut down. All the other things that I do in life were shut down, and I decided during COVID that I would take the risk and satisfy everyone and create testimonies and change people's lives if the support has it to the point where I can just focus on doing this. Because if I have to break this up and go train people and go back to the gym and go down to the beach, perform magic and open up for Harry Potter and all the different things that I do, open up for football games and train those guys that you see on TV, all those reality show people I used to train, reality show. I can't, there's no way I could do that and come back and give you a mind-blowing class. I could give you some kind of semi-answer, but it won't be nothing like this. When I have my mind totally focused and I can just go in the dark for several hours and come out with this, that's what you get. Shout out to Robert E. Williams for Peppa Pets, Min Maat, support the channel. Tua with a star, $55.72. I wish I had more noises. Let me see if I can have more noises. That's the best I can do without my sound people here. Thank you. Thank you, Robert E. Williams. I appreciate you. You are consistent, Min Ma'at, and you never stop. You never stop. Peace and love to you, and peace and love to everybody who cares about this. Let's show care about this over care for all the silly things. The Matrix puts something in front of us, and we automatically just support it. Look at all the stuff in our closets we don't even use. All the nonsense we have. If a football jersey comes out, we got to get this jersey, all this foolishness. Now we're going to go to, where is he? Where is the brother? Where's the brother? The new brother. Nixon. Here we go. Shout out to, I like this drawing in the center. I like this drawing. It reminds me of a TV show I used to watch when I used to watch TV. When I used to watch TV, I used to watch a show called The Boondocks, and the people look like this picture. The Boondocks was by far one of two best cartoons ever in history. It would be between the Boondocks and the Airbenders, where they were talking about 7 chakras and going through different realms. Those two were the best. Shout out to this brother right here who looks like one of the characters from the Boondocks. His name is Nixon Cavalier, aka L Cody 9. He says, gratitude, hands up, Tehuti for the knowledge, $20, and El Cadigo, let me ask you, is this your first time here? Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Appreciate it very, very much. Thank you, everybody, for the support. And thank you, Nixon, for being a new person supporting. I want to know if you're brand new. Like, is today your first? Oh, Amunet. It's either Amunet or it's either Amunet or AD or Jehuti. Oh, El Cadigo, are you the one that came on asking for a book? Was that you? Somebody came on and I gave him the podcast. One of my secretaries gave him the podcast offices. Was that you? I wonder if that was you. So shout out to you. So either you came in through this brother's mates or you came in through AD, because I got Amunet putting up Instagram, AD putting up Instagram, and Tehuti. But I think you're the one that came in through Amunet because somebody who looks like you left a message. Found you on Instagram. There we go. All right. Somebody from Instagram. So Amunet, if that was you, the 2,872 posts you've done has found one of the new learning souls. Thank you, Nixon Cavalier. All right. Peace, Amun. How you doing, good brother?
Hotep Angudos Never Shaba. I'm doing good. Well, for asking, how are you doing?
I'm doing wonderful, excellent. If you saw the beginning of the pod class, that's how I'm doing. I'm very, very happy about this Killer Priest connection, and he's so excited. He's excited like one of you all, and it's a beautiful thing because his audience wants to know these things because they're bobbing their head to the Killer Priest music, but I know in the back of their mind they're like, okay, deep song, deep. Okay, where do we learn about this? Killer Priest, the same thing. Killer Priest has called me about some things to, for a song, because some of the things he has, he there's certain things he needs to know more about, and he knows he can come to me. So it's a beautiful relationship that we have. He puts out the music that moves the people. I put out the teaching that matches what the music's talking about, and everybody's happy and everybody supports. It's the first time this happened in the Killer Priest history. The show used to be then just opinionating about stuff, what they think. Now they have Tehuti giving them the facts. Killer Priest sent me a message. He said the last class that he was on, the last class I went down there on Thursday, he's having an out-of-body experience while I'm teaching. He said he felt like he was having an out-of-body while I was doing the class. He's completely enthralled with the class. So you all keep supporting, and it will keep me here and there. It's very, very busy, but I will do it. I will stay here and there. I love seeing the people transform because I don't want you to fall into the hands of the crazy teachers making stuff up from the top of their head just for ego, and they don't really care nothing about the Nitiru. Okay, let me read the next support. I'm doing great. Thank you for asking.
You do great, Shaba.
Okay. We got another new person, Christian Gomez. Why does that sound familiar? I remember Christian Gomez. Okay, shout out to Christian Gomez. I remember this name from also a long time ago. This is not a new person. I remember this name. A lot of names are coming back because what do you say, Amun? Sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
I said Ninu Saba.
Okay, thank you. Yes. Okay, so we got Christian Gomez from back in the day, and I had to come to Killer Priest, to refresh everybody's minds on what's happening. And a lot of people, look how many. Remember, I told you, Amun, what did I say? I said you all are gonna witness. I said I'm gonna go over to Killer Priest, and you're gonna witness the transformation of somebody who's never heard of this before, and you're gonna see them start to grow. And look how many people, names in here that we've never seen before, and there's supports in here from names I've never. There's been support from names I've never seen before, and that's the beginning of you. That was you your first day. And you may see that person, and maybe Info 111 or El Cadigo next year, in the next 8 months, they may be the sound man too. they may be at the pathways of the awakening, because that's how it starts, right? Once you get a taste of this, what's happening here, you can't go anywhere else, right? What do they say? They say once you go black, you can't go back. Once you go Maat, you can't go back. Once you go Maat, you can't go back. This, what's happening here, you can't go anywhere else. Are you Christian Gomez? Info? Info put 5. Did you put 5 because of this 5? I'm not sure. But shout out to Christian Gomez. I'm going to read this one here. Actually, I'll get you. No. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and read this one here.
$5 from Christian Gomez. Or will restart supporting. Soon sign up for Monday classes.
Okay. Yes, he was definitely here before. Is that you, Info 111? I'm not sure. But thank you, Christian Gomez. Appreciate your support. And yes, come on to Men at a Monday class. We walked through the Purim Haru, nice and slow. What did it take us? 2 months to get by 2 lines? Was it something like 2 months to get by 3 lines or something? To get through 3 sentences, it took us over a month. That's what we do. We walk through and I break down each symbol, what connects to what the words are. So you're learning. What I'm teaching is you're learning how to read relative metanetter. Relative metanetter means the metanetter that if you learn how to read it from the book, then you know more of what your reading is saying, as opposed to saying, how do you say metanetter? I'm going to climb up a tree. I want to eat some ice cream. You know, that's good too, but how is it to open up your spiritual book and read it and have that imbued because you know what the real meaning of it is, and then you can apply it to your ritual. All right, everybody, here we go. And you learn about that, and then hopefully you stop eating ice cream. All right, here we go. Ready, everybody? The one man that word for ice cream was there. Or you can come to Tehuti and find out how to eat the good ice cream, the healthy ice cream. All right, here we go. We got more support coming in. Thank you, everyone who is supporting. Vortex to the ninja, ninja to the vortex. Who is this mystical man? Oh, of course he's supporting. Of course, this is his number, right? I know Vortex Ninja's over there dancing for this class. He has. How many new jewels did you get, Vortex Ninja? On the number 7 just tonight. Oh, you're the 7th donator. Vortex Ninja is the 7th person. Vortex Ninja is the 7th person I put in the donation file. Oh, that is you? What's up, Christian Gomez? Yes, I remember you. Yes. What's up? Peace to you. So Vortex Ninja, you were destined to look what he put in his support. Vortex Ninja with the $7. And what did he say there, Amu? What did he write there?
777.
777, and he's the 7th supporter. Shout out to you, Vortex Ninja. I appreciate that. I'm gonna give you an Ebe heart. Yeah, he gets the heartbeat. He gets the number 7 heartbeat because somehow magically he donates 7. He puts 7-7, and then he's the 7th donator, 7th supporter of the night. Shout out to you, Vortex Ninja. I know your thing is. I want to say thank you, but if I type something, Tehuti will know who I am. He has to stay in ninja mode. We have no idea who this Vortex Ninja is. He's been here for years. He's just watching in the background. You know, when I go to Kill a Priest, by the way, for everybody, Vortex Ninja supports every Kill a Priest show as well. We don't know who he is, but when I go to Kill a Priest and I go to read the supports, he's there. Or she, we don't even know if he or she. The ninja is there too. All right. Support family, support please. Let me see. Service request created. What's this? The service request for issue. Range number does not work. Oh. Okay. Okay, next supporter in. Who's next? I see Amon and Amonette. I don't know if we're down there yet. We got Tehuti. No, not Tehuti. This is Djed and Retetua. Djed and Retetua. Peace and love to you too. They're probably somewhere either sleeping or taking care of the baby. Or set the family. All right, I'm gonna do this manually because it's not showing up on the it's not showing up in the window. So we go ahead and just do this manually. I simply have to take oh, where'd it go? Strange stuff. Okay. So who is it? Djed and Retetua. I simply got to take that and move it into the window with my fingers, and then now it should show up. Okay. Shout out to Djed and Retetua. Peace and love to you. And let's give him some big noise and go ahead and read that for me, Amun, and then we're gonna give him some noise.
$30 from Djed to them Maat Autu for Tua for today's class from Djed and Retetua, the Black Ebe, a Purple Ebe, and Ra.
Thank you for reading that, Amun.
Yeah.
And give him some big noise.
And yes, the Hekau really works. Maat or not? Oh, no Maat. Here to the next. I love the House of Aton.
Nomad says, peace, everybody. Peace, Nomad. We have two Christians that love coming to the pod class. Nomad and what's the other brother's name from the islands? Is it Mary Beatnuts or Mary?
Yeah, Conscious Conqueror. He's a Christian.
Yeah, that's him. Yes, thank you, Amun. Conscious Conqueror and Nomad the Dim Sum are Christians that love to come into the pod class and have Ptah as their icon. Not even John the Baptist. Oh my goodness. How's Amuna? Is she recovering?
She's currently eating up food right now. We had just got home from work.
Okay, good. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we got I keep seeing Amunet's name, but I can't seem to get to it. There's always somebody in front of it. There's Lisa, Robert E. Williams, Nixon, and there's Amunet. Yeah, we finally got it. Amun and Amunet. Here we go, everybody. Yay! Boom. All right, supporters, where are you? Where is everybody? We have Amun and Amunet. Read that first Amun and Amunet and give some, and then read the first Amun and then give yourself some big noise.
$45 from Amun and Amunet for Tua Netter Tehuti. Pure is your memory, pure is your ka.
Hey, thank you. I like that. Thank you, Amun and Amunet. Yeah. All right, give yourself some big noise.
Is Jabari getting these type of questions?
Yeah.
So brick by brick, we're going to continue. House of Aton, like, subscribe, and comment.
come join us. This is the best. We are the champions, right?
Thank you. El Cadigo says, "Do you how?" Maybe know how. It should be know how, right? Do you know how to read Sumerian? Peace to you, El Cadigo. Good question. So there's no language called Sumerian. To start off with, there's no language called Sumeria, but there is the language of the Kiangi. Then there's Babylonian, and there's multiple languages that people are calling Sumerian. I do not go and read that. I get it translated because it's not just one language. It's not like the Menet or even the Hieratic. It's a different script, but the words are the same. With what people call Sumerian, there's about 5 different types of them, and I get it. I know how to get it translated, and I'll read the translation that's accepted, and I'll read a little bit of it, but there's too much of it for me to read. One moment, everybody. I'm going to put on a big donation, and then I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment. What's that? Very shortly, I'm going to let you know. We got a monster donation coming in. I'm going to step off the screen while noise is being played for this. I thought I saw a monster donation. Yes. Basatut Maka Ox Effect with his monster donation. Here we go. This is actually a 2-day donation. You put the dates on here. I'm going to put this on. We're going to give all the Matrix music and everything for this. I'm going to come off this. And here is Basatut Maka Ox Effects monster donation. All right, go ahead and read that for us, Moon, and then make some big noise, please. I'm going to come off the screen for just a moment.
$120.72 from Basatut Maka Ox Effect for 2/8/26 and 2/14/26 podcast support Dua or Saba.
Humans have asked us to
Thank
play
you
by their
for the
rules.
knowledge. Blick it.
Oh my goodness.
Everything is beautiful. Yeah, we're here. And we're the best. There is no school.
You are watching a master at
Spirit to the net. And Hindu to you. And Hindu to everyone on the panel.
Woo-wee. This may be one of my favorite classes. Min Maat.
I'm representing the House of Encoded right now. Y'all see? Netaru. The Netaru. That's how you say it.
But this class was an out of body experience.
Makeru. And it's Makeru. From here through the roof. You don't know how we're doing this thing already.
Hotep, I am done. Woo! Tua. For the great support. Appreciate you, Basatut Maka Ox Effect. It is these large supports that truly sway the leverage of the Night of the Pod class, and I truly appreciate that you all appreciate what it is that's being brought to you. It's a two-way appreciation. I do appreciate what you are bringing to keep this going. It's a wheel. A one-sided wheel does not roll. It takes all the circle to roll, so everybody's participation keeps this rolling, and I will guarantee that I will continue to do my part, min ma'at, ever so consistent, non-stopping. I will teach like this on the pod class. I will teach like this on Killer Priest. I will be here every week. I will be at Killer Priest every Thursday. You all do the same. Support. Come to the pod class. Support each week. Support each Thursday. Send in pod class questions, and this momentum magic will continue to go. Okay, let me see the other supports that have come in. Let's see what other supports. And any PayPals? Let me see from if TT, can you hear me? I haven't seen any PayPals. Sometimes that's done manually, so let me find out from TT. Oh, by the way, did I say this the class? I didn't show the class time, did I?
I don't think so.
That class was 2 hours and 28 minutes. The showing? Yeah. 22827.
Well, for all your time, Saba.
Nini Uk. Nini Uk, Nini Uk. I'm glad you got to see that class, and my students that have been here before, I want you all to see classes within classes. It's like martial arts and crumb dancing, and you'll see something say, hey, wait a minute, I've seen that part taught before. I've seen this part, but wait, that wasn't in it. Oh, that was in it. Oh, wait, it's like it's like you. I want everybody to see that. What you said it one time over a year ago. You said something like the classes are all one big story. I think that was you that said that. The classes are all one big. It's all one big story class, something to that effect, and that's exactly what it is. If the truth is the truth, you will always see bits and pieces of it repeated because it exists. If you make up something, you can make up something new every time. But if the truth is the truth, you're going to see it. And because there's so many other aspects to it, you're going to see a whole nother class. That class started off like the first Kabbalah class, and then turned into something else. I could do 3 and 4 if you all want. I can keep going. Dr. LaRoche wants me to do Voodoo class 3 and 4, or is it 2 and 3? Did I do a Voodoo class 2 yet?
Not like the one that you had. No, not like the recent one.
Okay, so I'm ready. Send it in, everybody. Send in the support. Let me find out from TT. I don't see any PayPals in here. I don't see Tehuti and regular PayPal people. So let me find out if TT's on deck. Greetings, TT. Do you see PayPals? I don't see them on this end. TT, my great secretary, will get back to me. All right, everybody. Let me see. Do I see any more? Okay, everybody. Where are all the consistent House of a 10 people? Where's all the consistent people? Because a lot of these are actually, some of these are actually new people. So without the new people, maybe they're in the PayPals and I just don't see them yet. Let me go ahead and delete this. Delete this. Delete this. Okay. Okay, everybody. That's what I see from right now. Hopefully more will come in. I'll keep the class open for longer talk, build. Those who supported, you can come to the panel and build. Hopefully the other regular people will come in. Custom ATs will wake up. Some people VRI, they're in different countries. Sometimes custom ATs comes in at 11 o'clock, like I just woke up or something. So people are different countries, different time zones, but support the Tehuti podcast. Keep up the support. And I appreciate the new people that this has affected who have sent in their support as well. But all the regular people that have been around that I've been teaching for over 4 years just here on the internet, where are you? Come support Israel Hoyle. I don't know what happened to Sarah. I hope she didn't. The frequency of this knowledge, I never know what's going to happen to anybody, but I don't think I've seen Sarah support this month. And have you seen her in the chat, in the Killer Priest chat?
No, I haven't.
I haven't seen her like or heart the podcast that drop. I haven't seen her in the chat here, and I haven't seen support. It's such a strange whirlwind, and Tehuti can't be like that though. I have to be here. I have to be Min Maat, or this doesn't exist. So I hope she's okay. Maybe she's in the hospital. I'm not sure what's happened, but haven't heard from her. Supposed to do a one-on-one with her. Didn't hear. I don't know what happened to Sarah Harassed. She was in every single podcast from the beginning, every Killer Priest show, and now I don't see her, hear her, nothing. You never know. But I hope she gets safe out there. I'm gonna always start out with that, just like Menku. Menku disappeared. I didn't go and say Menku abandoned. I said, hope he's safe. It was like a month and a half. I was like, Menku safe? Is he safe? Meanwhile, he abandoned. I was like, I'm out here wishing him good health, Menku. He'll come back. I hope you're okay. Meanwhile, he done abandoned the House of Attend a long time ago. I'm just too innocent and nice, I guess. Shout out to everybody, all the supporters. Okay. El Cadigo says, gratitude, fam. One last question. I want to know how to leave my body conscious. Woo! El Cadigo. That is definitely so to learn how to do it. Beautiful question. I have a lot of classes on out of bodies, on the practices. The practice classes I separate from the pod classes. Why? Because of the sneak learners. As you can see, there was 60 people watching the pod class. As soon as I finished, it went down to 35, 40 people. So there's 20 people that watched just to steal the knowledge, take the information, and go without even, they didn't even type thank you in the chat. Imagine that 60 people saw. As soon as I said, Hotep, I'm done, it went down to like 40, 45. So they didn't even have the decency to even type for free. Thank you, Tehuti. Great class. Because it was a constant number for 2.5 hours. So they were there for all that time. But the evil within people, it's such a selfish take world that we're in, and an internet fast microwave. I take, that they didn't even type thank you. More or less didn't even give support. So for those type of people that just watch, take, and selfish, I would never have classes publicly teaching true spiritual practices that could lead to immortality and out of bodies and heighten your spiritual awareness on here for those people to take that and run. And plus some of it is sacred from the papyruses that I'm never going to say here. So what I've set up, El Cadigo, is I've set up this right here. This is for all of those who are interested in that type of wisdom. These are private, prepaid classes. So that means that you send your support for the class and then you're able to get a link. So it's not like the pod class where it's a trusting thing where 60 people watch, but I have to trust that they appreciate and support and they're going to run away. This one, you send in your support first, and then that day you get a link. So it's a free will offering of $30 per class, $25 for the recording. They are recorded, so even if you miss the class and can't make it on a Monday at 2:30 p.m., you can ask for the recording, and you get the link to the live recording. But these are never ever public for the audience to just run away from, because there's no true heart of honesty with a lot of people that actually appreciate. If I passed away tomorrow, the pod class exploded or something happened, they would just go on to the next YouTube channel. It's not like the golden age and the good old era where people actually did bartering systems where they appreciate, people bow to each other in cultures, will compliment. This is an evil type of just take, insult, fight, say something negative, take and run. That's why the frequency, we don't have any of the classic people produced anymore. There's another matrix frequency that's taken over. So there'll be no more. There is no more Michael Jackson. There is no more Al Green. There is no more James Brown. There is no more Bruce Lee. I can keep on going of all the classic things that a certain frequency produced back in the 60s and 70s, and they just became the best, and you don't see that anymore. There is no more Jackie Chan. There is no more all the things that were classic. There is not another Prince of today. You see that? There's no Prince of today. There is no Martin Luther King of today. All the things that were the foundations of true heart classicness. There is no X-Clan of today. There is no all the things that we in rock and roll. There is no Elvis Presley of today. I don't care who comes in wrestling. There's no Hulk Hogan. You see, there's no for heavy metal. There is no Motley Crue. There is no Led Zeppelin. You see, there is no Public Enemy. All the things that made culture. There is no more Good Time Show. There is no more JJ. All these were classic things. But the matrix AI world and the artificial heartless world, it can't produce it. It can only do microwave and make it can make heartless copies of things. So heartless copies of things can't produce another Rick James. It can't produce another Prince. It can't produce another Michael Jackson. They can't produce these things that were like musical and anomalies that existed that were just classic things. Chubby Checker. There's no such thing as these things anymore. Everything is just whippersnapper. So this class is for those who like have the true heart and are dedicated and won't abuse the teachings by just when you watch the teachings and don't support it. When you watch anybody doing, if you watch a breakdancing show and walk away, it's evil. I don't care if they're breakdancers. If you sit there and watch a clown performing for 20 minutes and you're sitting there like this and he has a tip jar out, if you don't throw him a tip, it's just an evil person. And that's all there is to that. There is actually no, unless you are truly broke yourself, there's no excuse, because in your back pocket is some weed and the football game or whatever you're going, wherever it's some Dunkin' Donuts, you got the potato chips in your mouth, and you see a breakdancer out there, and you're watching the show and your children are clapping and you just walk away from him. So go to McDonald's and support him. To support Ronald McDonald's, because you're programmed to support death, but the talented dancer on the street and the magician who made your child smile, thank you, man, I just walk away. That's the same thing with the podcast, the same energy. I'm trying to get back the cultural energy that produced all the true innate soul things that we once had. Peace, Eminette, how are you?
Peace, what's up, great Salvatore? I am doing extremely good for asking. And how are you doing, great Salva?
I'm doing great. I'm trying to bring back the culture, man. The Herbie Love Bug show. I don't know if you know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to bring back the Love Boat. What's today's version of the Cosby Show? What's it called today? Any Cosby Show out today? Of all these TV shows, Bad Girls, whatever they're called, is there anything equal to the Cosby Show? Anything at all? See that it's that soul that's gone now. Is there anything equal to Living Color? What was that show of the college students, Dwayne Wayne? Anything equal to that? No. Is there a new version of anything out? It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist. You see? So we're trying to get it back, though, people. We're trying to get back the culture, the soul. You can blame the atheists and AI for removing the heart from people, because only in a computer world could you do that. Because in the real world, when it was Malcolm X, who's Malcolm X today? In a real world, when it was Malcolm X, when it was the Black Panthers, when it was anybody, it could be Elvis Presley, it could be any. In the real world, when you had a meeting, let's say it's 60 people that came to the podcast, it would be 60 people in front of you looking at you. So they couldn't just get up and walk away. ridiculous. Imagine that you do a seminar and everybody's like, "Hey, see you later." You have to look eye to eye while you're saying "see you later," but because you can't see the people watching, everyone can just click off. It's a weird type of it's a disconnected world. But you can't go to the Malcolm X. You can't go to these meetings. First of all, you have to pay to go in there in the first place. But that's why all the movements and all the great things started in the past. When everybody names their top 5 or top 10 of anything, it's nobody today. Nobody today. Who's the top 10 rappers? Nobody's naming somebody today. Drake. Really? Drake over KRS-One? For real? Anybody out like today? There's nobody. They don't name them. A rock star out today that's better than Motley Crue and Elvis? That's just how it is. So we're getting that back. We're getting the soul back, everybody. Okay, I see a PayPal. Here we go. Thank you. So the PayPal, which is custom to the made to the T's, is being consistent with this amount now. The 6. Oh, and custom made T's. Did you see the class? Did you get your jewels on the number 6? Did you get your jewels on the importance of the number 6 in Kemet and the convergence into the Hapaped? And oh my goodness, man, this was a class. Shout out to Custom AT. He loves the number 6. I appreciate him. I'm going to read this one, then I'm going to take a little break and step off. I appreciate all the great support and those who really want this to work. I'm doing great. I feel good. Oh, I think she just left. Oh, she's back. It's magic. All right, I'm doing great. I feel good. I feel happy. And Killer Priest, I don't know if you're listening, but he texted me. He sent me a message before I even left the studio, to come down. So we're gonna work on a classic, mind-blowing track. I'm gonna go watch some. What I gotta watch? Kendrick Lamar. I gotta learn how to rap, so I can get on with Killer Priest. I'm gonna watch all 24 hours of Drake. I'm gonna watch Lil Yachty, Dirty Head. And I'm gonna learn how to inspire the Killer Priest. All right, shout out to I Am Kadzani, who sent his 2424. I'm going to get Amunet to read that, then I'm going to take a moment and step off for just a momentum. And there's I Am Kadzani right here. Hey. Oh, go ahead.
2442 for Anki and Maat, Min Hepapet and Maat. I live for Maat every day. I advance towards Maat for your consistency. Tua, with a whole bunch of stars. I am Kuzani.
All right, he gave it 24, 6 by 6 by 6 by 6, and the 42, which is the multiplication of 6 and 7. And now I Am Kadzani, you understand the multiplication of 6 and 7 equaling the true Pekka Mku. Give us some big noise. Thank you for reading that, Amunet.
You're welcome.
There's no screen.
All I'm offering is the truth. Nothing more.
The Matrix boy said it. There is no spoon. Thank you, Amun, for the noise. Thank you, Eminet, for reading. And shout out to Rainwater. I remember this name as well. A lot of the people from before are popping back up, and we love it. Shout out to Rainwater 3860. Let me ask you a question, Amun. These numbers that are in the names, are these actually in their names, or is it showing up like that for some reason? Because a lot of these names have like El Cadigo 96, and they have these numbers. It's actually there.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. All right. You said something, Emily?
Said Ninu.
Okay, thank you. Yay. Okay. All right. Rainwater, nice to see you back. I'm gonna step off for a moment. You all build. Anybody who supported El Cadigo, any of you, feel free to come up on the panel and just build, say peace, and build, vibe with the family. I'm gonna step off for just a moment. Hopefully, when I come back, there's a little more support sent, and I appreciate all those who sent for the Killer Priest pod class as well. I read some of their names in the pod class. Who's this? I think I am Kazani. Custom made tees. Yep. Several people's names I read out, and I appreciate all of you who supported during the Killer Priest. The last time I didn't actually put them on the screen. I just read them out. These numbers were prevalent in my experiences, and now really makes sense to my life. Too, Saba. That's what I want. I want to hear how it affects your life. All right, I'm gonna step off, everybody. Please support the Tehuti Pod class. Cash App, TT Moon, PayPal at RockESV. Those are the 60 people who are watching. 50 people, 40 people, 42 people who are watching. Just send us support and just say thank you. Just say thank you. Say peace. Class was good. Class was amazing. Or I learned something, and I just want to give back. I take and I want to give back. It's a principle of love that unfortunately we just don't have in this day and age. But if you take something, you give back. It's a reciprocity. It doesn't matter what it is you're taking. Anything that you're taking to enhance yourself that helps you, you should want to give back in whatever way that you can. Just say that I want this to continue. I don't want the podcast to end next year because of lack of support. Tehuti has to go and train reality show guys and do fitness training to competitive bodybuilders in the gym, and you all don't see me anymore. Maybe once a month I pop up on Killer Priest or something, but if I go back to those things, I can't raise this nation up like this because I don't. This is a class by class situation. I'm not supported like the Matrix people support their people. You know how the draft pick back. If you play basketball, you sign one contract. You turn to a rapper, you sign a contract, and you're good for like 4 years, living exponentially good. It's not like that when it comes to the to saving people. When it comes to killing people, absolutely, Jason and Freddy Krueger can retire. The guy that played Saw 3 can retire. When it comes to Chucky and all these horror movies, whoever does those horror movies, the heroes, they can retire. The Matrix makes sure of that. The Matrix takes care of their people. This is class by class, where I know that it's not like that when it comes to pure teachings. But if I was out here doing, what's that guy's name that starts with a D? I don't know what he does, but he gets paid and he just dances around. He has a chubby face. He's the most. He's with the guy. I don't even know whether one guy's name is Kai Sanat, and there's another guy. He's a chubbier guy, and they're together doing strange. I don't know what they do, but those guys can. They do comedy. I don't know what they do. They just laugh. I don't know what they do, but they're set. They're set though. They're set. I don't know what Dwight. What's the guy's name? The chubby face. I don't know, but whatever those guys. Who? I thought somebody said something. But whatever.
I think his name is Drewski.
Yeah, he's set. Is Drewski asking for some donations? What does he do? But the Matrix makes sure that whenever it comes to the distraction and just mental chaos, those people are set. When it comes to purity and helping people, it's not in reverse the same way. So let's reverse it, everybody. Keep this here. I want to keep this going. Shout out to everybody. I am Kazani says 27 Saba. I'm not sure what that's a response to. 27 Saba. Oh, my number? You remember that? Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm Kazani says character is not rewarded in the land of the illusion. Absolutely. I'm gonna take a break right now. All the honest people that really appreciated not just this, but everything that led to this. This is years and years and years of teaching and answering questions. I've never once come to the pod class with a pre-designed lecture that I've chosen. Not one pod class is my class. Every single pod class is what the people want. And there's never been a service like that before. So to all the loved ones who support and appreciate, and all those who haven't yet, maybe it will hit you one time or hit you one day, and you wake up in bed and say, I feel a little guilty. Like, holy smokes, I watch the pod class every week, and I'm just sucking it up and running away. All right, I'll be back, everybody, with peace and love to all the beautiful people, Amun, Amunet, everybody in the chat, the new brother El Cadigo, Rainwater, all the Robert Williams, everybody in the chat. Shout out to you. Keep it going, Min Maat. What's that? Oh, one lizard scratching a box. Okay. I'll be back, everybody. Peace and love. I'm going to go refresh myself and come back, build a little bit more, and then close on the podcast. Hopefully when I come back, there'll be more support. Peace and love, everybody. Hotep for now.
Peace and love, Saba. Hotep. Enjoy your break.
Peace and love.
Thank you very much.
Ninook, Hotep, Uncle Justin, Neb, to the great Saba 2 with Hotep Ra. 12 for this beautiful class. 12 for your life, your eternity, and all the hard work you put into making these classes. Everybody, please support our great Saba. He puts in so much time to make these classes, to make the class you see here, the classes you're seeing on Killer Priest, putting in time to put all these things together and then present it as well. That's definitely worth support. All the new people here, all the people that came from Killer Priest or anywhere else, Instagram or anything like that, welcome. Continue to watch Sabatuti. You will have your mind blown. You will have your life changed, especially if you come at this with the mindset of changing your life, implementing different things in your life. Like the new person in the chat, El Cadigo, he's asking how can he leave his body consciously. When you come with a mindset like that, you're bound to change and learn how to expand yourself and become a better, more pure being. Because what Sabatuti does is he teaches us through his actions and through different things such as the information you're seeing on the screen. So it's really a lifestyle that Sabatuti is teaching here. And when you come wanting to better yourself, this is the perfect place to be, to better yourself. And Sabatuti does so much. He has infinite amount of information and knowledge and wisdom. I love the Killer Priest class that Saba did recently. That was a beautiful class. And to see the way that AD, Killer Priest, and Sabatuti, the way that they all interacted with each other and reacted to the class was very beautiful. It was very powerful to hear AD's experiences and then hear Saba's comments on them as well, and his guidance and advice on that. That was very, very powerful, very insightful. And see the way that Killer Priest was reacting. It's always beautiful to see the way that Killer Priest receives the information that's being present. He is very excited. And yes, it's a very beautiful thing. And it's beautiful how Saba can teach a class here, teach a class there, and it's the same class with added information, and it's still a complete different experience because of the environment that he's in. Anybody who watched that class is a very, very beautiful class for anybody who watches being introduced to Sabatuti, because it has to do with something that we all have experienced, which are dreams, out of bodies, different experiences that we experience when our body is asleep. So if you found any value to the Killer Priest class, or to this class or any other class, sending your support, because I know when I first heard information that was presented, is something that I could relate to so much, like the last class Saba had in Killer Priest. When I first came across that information and Saba presented it, it really changed my life and the way that I think about things. It really changed the way that I look at things. And that class in itself, the way that Saba presented it and the way that the interactions were happening, it was excellent, because you even have AD giving his insight and his information on the experiences that he's having. So when I first hear a class of where Saba is teaching about dreams and how every experience somebody has in the Matrix, they call it a dream. But in all reality, there's different things happening. One of them being an out of body. And I learned that it really made me look at the experiences that I was having and really analyzing every single experience so that way I can categorize it correctly, so that way I know how to go about practicing and acting within the experience. And for what a part that I really liked was how obviously the whole theme of the class and the whole theme of our ancestors, the whole thing is to live after this life, to live in another realm for eternity. That realm being the double realm, the real time zone, astral realm, whatever people want to call it. For Saba to teach on those things, and then for AD to say independently with his own experiences that by him having out of bodies, he's realized there's no reason to be afraid of death, because death is where people are going when they have out of bodies. For AD to say that and tie it in together with Saba's class, that was beautiful, and I really like that, and I would think that other people would like that as well, because here you have Saba Tehuti teaching about something that has to do with the culture that here at the House of Aten we all live for, and then someone else, being AD, who doesn't live for Maat, but still can say the same thing that our ancestors are saying, even though we're from two different cultures. AD is saying one thing, the ancestors are saying the same thing. We're in different time periods, different cultures. So that was very beautiful to see. So for people to watch that class and get the different insight on something that's so important to all of us, really. I mean, especially kids, and when we were all kids, like dreams are everything. Being able to have dreams and hearing about different things, whether it's good or bad, it's really very impactful to us at some point in our life. That's a great introductory class that Saba did, and a great way that it was presented with all the experiences. So if you watch a class like that, if you watch any other class, anything that impacts you, then like the AI moderator says here, support with a Cash App. PTI Moon, if you have a question, send in the question. Because what Saba's doing here definitely is impactful. Very impactful. You can see here, G Cost 95 says, I have a question. Does Christianity's concept come from Akhenaten? You can send in that question here to the Cash App, TTI Moon. And I promise you, Sabatuti will give a master, mind-blowing class. That's a question you've had for a week or a month or a year. Sabatuti will definitely answer the question. Like, he will answer the question and give you things that you will never be able to think about. on your own. Like the way that he puts things together is absolutely mind blowing and beautiful. And I think Sabatuti would really like to answer that question, considering the relationship to Akhenaten and the connection to Akhenaten that the House of Aten has, that Sabatuti has. I would like to hear the answer to that question as well. So please send that in. Just get a taste. That's how everybody first came here. Everybody who is here now asking questions, they started with one question. They send it in. And then you decide from there, are you satisfied or are you not? And everybody has been satisfied. You just really have to step forth and do it and send in that question so that way you're able to understand the amount of information you can receive. It really is mind-blowing the amount of information you can receive for something. It's like you go to Burger King or McDonald's or something, you could spend like $20, $30, and what you get is what you get. It's really not much. It's only going to last for a certain amount of time. But here at the pod class, you could give $30, $40. Some people, it depends on what your question is. You give what you can, and you get so much back from Sabatuti, and it's very useful what you get from the answers. With junk, something I noticed with junk and nonsense and toxins is that it runs out or kind of just lingers until it destroys you. Well, with Saba's answers, it's always, you can always come back to the class and learn something new. And the things that you do learn and you remember, they're always processing, and you're able to learn new things from it or connect what you've learned to other things and keep expanding yourself, keep going higher and higher and higher, becoming more pure, more pure, more pure. So yeah, send in that question. If anybody else has any questions, send it in. I mean, before I came across Saba Tehuti, when all I had was just the people on the internet and conscious Instagram people and all this other nonsense. When I was in a position before I knew Saba, I had so many questions. I mean, I still have so many questions, but if you're somebody who's new here, you have to have a lot of questions. If you're into consciousness and spirituality, you have to have a lot of questions. Like how the one person said they want to learn how to have an out of body. There has to be, everybody has a question. Like everybody has a question, whether you're new or you've been here before. So the time is right. You definitely got to send in that question to get the answer. I mean, we're all watching Saba Tehuti because he's able to answer questions. Nobody else watches him for any other reason. I think even the people that want to debate him, they only really stick around because they're learning. At the end of the day, they're learning from the things that Saba's answering. So at some point, everybody should have a question to send in. We all enjoy what's being said here. We're all learning from it. We're all benefiting from it. And all of our questions are so unique and personal to us. And like this person, G Cost 95, they have their personal reasons for asking that question. And what matters the most is that when they ask that question, they receive the answer hits them in their heart. The answer gets to them in their ka, their spirit, and their soul. That really changes somebody. That really moves the way that they think and go about different things. So, yes, everybody, sending your question and sending your support for the questions that are answered. Saba answers questions all the time that other people have. They never asked. If you had a question answered today, that's worth support. You might not have been the person who asked the question, but you had a question answered. And now you have this lightness within your chest, this pureness within your mind, because you've had a not a problem, but something you're thinking about. Like when you're thinking about a question, the gears are turning in your head, you're trying to figure something out. And then when you get it figured out, which is Saba answering the question, you feel relieved. And that relief, it's a beautiful feeling. And I mean, personally, I would feel bad if I didn't give back the person who gave me that relief. So it's another beautiful reason to send in support. And like how Saba said, we want to send the support because we want to make sure that the podcast is here next year. You don't want to be a person that's like, oh, the podcast isn't here because I didn't send in the support. I mean, that'd be horrible. Somebody on the Killer Pre-Show said that you could literally watch the classes that are here for years. There's so much information here, so much to support. And that's even just what's on here on YouTube. That's not including the Medu classes. The Medu classes are mind-blowing. The things in the Medu classes with practices on how to have a better memory, how to leave your body, altar work, and then even going beyond leaving the body and the rituals for the out of body when you're out of body, and absolutely mind blowing and bending and changing things that are in the Medu class. And then you also have it here, but the Medu class is more advanced. There's just so much life expanding information everywhere. And I really hope that people see that. I really hope that people support Saba. Hope that people support Saba now. I hope that people support Saba in the future, and that more support keeps coming and coming and coming, because I mean, he's teaching life expanding stuff. I see people online that teach like out of body courses and talk about going to certain places. They talk about seeing certain things that I know because of Saba are actually not out of body experiences, they're usually dreams people have, lucid dreams and things like that. And to know that, or people will say they saw Jesus in out of body and all these different things. Because of Saba Tehuti, I'm able to actually have practices in a person, most importantly, the Netter himself, to come to and talk to about the practices that he gives me, my experiences that I have in them, so I can understand what's really happening to me and to my mind. I mean, that in itself, that's worth an infinite amount of dedication right there. There's so much to give back to Saba for what he's given us. So welcome back, Great Saba Tuti. I hope you enjoyed your break.
Welcome back.
Peace. Yes, good to be back. Excellent. Is there an echo? Is that what I'm hearing? I don't know. It's like I think you're saying something, but I think there's an echo of my own self. Maybe on my end. But peace. Nice to be back. I brought your friend.
Is Malku venomous?
No, hold on. One moment. Okay. Malku has a serum in a dull venereal gland, and it's effective on rats, pre-digestion, but it is not what we consider venom that could hurt you, other than maybe some swelling. So he's not front fanged. There's no venom like that. Just something that can subdue mice and help pre-digest.
Thank you for that information, Saba. That's still the most beautiful snake I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's and where's his head? The lion face. Yes. Yeah, he's very gorgeous and beautiful. and very, very, very intelligent. He acts like a lizard. Okay, beautiful people. I'm gonna comment on for the welcome some of the new people in the room. Shout out to G Coast 95. All the new people are gonna give you a round of applause for entering into the Tehuti Pod class and participating in typing. We always welcome you all in with good frequency. Well, welcome into the Tehuti Pod class. Peace to you. And the brother or sister, I'm not sure if the brother or sister, says, I have a question. Does Christianity's concept come from Akhenaten? So beautiful question. And again, don't know, I'm not sure how new you are or everything, but greetings and peace having you here. This is what happens to people's questions at the pod class. So people send in questions, and because they appreciate the time and the life-changing answer that they get, their question turns into this. You end up getting half of or the entire pod class, depending on the amount of support that's given, and you get visual demonstrations, references, mind-blowing information, things taught from pieces of archaeology that are rare, translations and true origins, and things that you'll never really hear anywhere else because of what I have to do to answer the questions. So people send in questions and support the pod class, and it doesn't matter what the question is as long as it deals with the advancement. People even send in questions about pregnancy, cravings, gestation, diabetes, baby's consciousness in the womb, and their question turns into this, a whole pod class dedicated to them. So when I answer a question, I'm actually taking you through a walk of changing things that are taking place in your mind. So it's a beautiful thing. It doesn't matter if it's on the solution of eczema, kidney failure, fatty liver disease, the origin of the White House, is it Mother Earth or Father Earth? All of these questions are answered, and the time that I take in to answer them, usually your answer can be anywhere from 45 minutes to today, someone's questions were 2.5 hours. So it's a real journey that I take you through, and it's time consuming, and it's a beautiful thing at the end. And you will have definitely testimony after you get the answer compared to what you've heard today. So shout out to you, G Coast 95, support the Tehuti Pod class, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockASV, and send in your questions. I'm down to 2 questions, I think, and I think they're both Maharu. Shout out to Maharu. Shout out to Mary's Web Hotep family. I am Akhenaten. I'm glad to see you all. Glad to see you too. Mary's Web, beautiful spider. This is the Spider Man. He has over 6,000 spiders. I know you can't comprehend how that's possible. If you think Tehuti has a lot of animals, he has more spiders than I have people living in this part of the city I'm in. He has more spiders than people in the town, the section of the city I'm in. So he's the Spider-Man. Shout out to here's another new name I always give. This is Obia Man Dread, who says Shalom up. You never know what you're gonna see here on the Tehuti Pod class, but we welcome you in. Regardless of whether you're a Rasta, Christian, Muslim, Jew, atheist, Hindu, actually everyone here in the House of Aten who is a member of the House of Aten or who is a diligent studier now under Tehuti was every one of those things. I have cleansed and transformed Rastas. There's people in here straight from Indian stock, like real Sanskrit stock. Buddhists, there's 3 Buddhists, used to be Buddhists. Everybody's a used to be. by the time they get through me, and it's a part of their testimony. There's Buddhists in here that are now reading Metanetter. There's Hindus in here who types reading Metanetter. It doesn't matter what stage you come to Tehuti. We accept you at all stages, and we walk you through. So shout out to Obia Man Dread, who says Shalom, Ap, and he has the lion there. And Obia Man, that's another form of when I was in Jamaica, it's a form of Jamaican magic.
Ooh.
Yeah, Obi is a form of Jamaican magic. It's 100% real, and the actual word comes from the concept of the servants of Vudan. It comes from the Abid. Abid was a word that meant a servant, and it was the same as the concept of the Loa. Servants or spirit servants are things you would do to summon energy forces, and while they're doing those things for you, they are actually your servants. Comes from an ancient word, ancient concept. Shout out to Obia Man, and then we got El Kudigu says same color as your hat, Saba. Dope. I must have missed something.
Talking about Malku.
Oh yeah, hey, yes. Yes, the gold and black. He's calmed down now. He's relaxing. He has one of the strongest bites of all snakes. What's funny, Nani?
You're holding when you're saying that. I'm sure there's people that are looking like in amazement.
Yeah, he has one of the strongest bites of all snakes. His jaw is extremely strong. And they're known to have pretty bad attitudes. That's what I'm told. I'm always told the snakes I get have bad attitudes. I had to rescue 3 vipers. I'm always told. I asked one guy, "Is it aggressive?" He says, He says it's aggressive. This animal's aggressive. I said, "Is a cage aggressive, or is it aggressive outside of the cage? Is it food aggressive, like once it comes to food, or is it aggressive?" He says it's entirely aggressive. It's entirely aggressive. And it's a lizard, and I have that lizard on my hand. It sits on my shower curtain now, bro. All right, everybody. We're gonna go and see if there's any more support. I hope there is. I want to give shout outs to more people and see that more people appreciate it. All these are from Killer Priest. Okay, there's no more support, so payment sent. Who is this? Oh, that's TT. Okay. All right, everybody. So that is it. I don't see any more supports coming in. Unfortunately, that is all. I thought there would be more. 1/6 of the people that saw this class supported. About 1/6. I guess that's how the mathematics goes. So but that's okay. It will build up, and as long as I'm meant to be here, as long as this frequency is meant to be here, the people will decide if it's meant to be here, and they will keep it. They will keep it here. Shout out to those people who are Min Maat, and they stay around, because there's absolutely nothing to stay around this. This is a plethora of beautiful wisdom and guidance that helps you with your life. It creates a family, and that's all that it is. So there's nothing to leave. There's nothing to. It's beautiful answers to questions. A family of people that all treat each other well. More beautiful answers to questions. Getting names. Having out of bodies. Sometimes your business is promoted. There's nothing to not be around. It's not a task. It's just all beautifulness. There's been nobody to this point has ever had a complaint about the House of Aten and said, because of this negativity or because of this wrong information, I have to leave. I've never received that yet. That's nowhere on video. That's nowhere on record. So it's a beautiful environment that people can come and just bathe in the frequency, and then you develop new friendships with people who have a like mind. Like Kadoji's in here, and he's going to go out and talk to people. He may mention this, and they may not be able to relate to this. But when he comes here, he can mention what he's learning on any level and talk to anybody in the chat. So it's just comfortable environment. You're never prejudged in a negative way about whatever you're into, because there's nothing negative about you being into the thing. That's how I view it. The religions, in that these were developed systems prior to you being born. So even if they're negative, even if they're a psyops, even if they're downtrodden, even if they're lies, it's not your intention for being in it is not negative, and that's all that I care about. So nobody in Christianity is in Christianity because they're trying to deceive people. I mean, other than those pastors that are control, not the powers that be, but nobody in this chat, or no regular person walking on the street, is in Islam because their urge is to deceive. They want to be a deceiver and a liar. No one is in it for that. Everybody that's in Buddhism, Islam, Christianity, if you're in the metaphysics, whatever you're in, your goal to be in it is for upliftment. Everybody that I talk to, whether it's wrong or right, you're not in it for the wrong. And as long as you're not in it from the wrong, I'm going to take that perspective of you that wants the right, and I'm just going to feed that. I'm just going to feed that. What do you want? You want out of body? What is it you want in Christianity? You want everlasting life? What is it you want? You want pure life? You want morals? What is it that you want? Let's see if it's at the House of Aten. You know, everything's here except for Jesus, though. So, and then you're going to find out that you're more powerful than Jesus ever was. So you end up feeling better. We end up teaching here that Jesus said, for those who believe in me, they will do greater works than I. And I'm going to teach you to do greater works than Jesus. And once you do greater works than Jesus, you don't need him anymore. You don't need that story anymore. And then once you learn where it actually comes from and how you can actually imbue those powers, you definitely don't need it anymore. So welcome to the House of Aten. This is whatever you're looking for in spirituality. There's nothing in spirituality. I've never met anyone who's in a certain type of spirituality who's looking for something that I can't say I haven't done a class on. What is it that you want? You're just not going to... I just don't teach you to kiss the black stone. You know, you can't beat your wife with a toothbrush here. So if you want to stay in Islam for beating your wife with a toothbrush, I remember I did that in class when I used to teach live. I was teaching on a stage in front of, I think it was 1,000 people, and I had them crying, laughing. I brought a woman on the stage. I think I did it in front of 40 and 1,000. I can't remember. It was 2 different times I did it. And I invited women on the stage, and I pretend that I'm a Muslim, and I pull out a toothbrush, and I start chasing them around the stage. That's the class. I'm chasing them around the stage. They, what are you going to do with that? And I'm going to beat you. He said, that's stupid. I said, isn't it? And that's Islam. It says in the Quran you can beat your wife with a toothbrush. So you won't be able to do that here. And even if you do that here, your wife will probably laugh at you. So if that's what you want, it's not here, but anything else is here. Anything else, whatever you want that has to do with the origin of things. Right knowledge, that's right. If you want right knowledge, come over here. I promise you, I don't care if you're a Rasta, I've transformed all of you. Muslims, I've transformed Jehovah's Witnesses. Jehovah's Witness people have come to me as Jehovah's Witnesses, and they've become a part of my actual family. They become a part of my actual family. Zakisha's mother started off as a Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, have you gotten a Mormon yet?
No, because they're all the Mormons that come, they don't last in the conversation. They left their shoes. Mormons have come over, and I told them, leave me the Book of Mormon and come back the next day. And when they came back the next day, they left with their socks on. I don't get to see much Mormons. Other than that, I've never even seen a Mormon come up to me and talk to me. They're not They ride around in the bikes, but they don't. I don't think I'm their target. They're more they're European, and they don't see brown skinned people as really their target. I never seen a woolly haired black man on a bike saying he's a Mormon. So I think that's the only people I haven't gotten, because they actually they're really afraid of me. So the Mormons have come over. I don't know if the Jehovah's Witnesses are Mormons. Both of them have come, and I was answering their questions on my arm, and they didn't like that. So we're getting into a debate. We get into a conversation, and instead of me sometimes talking, I'd have their thoughts on my arm. So they would think about something. Yeah, they would think about something. We're at the table, right, and we're debating or talking, and I would take before they said what they're gonna say, I would take ashes and put it on my arm, and they're what they're gonna say is on my arm. I go like this with ashes, and the sentence is on my arm, and they left in their socks. So it didn't go too well. So no, I think I shouldn't have done that extreme. But after breaking down their Book of Mormon, and then their words started appearing on my arm, they definitely thought I was a devil. So they don't last. They don't last. But everybody else, yeah. Maybe if I meet a melanated Mormon that doesn't actually believe I'm the inherent devil, I think all the white Mormons, they're teaching that I'm evil already. So when I start doing things, it confirms that I'm evil. So that's it. But everybody else, I'll transform you. I'll transform. I never met. I know everybody else. It's easy work, because it's the truth does it. So shout out to all the people. We're gonna go ahead and do some closing words here and close out the podcast today. Shout out to the Mormons. The Jehovah's Witnesses left in their socks too. They leave in their shoes. They left their shoes, and the Mormons left their shoes. More than one group of people leave in their socks on. So, but I've converted all of them. I walk into Muslim mosques. I would do a live podcast in front of a 30-story Muslim building, like the guys that will kill you. Those guys, not give me bean pie, brother. Not that. The looka. Them guys in the white garbs. Those guys, they're not playing around. Their head has a scar here, and they don't smell good. Those guys, they smell like body odor. They have a scar, and looka. I'd set up my class with chairs in front of their Muslim building, and they'd come down. Looka. I remember they came down with a group and they sat in my class, waiting to hear something, to start something. And when they went to leave, one of the guys wouldn't leave with them. He sat there with the dot in his head from all the salats, the body odor. I don't know if maybe it was Ramadan. They're not allowed to put on any deodorant. The body odor, the white garb, and he wouldn't leave the class. I transformed him in the class as a Muslim, and he wouldn't leave. And they stuck for law, and they left. So shout out to them. All right, beautiful people. I think that's it. That's it of the Tehuti stories. We're gonna go ahead and close up and get some positive words, ending, closing words. If there's no more support coming in, what's that? Yeah, they come down. They come to my magic show. That you come to where we live with this. Come to Arabia. No hands for you. We chop hands off. Those guys. They're there watching the magic, but if I come to Arabia, they're gonna chop my hands off. It's the strangest relationship I have with people. The Muslims are watching the magic show, but they say if I come to Arabia with it, they're taking my hands off. I don't know. It's a strange thing, but anyways, Assalamu alaikum. All right, let's close out. Amun and Amunet, give us some beautiful closing words. Then we'll do the affirmation and close out, because I don't see any more support coming in for the podcast or this beautiful this right here. For those who missed it, rewind, and maybe when you rewind it, you'll watch it, but this right here is what was taught today. The Kabbalah, taking Kemetic Code Part 2. What is encoded within this Kabbalah prayer? That was an explosion. Kemet Ascension Science of the Square, taken from Maat and now taught in schools. The number 7 as above, so below, Ascension shapes in Kemet. The real Ma'at number 42 that deals with the Pekka Emku and the building of yourself. Symbolism in Ma'at, geometry shapes, and your first ruler. Support the Tehuti Pod class by sending questions with reciprocity and reciprocity appreciation for the class. And a thank you, of course. And of course, support the Tehuti Pod class only if this has benefited you in any way. That was a class today, and now we're going to go ahead and close out. People can rewind if they're just tuning in now. All right, let's hear some beautiful words from Amun and Amunet. Yeah, I'll trade you him for Horace back.
Otep Bre Saba Uncle Justineb, Mary Uk, Otep Mary, you, Great Tef Saba Tudi, and when Hotep Ra, here in that church for holding up your Jed, sustaining you with their ka, their EE hands, to all of your animals, all the adults, all the babies, if you have any babies, all of your animals. So for this beautiful class, for all the beautiful time you put into making this class, look forward to being able to sitting down and focusing on it and watching it consistently throughout the entire thing. Well, for all the beautiful parts that I heard, well, for the way that you put the class together. Like you said, it's like a martial art. The way that you put the class together, I can see that where it's like one class you learn one move, and another class you learn another, and then in certain classes you see the multiple moves being put together into like different combinations. So Tua very much for the way that you make the class. Tua for going on Kill a Priest and having the ability to convert people, to bring people forth to the truth. I mean, it's really natural and beautiful, and what everyone really is looking for that's into any type of spirituality or consciousness or religion. They're looking for you, looking for the truth, and well, for being able to provide that and convey that in the best way possible. So 12 for going on Kill a Priest, that's absolutely beautiful. 12 for the Medu classes, I'm extremely excited for the Medu class coming up. So much for all the beautiful things that you do. And then also, most importantly, for taking care of yourself, your surroundings, for taking care of your net church and all your animals, doing everything that you need to do to come forth the way that you are. I wouldn't ever want to see you come the panel chunky or anything like that. So Tua so much for being who you are.
Chunky.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm happy that you are who you are.
What do you say, Emily? Who you are? What do you say?
I'm happy that you are who you are.
Oh yeah.
That you do what you need to do to take care of yourself. That's the most important thing. We need you here, Saba. All of us need you here. There's people that haven't met you yet that need you and don't know that they need you yet. There's so much that you do. You're so important. And yes, I look forward to more people coming. I hope you get more support for this class and of course for classes in the future, and looking forward to seeing the building up of people and support and dedication and excitement towards you, Maat, the panel, etc. So I will end with this great adoration to you, Saba Tehuti. Tehuti Uben M Nu Nasu Ma'ahil M Maat. Tehuti Ku M Neferuk Ma'a Eru Sekem Sekemu Heru Aset Isfeta. Tehuti, rising in new, strengthening his generations of men within Ma'at. Tehuti, glorious by reason of thy beauties, mighty of victories, power of powers, fortifying his station against wicked devils. Have a Nefer Upesh, Nefer Ket, Nefer Kek, Uncle Seneb, Emer Uk, and you.
Hey, beautiful, wonderful. You your last read, that's from the class I just taught?
Yes, it's in the class.
Oh, but that sounds exactly like the class. Is there another papyrus with those exact words? Okay. Wonderful, wonderful. That's a beautiful chant too. That oh, it's gonna take a long time to get to that chapter, but that's a beautiful chant. We'll get there one day in the Mennonite class and walk you through how to apply that. Beautiful words, Amun. You are also Mr. Consistent. Very, very consistent. You're probably one of the only people, which I never want to think about, but if you were to fall away, I would start questioning parts of reality. If you're one of the people that I just see, you're always in this truth, you're always secure, you're always representing, and I don't see you fluctuating. And one of the reasons for that, Amun, is because you have no ego when it comes to presenting something to me that you need to correct within yourself. There's no ego involved, and because of that, you always say the correction, and you become way better. We have a witness, Amunet, saw you take things, and you're better. You're better in all manners, and it's an open, clear better. It's not an opinionated better. It's like you're a better being, and one of the things that block people is the ego to accept correction and take it and build upon yourself. But as you saw in the class today, the tools of the tools that are used to build the buildings are all symbolic of also building yourself. It's a beautiful thing. It's the reason why the Freemasons took the same tool and called it the aspects that pertain to Maat, which is the measurer. That's a scale. So measuring is done on a scale, and measuring is also how you judge a man and woman. So I can measure a man by his deeds. Have you heard that before? So what is measuring? That's the tool. That's that tool. That's the first measure, that in the scale. And then when you reach those heightened levels, then you become the great measurer, and then you become a leader. And then if you go from a leader to what the tool became called by the Masons, which was a ruler. That's why nobody can elaborate on why would a measuring tool be called the same as what a king is called. This is a measuring tool, and it's called a ruler, and that's the exact same name that a nobleman or a king that has authority over people is, and that's what the Par-Ii was. He was the ruler. He was the measurement of Maat. So they just took those concepts, and they were always able to be, lack of a better word, humble. I wish there was a better word. The understanding of humble is good. The meaning of it is not too great. It deals with they say you're a man of humility, but humility is the same thing as insulting. I've been humiliated. So it's a crisscross, and humble, humility, humiliated, but humble is in the sense that you can accept growth advice without putting your supposed artificial manhood in the way. It's fake manhood. When a man can't listen to another man, it's fake manhood. Because when you read the papyrus, all of them were bowing down and listening to other men and praising them, other men consistently for thousands of years. That's how they all communicated with each other. So you're a great man to be able to do that, and that's why you never come across much problems. So keep it up. I don't know when I told them, Annette. Did I tell you? We never discussed the next 1 or 2. Did we have Annette? Did I say last month again? Last day of the month again, or was that for the last month?
No, you said the last Sunday of the month again.
Okay. Say it again.
For this month.
Okay, good. Yeah, so those classes are helping you as well. So you keep up the good work. Be a strong man for Amunet. Be a strong man for yourself, and be a strong example. Continue to be a strong example as you're doing, and people will watch you and see you from the audience on the panel, and your very demeanor will be able to influence people to say, hey, that brother is very calm too. That brother seems to be very calm, very stabilized. He's speaking Medunetter. He's at every pod class. You're an example of Min Ma'at continuation, consistency. So keep up the good work. And Tua, for all your appreciation of me, and Nina, for everything you appreciate me for.
Go for your beautiful words, Saba Ninu, and Tua for your teachings that changed my life. Well,
Nini Uk. And on to, can't make it rhyme. Amunet. Not onto Amun to Amuntu. Amuntu. I don't know, but on to Amunet.
To Hotep Mary, to my great Atef, Tehuti, for every single thing that you have done today and for all that you will continue to do tonight. I appreciate your Nefer existence, for your Nefer Netters that I love very much. To all of you for being healthy, alive, safe, protected, and all Nefer things. All of your existence is crucial and is very vital, and I appreciate that very, very much. I'm very thankful to have you in my life and Amun's life. My entire life is continuously changing, continuously purifying, and I always have so much love in my heart for the change and the heck out of the magic that happens in my life and my family. It is extremely beneficial, extremely healing, and so many things in our life is so beautiful now. And even coming down to work and all these things, everything is so perfect now. Ever since all the purification and you coming into our life, so many things have changed for the better. There's a whole list of things, and I'm very, very thankful. Every single day I feel so much love and appreciation for all of this, and the magic, just witnessing and living in it, is so very beautiful, and I thank you very much. I Tua to the Netter, Tua to you, great Netter, and I hope you have a very Nefer Kek, a very Nefer Upesh, and may it be very rewarding for you, and Tua for this beautiful class and all the work that you have done today in this class, and for presenting and giving us all this beautiful information that is changing my life and all of our life here in the podcast. Very much to you. And Uncle Jasaneb, I will end with this utterance to you.
Amunet. After you said changing in your life, you faded out. I couldn't. The two of all things that changed my life.
I think I said Tua for the pod class and for all that you have taught. Did you hear that part?
Okay, I think that's it. Okay.
And I will end with this utterance to you. Amun and Amunet Shesu Emket Tehuti Pertz Netter Emaset Imens Kutsen her Aut and Tehuti or Hetep her Maat. Amun and Amunet, the divine followers, are following him Tehuti, coming forth of the Netter from the secret place. They rejoice at the ways of Tehuti, the great one established by Maat. Hotep Marihet, Uncle Jasaneb to you, and Imariel.
Uncle Jasaneb to you, Imariel to you too as well. And beautiful, beautiful words. Beautiful, beautiful melodious frequency with your words. It's just one. It's like a flowing melody, because it's so a lot of genuineness in it, all genuineness in it. And thank you for saying that in front of everybody, to new people to hear about your life totally changing for the better, due to the teachings that I've had influence you And people need to hear that and see that this is not something where we're just dropping knowledge and you say, deep. There's testimonies that come with this, life-changing testimonies, and you're a living version of that, of the effects of that. So Tua, for your beautiful words. Keep up the good work. Keep up being strong for Amun. A man's strength motivation is his female. That's his strength motivation. He's naturally strong, but his motivation to continue strength with an agenda is solely based on what he's doing for the female, what he's doing for his what they call the other half, because that's why he's a man. So you're helping Amun be an even stronger man by you being a supportive female. Keep up that good work. Keep up the path. Continue. And Tua, for your wonderful words at the end with your metanetter. And I will see you in a couple of days. Wow, it's everything so close now. It's not even like see you next pod class, like not the netter class, the meta class, see you Thursday. So it's like it's only a couple of days in between. So busy. But see you in the meta class. And peace and love to you.
Peace and love. Thank you very much for your nefer words, and see you then.
Oh, and of course, Tua, for everything you thank me for, and Nina, for everything you stated you appreciate me for. Thank you. Okay, wonderful people. Wonderful. We're going to go ahead and do the affirmation and close out. I'm going to check one more time and see if there's one more person. It's a consistent 25 to 30 people watching. I'm going to see if one of those 25 to 30 people sent in a thank you to a piece in a Cash App. I'm going to check it, and then I'm going to close out with the affirmation for everyone. And there is one person. Of course, I was going to say where's Ampu? I was thinking where are the names of the consistent people that's missing here? That's not here. And before I could think of it, here he is, and he's here. Very good. He came before I put him in the category of not being here. Shout out to the consistent brother. Shout out to the consistent brother and Pooh. Oh, it's not showing up again. Is that him? No, that's not him. What was that? That's not him. Okay, I gotta do it manually. Shout out to the brother Ampu. Good brother Ampu. This was the brother, everybody, all the new people that are watching. This is the brother that I showed in the beginning of the pod class that had the before and after picture after asking for bodybuilding nutrition class from me. And he totally transformed his body. Shout out to him. He is a living example of the undeniable transformation of the Tehuti pod class. That means this is not a debatable thing. He sent in his support for bodybuilding nutrition. And this is the result of him coming to Tehuti. The before and after picture, you can see a completely different. And this is what happens when you come in contact with the netter and with Tehuti, with the HOUSEOFATTON. It's a life-changing experience. Not just that's deep. No, your even your physical body will change. So shout out to Ampu. I'm going to get Aminette to read that, please.
1595 for thanks for the knowledge. Anpu Maat Heka.
Thank you, Ampu. Are you there in the room, Ampu? Can you hear us? Okay, thank you. Saba, did you get my donation on Thursday? Was it in the number of 3? Was 3 in it? If so, then I received it to her for that. If it was a set of threes. Okay. I believe it was a set of threes, and I didn't receive it. I think it came after we closed the showdown or something like that, but I did see it. Thank you. Ampu, are you in the room? Are you listening? You may not be. Shout out to you, Ampu. Appreciate your great, consistent support. And go back to, oh, there he is. And I gave this for you, Ampu. I don't know if you're in the beginning of the class because you got here late, but I'm going to let you know again that you made, you were on the list of the men Ma'at list in the beginning. Go back to the beginning of the class, and you were on the list, and you got a round of applause for being of the consistent beings. So thank you to you, Ampu. Continue with your consistency. All right. Beautiful three to be amplified. Okay, so that was, okay, then yes, Minty. There was the one with 3 in it, then yes, I did receive it. Tua for your consistent support. All right, everybody. We're going to close out the Tehuti pod class. If there's any last supporters out there, type it in the room. Type in I sent the support. I'll go check it again. And if not, we'll just go on straight to the affirmation and close out. Okay? Thank you everyone who did support, and everyone who does want to keep this pod class running. Wow. I'm gonna going over the Medinator classes because I have to look at them to put them in order. I look at them to see the quality. I've been getting a lot of them back, and oh my goodness, I forgot about a lot of those people, man. Those people, there's some faces. I was like, who's that? Who's that? Oh my goodness, yeah, that's right. He was here. Cash Peden. I'm looking at all these names. I'm like, who's that? Who's that? You know who I haven't seen in a while here? He doesn't donate much, but I haven't even seen him in the chat. Eric G, that's it. There's a name. Where's Eric G? That's it. But Cash P, I see all these names, Sutton Holes. I'm like, oh, I see all these different people. I'm like, wow, yeah, they were here too. All these different Nathaniel and all these different names. Like, oh, okay. Wow, I've taught a lot of people. Sometimes I forget. I've taught so many people. I forget all these people who, and they all have testimonies. Well, I'm not sure, but they're all interesting. I'm glad we got to recover the Medinator classes. Thank you to those who are sending them to me. It's really been Robert E. Williams who's sending me the whole lot of them. Robert E. Williams and Big Vapes have sent me several. Eminem, I think, sent me one, but Robert Williams, you can thank Robert E. Williams. He's the one that's he's the one keeping the Medinator class alive. He's sending me 2 of them like every 2 days or something. I'm getting a lot of them in. Okay, everybody. Boss Fee. Oh, Ampu says Hanu Saba. Niniuk to you. All right, we're going to go through the affirmation, and then we're going to close out this wonderful pod class so I can get some rest and recover. Going to the dream world. Okay. All right. Where is it? There it is. Okay, everybody, we will start on the count of 3. One moment. All right, everyone, we'll start on the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Anki and Maat, Un NS, Nin Tet Aset and Maat, Men have a pet and Maat, Her and Hu Kiwi, Per Ikut. I live for Maat. I exist within her. I do not speak in the place of Maat. Every day I advance towards Maat. My being is surrounded in darkness. I come forth as conscious light. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. Excelente. Okay, everybody. Okay, wonderful people. You all go get your rest. I'm going to go big screen and close it out. So peace and love to you, Amun. Peace and love to you, Amunet. Go get your wonderful rest. And I will see you on, as Minty said, we'll run the playback. Is there class on Monday? And the answer is yes. They shook their head before I answered. The answer is yes. There will be. We will be all meeting on Monday. The link will go out. There is one thing I want to. I'll talk to Emunet about it. The quality of the recording. I've been playing with it, and it didn't sound good last week. It's one of the reasons why I didn't do it. The OBS. I don't know. I have to play with it or fix something in it, but it will be all done. Or I'll probably I may get you all to record the first one or something. But anyways, at any rate, we will have the magnetic class 2:30 this Monday. Be there and be square. So Minty says yes. Okay, everybody. So I'm going to bid you all a good night. You all get your rest. I'm going to go big screen and close the class out with Emily's favorite snake.
Peace and love, Sabah Maat.
Peace and love, Shuna Maat.
The cat's looking at you, Amun. Okay. Peace and love, Shuna Maat. Have a good rest. Peace.
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 Ninyak. Okay, Minty says dua. All right, everybody. I feel really positive about this class because of the new people that have showed up, and for the new people that supported. It wasn't a lot of. There was not a lot of support, surprisingly, but the people that did support, I like the new names that did support because it shows that the appreciation can impact people who have not even heard of this before. And El Cadigo, am I saying the name right? El Cadigo? Let me say it right. He's not even on the screen anymore. El Cadigo, as a person fresh in the class, he says, great class, Ashe, with his hands like this. As a new person, even sent more support than some of the people that have been for years. And that means it's had a big impact on him. I appreciate that he likes this because this is just, you all are witnessing his beginning. You all are witnessing it's his beginning. Months from now, hopefully if the brother's still around, he's going to hear so much wisdom and knowledge. He's going to start transforming into something and more advanced. And you all are witnessing him and the other new people. So I like the class because of that, the new people and the new energy. And it's going to keep on coming. And I'm going to keep on going to kill the priest. Peace and love to everybody. Shout out to all the new people. For those of you who just tuned in to this class, rewind it, run it back like Minty said, and what you will see is a 2 hour and how long did I go? 2 hours and 28 minutes. A 2 hour and 28 minute class on Kabbalah, taking Kemet code. This is part 2. Go back and watch part 1. That's another explosion. What is encoded within this Kabbalah prayer? That was that was undeniable and mind-blowing, of course. The 6 and 7 is in the prayer square and it equals 42 and in the rope and the string. That was wonderful. Kemet Ascension Science of the square taken from Maat, now taught in school, but they removed the spiritual aspect of it. Now they just give you the mathematical aspect of it, but they take away that's a magnetic word that is the word for upliftment and ascension. The number 7, as above, so below, ascension shapes in Kemet. The real Ma'at number 42 and how that ties into the Pekka Mku, clearing your consciousness of negative thought, separating from negative thought, which is a 100% completely different understanding than the silly nonsense that there's 42 laws of Ma'at. The 42 are something that you have to get away from you. You have to clear out of you to rebuild yourself. It has nothing to do with laws. They have to do with consciousness that you have to remove. The word pekka means to separate. Laws are something you do. Laws are not something you separate from. So Pekka Mku, which is its real name, could never mean laws of Ma'at. It's separation from the consciousness of negativity so that you can rebuild yourself as the ruler, and the cubit and roll cubit, which actually equal 42, used for building in the rope of Sheshet for the hypotenuse, really called the Ka, because that's what you're rebuilding yourself for. So Pekka Mku symbolism in Ma'at geometric shapes, your first ruler. Support the Tehuti class by sending in questions with reciprocity and reciprocity appreciation for the class. Thank you. And of course, at the bottom, support the Tehuti class only if this has benefited you in any way. Go back and rewind and catch this beautiful class. See you all. Have a great rest. Thank you, Eminef, for saying have a great rest. Saba, ZZZ, and Eminef also says Nefer Upesh, beautiful dreams, everyone. Wonderful, everybody. Catch me on Monday. Those who are part of this class on Monday. Medu Magic Monday classes by Sabatuti. Private group classes directly live with Sabatuti, walking line by line of the Purim Haru in Medunetter and given mental, spiritual, visual, and physical rituals based on the indigenous Medu words and imbued in tantric meaning. 2:30 Pacific time to 4:30 Pacific time. These are private classes of which you get a private link to, and you walk through the Purim Haru, and that's where you get to learn not only how to read the language, but what the actual sentence structures in the spiritual sentences are and how to apply them to you. And in some of the classes, you get to learn how to do the practices out of body. Like I think this brother here asked. That's in those classes. My name is Tehuti Amenhotep Ra. This is Meowku. Meow, the ancient word for the cat, the cat, which is also the ancient word for mind. Meow. That's where cats get the association that they make that sound when they really don't. And there's the great cat face, lion face on his head, and ku, which is consciousness. Meow ku, because it's mind consciousness, and that's my serpent's name for the day. Mr. Lion Face, man. Meow ku. Peace and love, everybody. Support the Tehuti class, Cash App TT Moon, PayPal at RockSV. We love all those who like to advance. This is the House of Aten, the ancient Tehutian teachings of the Nitiru, the last on the planet to represent the ancient teachings. To all of you, and peace and love.